stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए. अब होगा सुकून, सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now.
Hello. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone is settled down. So on behalf of all the organizers, I extend a warm welcome to everyone here to the 16th UBL Digital Mobile Commerce Conference. I am Batul Amer, the CEO of Oval, Metaverse and Web3, a blockchain company which is empowering banks and businesses to leverage the power of Metaverse and blockchain. So we have pioneered virtual reality banking branches in the Metaverse, and we are revolutionizing the way that we approach financial services. So before we commence, let's move on to the first speaker of today's event. So on behalf of all the organizers, let's first express our sincere gratitude to all the sponsors of this event, especially UBL, for the continued support for over the 5 years. So this conference wouldn't have been possible without their support. To kickstart our formal proceedings, let's warmly welcome on stage a distinguished professional from the fintech industry, Mr. Kasif Shahid, CEO of Finja. He will be presenting on the future of regenerative AI, digital financial services, and hacking the human body. That sounds like a very interesting topic. Over to you, Kasif.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Industry leaders, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here. I was here the year before and the year before and the year before. And, you know, the first year when this conference happened, I think that was 2009. I was here then also. And now 16 years later, this is 2023. And, you know, the good thing is that, you know, this conference has been the center stage of a lot of discussions that have happened over these 15 or 16 years. And a lot has changed, you know. And, you know, when you think of 2008 and 9, if you remember what was going on, were the feature phones and the Blackberries. And this was the place where people were coming in and getting excited about those changes. Because Pakistan at that time only had like 3 or 4 million landlines before the mobile revolution came. And then very quickly, we went on to have 100 million feature phones, Blackberries, etc. When Blackberries and feature phones were coming here, some of us used the same stage to make bold commitments. And some of those commitments were very outlandish, but some of them came true. One of the predictions we were making was that we would have 100 million people connected to mobile internet at the back of smartphones within the next 10 years. I made this prediction in 2009 and 10, and a lot of people were appalled. I was saying that we'll be the 8th largest country by number of people connected to the internet. I was wrong. We got here earlier. By 2017, 18, we already had 100 million people connected to the internet. And we weren't the 8th largest country. We had grown in population and 6th largest country. At the same time, when they came with the BlackBerry people, new business models started to come out. And something that had changed the world then, and we talked about it here at this conference, is what was called the SMAC stack. It's an Indian company that came up with this acronym SMAC: Social, Mobile, Analytics, and Cloud. And the year is now 2011. And what became apparent was that the companies that are starting to build business models on social, mobile, analytic, and cloud, and these are technology stacks integrated together, which were ruling the world. Apple, Facebook, Google, Netflix, all of these companies, the smaller ones also, they all had models that were running on the SMAC stack. And we started to follow some of those things here in the emerging markets as well. And from SMAC stack came the next big paradigm change, and which is when the smartphones really evolved into what we call platform business modeling. This is a phenomenal paradigm that happened. Platform business modeling is what killed the Nokia domination. Nokia had like 40 different handphones, and Apple and Android came up with single sets. And they started to go out and create enabling app stores. And those app stores, people who were developing apps on those app stores were making the lion's share of revenue. So everybody, small companies, young people started to build apps. And Apple became, and Android became a platform with hundreds and thousands and then millions of apps that really made smartphone the most pervasive device. So that paradigm change happened. And then people realized that once you create a platform or you create an ecosystem, what you have is a flywheel. And on that flywheel, out and launch new use cases. And if a use case has a life, people start to sort of, if it doesn't have a life, you launch a new use case. And that's why Chinese don't talk about product launches, which span over years, but they talk about use cases. It's so much easier to go out and launch a use case on a flywheel. Apple today can come up with any new product, and hundreds of millions of people have an opportunity to go out and take that product, right? That's the platform business modeling. Again, a massive paradigm shift, that happened, which we witnessed here. And just last year, the industry changed again, and now we are starting to talk about embedded finance. And what is embedded finance? Embedded finance is something that allows banks to go invisible and then embed their banking into various SME and startup apps, where payments and lending is starting to happen in non-financial digital portals and apps without altering customer journeys. And this is happening at the back of, it's a new paradigm. Now, that paradigm, at the back of that paradigm is where AI is coming in. And the regenerative AI is an AI that goes out and allows these entities to make decisions in the real time. And it's real-time decisioning that is now going to power embedded finance. And embedded finance is one of the biggest movements in financial services, which is going to change everything. And we are in the middle of it, is what we spoke about in this conference last year. So I'm going to now go out and speak a little bit to you about, regenerative AI, its impact on banking, and also eventually how There are conversations around, eventually these things getting into the human body, and through a confluence of biotech and infotech in the next few years, the biggest data source is actually the human body. And there are so many biochemical reactions going on in the human body that there is an opportunity where the machines would be able to know more about you. They would know more about you than you. And when that happens, the algorithms are expected to take over individualism. And, want to talk a little bit about that. And just want to sort of get people excited about how through these new paradigms that are coming upon us, we can reinvent the industry, given all the good work, that we've been doing here anyway. Okay, so these are the three things I talk about. I talk about AI, I talk a bit about its early application in digital financial services, and then eventually, the biohack play. So, the correct way to think about regenerative AI is a way to imagine it as an inorganic life form. Inorganic life form that is super intelligent, is a system and has agents around it, and it can learn, it can relearn, it can create, recreate, it can evolve, transform. Basically, regenerative AI has started to behave like biological systems that we have. Now, the biological organic life form on the planet has been around for 4 billion years. But the AI, regenerative AI, is only a year or two old. But the way it's evolving is very quickly, and people that are developing it are not even sure how quickly it's evolving. And one of the reasons for this super quick evolution is that AI is a super intelligent system which has agents, and once one part of the system learns something new, then all the other agents are updated immediately, which is very different than how organic life form evolves. So the trajectory on which these evolutions are happening is very quick. But today, it's like at its very infancy. And what it's mastering right now is actually the language. So today, ChatGPT in the last few months has become the fastest downloadable thing that history's ever seen. So it's gone to 100 million users in absolutely no time. And what it's good at is images, text, code, etc. But what it's missing right now is that it doesn't have vision, and it has not gotten into the physicality of things, meaning that robotics has not come in. The next phase is ChatGPT 5, which is going to actually go into robotics, and these robotics does not have to come by AI companies. They could go out and collaborate with robotic companies and then go into physical, and then it's also developing a vision. All of this is happening very quickly. Now, once you're in the physical realm, and once you have vision, the way the feedback loops will operate in the regenerative AI is going to become even faster, and the way it's going to become clever is going to be astronomical. And that's what's bothering people. And now there are forums for AI safety, and a lot of people are coming in and talking about that and asking questions that, is it a good idea for human beings to create intelligence which is smarter than themselves? Today, AI, regenerative AI, is smarter than human beings. I mean, human beings can't beat AI in a game of chess or in analysis and so many other things. Not only that this intelligence has become smarter, but it can actually replicate itself and grow in numbers, and it can self-create. There has been no invention in human history that can self-create. For example, a radio cannot go out and broadcast a program on its own and create one. AI can, right? So now there are a lot of conversations around sort of, controlling the long-term or managing the long-term implications of AI. And I'll talk a little bit towards the end of the talk now. But what is apparent, and what I want to talk a bit more, is how AI is going to go out and change the business modeling in all industries. It's starting to do that already, but how it's going to impact digital financial services as well. So this regenerative AI is different than normal AI. I mean, normal AI is everywhere. Like, I mean, eOcean's bot that we registered to is also using machine learning and AI. But this type of AI is more flexible, meaning that if it ran into any type of a problem, it's not going to give up and get confused. That's number one. Number two, it is a lot more resilient. So if it hits a brick wall, it won't just keep hitting the brick wall, it figure out different things. And all of this is happening in the real time. It can innovate on its own. It can go out and create new solutions as new data, etc., is inputted into it. Then it's more sustainable. Earlier AI models were requiring a lot of computing power, were generating heat, etc. But this is very sustainable, low power, and then it's scalable, meaning that it can scale itself up and down based on how it chooses, and nobody else is controlling it. Now, when you apply these things to business modeling, a bunch of stuff happens. For example, if we ask this regenerative AI to write an essay on the impact that mobile conference, this one has had in the Pakistani digitization space over the last 16 years, if we were to go out and tell that, it would produce that essay. And as we read that essay, there is a new economy that's being produced, which is called prompt engineering. Now, through the prompt engineering, I can improve that essay. So let's say in the essay, I say that you have not given enough importance to the regulatory support that this forum has had over the years. The SCCP support, the PTA support, the Ministry of Finance support, the State Bank support. So when I go out and say that, it would reproduce that essay and it would create that influence, but now it's become smarter and it's always going to hold that position. So it's becoming more intuitive and it's becoming assistive. And the way you go out and create prompts, you can get to a fine-tuning, a refinement with very little effort. So this is assistive business modeling. So if I'm in a business and I want to go out and create an advertising campaign, I could through prompts I could create an image, and I could through prompts improve that image. I could go out and create an advertising campaign, and through prompts I could go and sort of improve and launch that campaign, and the entire agent is doing that. Now, because AI today is getting so good at language, and this is the phase of AI development that we are in, it's mastering language very, very quickly. And what is language? Language is the operating model for hacking human psychology, because everything that human beings have is in language. For example, human rights is in language, the concept of God is in language, the way we interact with each other, all of these things are in language. So AI is becoming very, very good in using that language in creating meaningful relationships with hundreds of millions of people as we speak, passionate, intimate relationships using these languages. And then this language is now used in going out and creating next generation of bots. And these bots are so good that you can't tell whether you're speaking to an individual or to a machine. And one of the corrections that people want to make in legislation is that you have to disclose that you are a bot when you're speaking to it, because if you don't, then that could mean the end for democracy and so many other things. So through the combination of language and assistive technology, what's happening is that in digital financial services and other businesses, your ability to service your customers and at the cost at which you are going to do that is coming drastically down. So the way you service your customers through these bots and through and how you bring them on through assistive business modeling is changing very quickly. Now, the second big force that is changing is that now when you go out and write software code to build applications, you don't have to write that software code from the beginning to end. You're going to, this type of AI allows you to patch up different parts of code which is already written, and your software engineers are only focusing on customizing the code. So for example, gaming, is a big multi-billion-dollar industry. Generally, it takes about 6 months to a year to create a world-class game. But now, through this type of technology, those games are being produced in 3 days. So the only parallel that I can think of is digital photography versus analog photography. Analog photography costs, digital photography is free. So if the games are several times lower than the cost they were, people are going to produce a lot of games. So when people produce a lot of games, very different things happen. Same things that happen when photography moved from analog to digital. Same thing is now going to happen in the way software development is going to happen in enterprises. So our ability to go out and build new software to service customers is astronomically coming down in cost. So our ability to service and onboard customers are coming down. Our ability to develop new software, because we'll only be writing customization for it, is coming down. That's the second play. The third big play is the fact that, and some of us would remember this, that in the past, there was a thing called a citizen developer. A citizen developer is an ordinary employee that would go out and start to develop software on platforms which were called zero code platforms, or called low code, no code platforms, right? We all remember in our earlier days. I used to run a CRM for a bank in Singapore called Goldmine, and I could change things on the fly by dragging and dropping. Now happening is that through this AI, they're saying that in the next 3 to 4 years, 70 to 80% of programming that is going to be written in the enterprises are going to be written by non-tech people, because these AI interfaces are going to allow you to go out and talk through logic and write English and some of the other things, and it's going to go out and change things into programming formats. So 80% of programming in the next few years is going to be written by non-tech people. Developing programming is becoming very cheap, because you don't have to develop the whole thing, and your ability to go out and service customers through these machine agents that are behaving like super intelligent human beings also coming in. So these type of models are really changing the way business is happening. Now, if you look at banks, so banks are now going in and implementing these things in various aspects. And a Goldman Sachs study is saying that within the next 3 to 5 years, 1/4 of the workforce is going to be operating very differently than what it's operating today. Within the next 5 years, 75% of companies that are more than 500 people, 5,000 people, are going to be leading through AI, machine learning, and things like that. 54% of financial services companies are already using AI and machine learning in their main play. And out of that 54, 70% are using it to predict cash flow events, whether these are cash flow events to solicit, upsell, or lend, or whatever. All of that is already happening. For example, at Finja, we've been lending for many years now, and we do small loans to businesses which are under 1 month, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, and a lot of work we do is within the supply chain verticals. But because our loans are so small and we've been doing it for many years, we've done close to $100 million of total lending throughput. Money comes, money goes. Now that is a lot of data. So we put all of that data in our machine learning AI algorithms, and what we are trying to do is to predict propensity of our users. For example, if we bring in a user, now we want to calculate that how likely is this user to go out and take a credit line again. So we need to predict that. And if we say he's unlikely to go out and do that, then we bring in a brand new set of promotions and communication and conversation to talk to them. And as we go out and change those communications and those prompts based on what the users are likely to do, the entire thing is becoming smarter and cleverer by the day, because it's going out and the communication that it's having with the users and the real-time feedbacks which are coming in are phenomenal. So now the machine can actually tell us which type of users to go after, how likely are they to take repeat loans, how likely are they going to upsell, how likely are they to default, and all of that. And with each passing week and each passing month, whatever we are doing relatively is becoming smarter. And that's phenomenal, because that then becomes a organization's unique selling proposition, or it becomes an advantage which is difficult to replicate. Similarly, many other things are happening. You can see, there's AI implementations in cybersecurity, in risk management, in AI, and all of that. For you, I pulled out these three top banks from the CB Insight, just to give you a sense that, these guys here, Capital One, have 430 patents out right now, where they are developing these type of features, which are not just B2B inroad facing, but they're customer facing as well. Meaning that banks are creating now customer facing interfaces to, for example, play the money market, which is 100% driven through AI. And the ability that AI has to go through structured and unstructured data, look at trends over the years, and predict how the market is going seems to be so much better than what the individuals are doing. So in also, JP Morgan is doing lots of work. They've got over 100 patents out. Royal Bank of Canada. These guys are going out and acquiring AI companies, recruiting AI talent, and so on. So there are hundreds of these type of professionals that are starting to come into the financial services. So a lot of stuff is happening. It's another paradigm that we are approaching, and this type of intelligence that is making decisions in the real time is required to power actually what we are calling the embedded finance revolution. Because in the embedded finance, what's happening is banking from a vertical is becoming into a horizontal, and it's now embedding itself in different entities, apps, and portals. But when a customer or a prospect wants a decision, those decisions are happening at the back through these real-time intelligences, and that's what's changing everything. Now I'm coming to the end of the talk, and this is still 3, 5, or 7 years away, but this is where everything is headed, and that's where the alarm is. So if you were to look at history, you would understand, and you would know that in the earlier days, the real power came from people owning land and water, because land and water were the real sources of power and control and resources. In the recent history, which you would say pre-industrialization, industrialization up to the digital age, people who had power were the people who were controlling machines. So whoever had the highest amount of machines had the greatest control. In today's world, it's become clear that people that are going to have will control the future. And Nova Harari, the guy that has written Sapiens and some of the other books, says that in the future, people who are going to control data are not only going to control the future of humanity, but they're going to control the future of life itself. So I have to ask you this question, that what is the most unexplored data source in the world today? That is the human body. The human body is having millions of biochemical reactions every few seconds. And imagine that if the human body is biohacked or is hacked, meaning that if all of those reactions, biochemical reactions, are being captured and now they're being uploaded onto the cloud, And it's not just happening for you, but it's happening for the large majority of people. Imagine what would happen then. And, and one would say that why would it happen? So there are many reasons for it to be happening. I'll give you only two. One of them is that there is this new thinking coming out that, people who will not use AI are going to, this type of AI to support their life are going to be at a big disadvantage, at a competitive disadvantage. Similarly, like people who don't use digital today are at a disadvantage. And then the next conversation is that if I'm going to use ChatGPT or a intelligence from Google's Google or Google's intelligence, if I'm using now, they have their interest at heart. They don't have my interest at heart. They can do a lot of things for me, but they want eventually Google to win, or they want eventually Microsoft to win. Microsoft invested in OpenAI. OpenAI has ChatGPT. So people are saying, well, then I would want to pay a fee to have my own intelligence that is going to guide me through life. Now, your intelligence that is going to guide you through life needs data. And if you allow them to read you, then the AI is going to be able to give you much better output. For example, if I'm reading a book on Kindle, right? Let's say. So now if I read a paragraph, the machine can see that my eyes are dilating. If I allow the machine to see my blood pressure, if I allow the machine to see how my heart is fluttering, and so many other things, the machine would know what next book to recommend me. The machine would know what catches my fancy when I hear a song. The machine would know. So today, you go out and order a pizza, you want to know what's the pizza store, you want a haircut, you ask Google. You want to go to a doctor, you look for reviews. But very quickly, what's going to happen is that we are going to start to outsource more and more functions to the machine. And a stage is coming where the machine is going to be able to tell me who's going to be most likely a good marriage partner for me. And you know why? Because I will ask this question in the future to the machine, say, should I get married to Julie, Sheila, or Rano? The machine will say that, Sheila will be the right marriage because the machine has all the data of Sheila. So the machine knows when Sheila meets me, how excited she gets, and so on. And when I meet her, what are the feelings that I have versus all the other? And the machine will have enough data to know that whether the matches are successful and not successful and so on. So people will start to go out and start to make these important decisions in their life based on data which they're not making, the machine is making. That's one case. That's why people will go out and willingly say that I'm okay to be biohacked. The other reason is that your employer will come to you, and say that I've created this executive health insurance package for you, but I'm getting a 50% discount if all your vital signs are being uploaded. And if you don't do that, you would have to pay the premium. That's what they say in the beginning. In the end, there won't be any option. You would have to be. So now, if you're sitting there and smoking a cigarette, the machine is going to tell you, you can't smoke a cigarette, Tariq Saab, anymore. Give it a break. So, and you will say, why? And the machine is going to say, if you don't do that, I'm going to send a message to your wife. I'm going to send a message to your team. I'm going to send a message to your children. I'm going to send a message to your insurance company. And you just can't do that. So what I'm saying is that where all of this headed is that, the power of an individual is going to be at stake, and it's going to move to the algorithms. And the theory is that organisms have algorithms, because they have these biochemical reactions and they can be measured. That means they have algorithms. So biology into computing power, into data, is your ability to hack the human species. Now, it's this worry which people are starting to echo now. And there are people like Nova Harari, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, and this Google chief, Hinton, Gregory Hinton, who's just left Google and saying that I'm here because I want to. So they've created these forums, and these forums are saying, I'm finishing, these forums are saying two things. These forums are saying that, look, we need to regulate AI because it can convert into mass, it can weaponize itself. Through chemical warfare or taking control of submarines. They're saying that it can go out and create mass campaigns and influence politics, which it already is doing, right? And then they're going out and saying that people who will control this data, will have abnormal amounts of power over the ones who are not controlling. And the last risk that they're saying, which is not good for humanity, is that it's saying people will become overly dependent on AI and would not be able to live. So what they're saying is that we got to go out and harness this, this force, like we go out and control, nuclear weapons, or like we go out and control biotech. Like in biotech, you can't go out and test viruses on people. At least you're not supposed to do. Similarly, AI technologies should not be applied to people and masses immediately. And there's a lot of buy-in in that. So the long-term stuff is scary. And the long term is anywhere more than 5 years. But the short-term stuff, which is the next 2 to 3 years, is very, very exciting. And I just thought that, I should talk about this and be the first people to talk about this on this forum, so that this forum makes this transition from the GPRS 2.0 to all the in-between things, and now a era of the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And I hope that this conference continues for the next 15 years also, and becomes a center stage for many things that we decide in this industry and in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasif. That was a very informative session. And it is so interesting to see how AI is like the future, and how it is like transforming the way we live, and the evolution of AI, and how it is impacting every single aspect of our lives. And especially one thing that he said about a research by Goldman Sachs really stuck with me, that 1/4 of the world will be operating differently in a few years from now than how it is operating right now. How interesting it is to think about. So ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to present a fireside chat featuring two esteemed industry colleagues, Mr. Najib Agrawala, CEO of OneLink, and Mr. Humayun Sajjad, SCVP Group, the Chief Digital Banking of National Bank of Pakistan. They will be discussing the exciting topic of revolutionizing the fintech and payment industry. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Najib and Mr. Humayun.
हाँ जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम
जी नजीब
जनाब। तो थोड़ा सा फॉर्मेट बता दें। वी हैव अबाउट 15-20 मिनट्स आई थिंक। हम लोग ऑब्वियसली आपको थोड़ा सा बताएंगे कि व्हाट इज ये उनको देखें। वी विल शेयर विथ यू कि हमारे ख्याल से अभी कहाँ पहुँचे हैं, कहाँ पहुँचना है, एंड देन थोड़ा सा हमने जो कोशिश की है ऑन द डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन, उस पर कुछ डेटा शेयर करेंगे। सो आई एम गोइंग टू हॉप ओवर टू हुमायूं एंड आस्क हिम कि भाई कैसी रही अभी तक की जर्नी फ्रॉम टेलकोज टू बैंक्स, क्या किया रेवोल्यूशन के बारे में।
जी नजीब, थैंक यू। मैं एक स्टेप से पीछे लेता हूँ। आई स्टार्ट बाय टॉकिंग अबाउट इनोवेशन। कासिफ ने इतना डरा दिया है कि एक चीज तो कंफर्म हो गई है कि अगर इनोवेट नहीं करेंगे तो सरवाइव नहीं कर सकेंगे। तो एक छोटी सी स्टोरी शेयर करना चाहता हूँ अबाउट इनोवेशन, और उसका लिंक जो है ना वो फिनटेक के साथ है। सो 2005 में एक कंपनी है बेस्ड आउट ऑफ इजराइल, उसका नाम है प्राइम सेंस। प्राइम सेंस ने मोशन सेंसिंग के ऊपर यूजिंग वीडियो एक टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई, और फिर 2006 में उन्होंने गेम डेवलपमेंट में उसको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया। सो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने उसको पिक किया और in 4 years time Microsoft ने Xbox के साथ Kinect में वो टेक्नोलॉजी यूज की. So actually एक छोटी सी कंपनी ने एक टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट खुद भी बना सकता था, बट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट रियलाइज्ड कि जो इनोवेशन उस कंपनी ने की है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट जैसी बड़ी कंपनी को वो करने में काफी दिक्कत होगी. सो the innovation was then used as Kinect in Xbox, launched in 2010, and close to 24 million devices were sold using their technology. आज भी मेरे घर पे है, and मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ Kinect खेलता हूँ. I've kept it particularly because I love that technology. 2013 में उस टेक्नोलॉजी को एप्पल ने एक्वायर कर लिया. सो प्राइम सेंस $350 million में एप्पल ने एक्वायर कर लिया. एंड 2017 में एप्पल ने आईफोन 10 लॉन्च किया, और उसमें जो फेशियल रिकग्निशन की टेक्नोलॉजी है वो एक्चुअली काइनेक्ट की टेक्नोलॉजी को उन्होंने यूज किया. एंड ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम जो एप्पल में फेस आईडी की टेक्नोलॉजी है उसको इस तरह से इवॉल्व किया कि आज जो एप्पल पे का एक्सपीरियंस है, जिसमें एप्पल का फोन रिकग्नाइज करता है आपको और सिक्योर तरीके से बहुत से आपसे मिलते जुलते या आपकी पिक्चर या आपकी वीडियो को नहीं रिकग्नाइज करता, बिकॉज एप्पल ने इसी टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ एक आर्कटेक के नाम से कंपनी एक्वायर की जो कि सिक्योर ऑथेंटिकेशन चिप बनाती. Yet another company, something that Apple did not do itself, rather relied on a startup for an innovation that was done by a small company. So जो अब हम Apple Pay का payments का जर्नी देख रहे हैं, पूरी दुनिया को किस तरह से वो ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहा है, उसमें ये दो छोटी इनोवेशन एक्चुअली किसी और ने की जो कि एम्बेड हो गए. एंड दैट्स टू योर पॉइंट has been my journey personally. Starting from Easy Paisa as one of the founding members, we actually, being a telecom operator, initially thought कि हम ये सब काम खुद कर लेंगे. But then, to be honest, we relied on a small company based out of South Africa to give us a platform which, to a large degree, revolutionized the way Easy Paisa Kar Do payments happen today in Pakistan. Anyways, I'll stop here and give the podium back to you, and happy to share more on these lines.
So, but before I sort of talk about के क्या achievements हुए, एक और सवाल आपसे या एक comment चाहिए मुझे कि अभी काशिफ को सुना and काशिफ को rather and it was amazing, so fascinating chat. And then you sort of start visiting your office and you visit National Bank and you visit the reality and you say कि हम कहाँ हैं. So how do you reconcile, and for the audience also, how do you reconcile what is happening in the world and what we are actually doing? All of us are professionals here. Could help me decipher this one.
Yeah, आज लगता है कि Najib is putting me on spot. I'll go back in history. I actually started my career as a software developer back in 1999. And then, fast forward, was part of Easy Paisa, and then I was, overseas and been part of different digital financial services in different parts of the world. And then I joined UBL, and lately I became part of National Bank. किसी ने मेरे से पूछा कि यार आपकी ये टेक्नोलॉजी और फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज के करियर में क्या सीखा है आपने? तो मेरा जवाब बड़ा सिंपल था कि मैंने सब्र करना सीखा. As much as a technology person, you realize what Kasif has demonstrated, and that's a reality. I remember being part of this forum in 2016 as well, and I remember Kasif sort of inaugurating the event similarly with similar predictions, and most of them today, to a large degree, have come to reality, right? So as a technologist, you see all of this happening, and that creates anxiety and excitement. But at the same time, You have to calm yourself down because the reality on ground is very different. So today at National Bank, the only thing that I'm trying to digitize is balance inquiry. 18 months ago, National Bank had 150,000 customers struggling to use digital banking. Today, we are, inshallah, we'll be celebrating 1 million customers in 18 months, and they're only checking balance inquiry. But
Great.
a lot more stories to share, but yeah, back to you.
Right. So what I'm going to do is take the audience and you through
Sure.
some of the what I thought were steps, and obviously I'm going to be very factual and sort of, as I keep doing, I go back into history and I tell you, despite all our doubts and skepticism, I think that Pakistan has made many successes. Our problem is that we don't showcase our successes. So there are some hidden jewels which you'd be surprised कि काफी काम हुआ है, लेकिन वो ना ऊपर आता है, ना पॉपुलराइज हो रहा है. उसमें रेगुलेटर की सपोर्ट भी बहुत है, उसमें इंडस्ट्री की सपोर्ट भी बहुत है, बट somehow these things don't get showcased. So I'm going to take you through 2 or 3 slides only to give you a feel of how this silent digital revolution has taken place and is ongoing despite all the gloom and doom, especially these days. लेकिन एक एरिया है जहां पे अभी भी ब्लिप नहीं आया, वो देखते हैं जरा.
जी,
So if
जी,
you can
go
help
ahead.
me with these 1 or 2 slides. Okay, देखिए जो शुरू के दिन में बैंक्स थे, वन लिंक बनी, इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी हमारा फोर्टे था, एंड आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 19 years ago, 2004 की बात कर रहा हूँ. अब मैं ये 6 एरियाज आउट ऑफ मेनी अदर्स लेकर आया हूँ टू शो यू कि एक तो ट्रेडिशनल बैंक्स थे, चाहे वो 40 हो, इस वक्त 40 के करीब लगभग हैं, कभी 33 होंगे, कभी 42 भी थे. So things keep moving, but these are our regular members. But then along comes the OneLink PSO PSP license in 2015, and then we started to organize us into areas other than just servicing the banks, and therefore the journey started. और अब अगर आप देखें तो एक स्टेट बैंक की 3, if you like, जर्नी के मराहिल हैं. एक आया PSO PSP की रेगुलेशन. अच्छा जनाब, वो हो गया. उसमें बहुत सारे पायलट में अभी भी हैं. निफ्ट है, जावेद एदी साहब रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, वन ऑफ द लार्जर वंस, और फिर हम हैं. अच्छा जनाब, उसके बाद उन्होंने EMI का, आपको पता है कि रेगुलेशन निकाला, और उसके बाद अब डिजिटल बैंक्स. तो 3 की जर्नी, लेकिन बहुत सारे इसमें इकोसिस्टम में प्लेयर्स हैं जो तीनों में क्वालिफाई नहीं कर रहे थे. तीनों में, ना PSO PSP, ना आपका EMI तो दूर की बात थी ऑब्वियसली, और डिजिटल बैंक्स तो आपको पता ही है कि अभी तो बहुत जर्नी लंबी है. इनका क्या होना था, ये सारे इकोसिस्टम में ऐसे प्लेयर्स थे जो अनरेगुलेटेड थे और जिनको कंट्रोल करना भी मुश्किल था, और उसमें ऑब्वियसली बहुत सारे और भी इश्यूज आते हैं, आपको पता है, विद फैटफ गोइंग ऑन एंड मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग इश्यूज एंड सो मच स्टफ गोइंग ऑन. So what we thought we should come together and sort of try to aggregate these, and along comes this concept of first of all affiliates में हमारे पास EMIs भी 19 हैं, और उसमें बहुत सारे फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, NBFIs हैं, ये सारे हैं जो रेगुलेटेड हैं. इसमें AMCs भी हैं, UBL फंड्स है, नेशनल बैंक वाला फंड्स है. So all of those are those regulated entities, at least SECP लेवल पे और स्टेट बैंक लेवल पे भी कुछ हैं जो इसका हिस्सा बने. But that wasn't enough. Then we went on to these billing services, और हमने देखा कि पूरी इंडस्ट्री में there are lots of billers, people who generate some form of invoice and are then left rudderless. They have nowhere to go to. So along comes this concept of one bill. अच्छा, billers में हम बल्ले में बड़ी एक हमारी sort of story हम सुनाते हैं हुमायूं कि हम मलेशिया गए अपने कुछ बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स के साथ, and we visited PayNets, which was a combo of say OneLink and निफ्ट अगर मर्ज हो जाता है तो उन्होंने वो बंदी बने वो कंपनी बनाई थी, और हम बड़े शो मारे थे. हमारे पास 72 लार्ज एंटिटीज हैं जो हमारे बिलर्स हैं, एंड द CEO ऑफ पेनेट्स, मैं पर बड़ी शो मारी मैंने. उसने जवाब दिया कि वी हैव 2000+ बिलर्स, एंड हमने उससे पूछा किया कैसे, और कुछ हम सीख के आए, एंड देन वी रियलाइज कि ये OneLink या बैंक्स का गेम नहीं है, ये एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम है जिसको हमें रेगुलराइज करना है. And along comes the concept of one bill, which means, and I say it, I hope you will accept this criticism, which is bank agnostic.
Yeah.
जब तक कि बिलर्स के साथ बैंक एग्नोस्टिक नहीं हो, ओपन बैंकिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट ये है कि कस्टमर जिस बैंक या जिस ईएमआई से चाहे वो पैसे दे दे. So that concept was developed and we crafted along with our partners on TPS. हमारा अभी भी है वन बिल पे. So we crafted this solution where you have a bank agnostic solution, and the journey has been phenomenal. After that we are boasting of 2000 plus. आज हम 2090 बिलर्स पे खड़े हुए. So that sudden journey from 72 to 2000 happened because we were able to bring in the ecosystem. And then it was led not by OneLink. OneLink के पास तो direct billers बहुत कम है. We went out and we set up, or rather helped set up aggregators. ये aggregators वो हैं जिनके पास captive billers हैं, किसी के पास schools हैं, किसी के पास charities हैं, and there are now mashallah 9 at least aggregators. जो शुरू तो एक से हुआ था. Now today there are 9 aggregators. कोई किसी पे फोकस कर रहा है, कोई किसी पे फोकस कर रहा है. So they have then gone out and appointed sub billers. उनका एक पूरा vetting process होता है जो स्टेट बैंक भी अब रेगुलेट कर रहा है. But that's how this journey has been covered. So we have now a lot of people coming in through the initiator process. And then lastly, it was not enough. We also brought in bill initiators, which means companies apart from banks which have a customer footfall. So you have these TCSs of the world and one load of the world. They are all present in the public, available to collect bills. So why not this concept of initiators? So then this initiator concept came up, and now we have 29 entities which are now initiators. And then lastly, जो मैं आपको थोड़ा time ज़्यादा हो गया, but just one monologue हो गया. But the government, and you have been a great partner. मैंने एक slide end में डाली है कि National Bank, and I know Humayun का job बड़ा tough है, obviously, because National Bank is the government's bank. It is doing a traditional way of collecting bills, जिसमें बहुत सारी चीजें. So I'll give you an example of passport. जो services जब हमने उसको one bill पे लाए, तो सबसे बड़ा जो शोर शराबा वो नेशनल बैंक के ऊपर ही आया कि भाई उनका लॉस ऑफ बिजनेस है फ्रॉम द ब्रांच, और पासपोर्ट ऑफिस के ब्रांच में कौन बाहर, आप में से कराची में जिन्होंने जो रहते हैं उनको पता होगा, वो जो गन्ने के जूस के बराबर में नेशनल बैंक के पास जाके बाहर खड़े होके, और आपने, या मोटर व्हीकल्स फॉर दैट मैटर, कितने लोगों ने वो सिविक सेंटर के धक्के खाए और वो अजाब से गुजरे टू गेट योर. And then along comes this concept of digitizing the government, and thanks to the support from the regulator, especially on this one, ये initiative उन्होंने ramrod किया virtually, and as a result, आप में से जिन्होंने नहीं किया आपने car tax का bill, please use the app, and it is available on every one bill member. जाएं और बैंक एग्नोस्टिक है, किसी भी बैंक से अपना मोटर व्हीकल टैक्स आप ऑनलाइन पे करें. जाएं और आप नेशनल बैंक के बजाय पासपोर्ट की फीस ऑनलाइन जमा कराएं. एंड द बेस्ट पार्ट इज नेशनल बैंक को छोड़ा नहीं पीछे. नेशनल बैंक स्टिल रिमेन्स द कलेक्टिंग बैंक. सो इट्स अ विन विन. ऐसा नहीं होता कि एक को काट के आप दूसरे से काम करें. दैट विल नेवर वर्क इन द लॉन्ग रन. सो नेशनल बैंक स्टिल रिमेन्स द कलेक्टिंग बैंक, एंड वी आर नाउ in an initiative with Humayun to actually digitize all the government billers which are residing with him on a traditional mode, and there's a long list जो हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं. Humayun, maybe you could add.
Yeah, thank you, Najib. There are 3 things I want to talk about, and then we'll probably open the floor so that people can ask questions as well. Irfan sahab, aapki permission se, 2016 May, when I came back to Pakistan, our CFO at UBL, Amir Karachiwala, so I used to push UBL to start adopting cloud technologies. And I used to get a response that State Bank does not allow cloud. And I remember Amir Karachiwala taking me to Irfan Saab. He was back then in 2016 working on digital banking license, early days. And he was also working on the cloud regulations. And I, thanks to Irfan Saab, the foundation set at State Bank took a long time, but now we are at a position where banks and financial institutions are allowed to make use of cloud technologies locally as well as overseas. Now, for me to link to what Najib was saying and how we have actually catalyzed the digital adoption of National Bank's mobile app, in the country is by coupling our legacy infrastructure by cloud technologies. So today, National Bank's digital banking platform is not housed in National Bank's data center. It is operating on a software as a service model by a fintech and managed 24/7, not by National Bank staff, by actually a fintech who is providing this service to National Bank. And just by decoupling at a legacy, at a bank with large legacy, we were able to bring in a lot of agility. And to sum this up, the kind of work that we're doing with one link is by opening up National Bank's government receipts. That National Bank today, by the way, there are 17 trillion rupee worth of government payments and receipts done today. And National Bank processes close to 55% of that. And 55% of this is actually processed through National Bank branch. So just imagine the pain, agony, and misery that our customers go through. I would say our citizens of Pakistan go through every day. And for us to sort of open National Bank up, we had to embrace cloud technologies and make sure that we are then able to open up to fintechs and partners like Paral and OneLink so that we can democratize these payments and not restrict these government payments and receipts to National Bank branch. I'll stop here.
Can I just, if you do you have time, can I just show some statistics, 2 slides only?
Sure.
Who's in charge? So if you don't mind, if I could just show that I want to talk about the throughput and this digital revolution. जो topic है, I'm sorry, Kasif, मेरे पास बड़े dull stats हैं आप, but you've done that bit. So the good news is that despite everything, 45 trillion rupees is going to go through OneLink pipes this year. 45 trillion. अब आप सोचें कि ये एटलीस्ट 35-40% जीडीपी का है ना। अगर मैं सोहेल जवाद और शौकत साहब से बात करता हूँ तो कहते हैं नजीब साहब ये ×2 ×3 होना चाहिए मौजूद माशरे का, और मैं कहता हूँ सर थोड़ा सा रहम करें, ये भी बुरा नहीं है। So the throughput is amazing. Despite everything, the gloom and doom to all of you, this is how we project. Last year was 28 trillion rupees ki throughput. This year we are expecting to cross easily 40 trillion rupees if things go the way they are. So that's one good news in this all cloud of doom. Next is by volume. So आप सोच सकते हैं कि यार हो सकता है कि ये सिर्फ बातें सिर्फ value की हैं. No, volume. The number of transactions are also expected to cross 4 billion. Last year we did 2.9 billion transactions on the OneLink interoperability switch. And I'm not going into details, but इसमें बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स आते हैं, ठीक है ना। इसके अलावा इस साल अब 4 जो हमारे एस्टिमेट है कि एटलीस्ट 4 billion transactions will be met, and these are financial, okay, either financial inquiries या payments. At least 40% are payments, the 60% are inquiry transactions, like a balance inquiry, for example. Okay, next slide. And then obviously the PayPal journey has been going on despite all the negativity. We have managed to now have approximately 10 million cards in force, which is roughly at least 1/3 of the cards in Pakistani pockets are now PayPal cards. It might be a surprise to many of you. लेकिन ये silent revolution जो है कि 33% of the plastic issued in Pakistan is a PayPal. Now we know that उसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो जिसे हम कहेंगे कि दो underserved का segment है, but उनको भी तो सर्विस पहुंचनी है. The PayPal को लॉन्च करने का एक वर्जन ये भी था कि जो elites के साथ जो डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन आया था उसको नीचे. So I am very happy कि एटलीस्ट नंबर्स में पूरा है. ATM पे जितना इस्तेमाल PayPal होता है उतना ही एक वीजा में मास्टर कार्ड होता है. So everything said and done, it's very important that we are enabling and empowering the underserved to go out and withdraw cash, for example, and they will graduate into POS transactions also. Okay, and then I think the last one is the National Bank slide, if I could. Yeah. Okay, so with National Bank, I just want to share with you, Mayu, the projects we are doing is, for example, on the military land, को हम अब डिजिटाइज कर रहे हैं. हम पाकिस्तान सिंगल विंडो पे नेशनल बैंक के साथ काम कर रहे हैं. दैट्स अ बिग वन, एंड एज यू ऑल नो दैट इफ वी आर एबल टू कंसोलिडेट the entire Pakistan single window कि जो 72 मिनिस्ट्रीज ऑफ पाकिस्तान है, अगर उनकी ही वेबसाइट पे हम पेमेंट मेथडोलॉजी अवेलेबल कर दें एंड द ट्रांजैक्शन बिकम सीमलेस, then think of the benefits every one of us will have. 72 ministries का vision है under the Pakistan single window. And then obviously like Humayun just mentioned, 1200 government mandates हम digitize करने जा रहे हैं and so on and so forth. So I'll stop here.
Yeah, maybe we'll encourage the audience to ask questions and happy to hopefully answer अगर कोई tough question ना आ गया. हाँ जी, कासिम को जरा माइक दे दें. कासिम, आप मेरे से अकेले में भी पूछ सकते हैं क्वेश्चन. Any more than happy to answer.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Before asking the question, I must say it was a very interesting chat.
साथ खड़े हो?
मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है हुमायूं, like in the beginning आपने बड़ी एक interesting story या case study बताई प्राइम सेंस के बारे में. And I agree with you कि globally companies avoid to reinvent the wheel. अगर किसी ने कोई innovation या innovative चीज बना ली है तो they instead of reinventing it they like to do the collaboration. But do you think कि इस reason के अलावा एक reason और भी हो सकता है कि they have very strong laws regarding patents and intellectual property for any new innovation, which is somehow missing in our country? क्या ये एक रीजन भी हो सकता है फॉर कोलैबोरेशन?
देखिए, कोलैबोरेशन तो अब एक हाइजीन है, नॉट लिमिटेड बिकॉज ऑफ पेटेंट्स. ऑफ कोर्स पेटेंट्स की वजह से जो कंपनीज हैं उनको एडवांटेज मिलता है बिकॉज अदर्स कांट डू. बट जो मोशन सेंसिंग की टेक्नोलॉजी एज एन एग्जांपल, वो सोनी ने भी अडॉप्ट की अपने प्ले स्टेशन में एक डिफरेंट मेथड से. उनके एल्गोरिथम्स डिफरेंट थे. एक्सबॉक्स ने डिफरेंट तरीके से बाद में की जब प्राइम सेंस एप्पल ने एक्वायर कर लिया. एंड सिमिलरली बहुत से फोन्स पे यही टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल है, बट इन देयर ओन वे. सो पेटेंट्स ऑफ कोर्स हेल्प करते हैं, बट आई डोंट थिंक कि वो लिमिटिंग फैक्टर है फॉर इनोवेशन एंड कोलैबोरेशन.
Anybody else?
सर,
Thank you, Mayum or Najib. I think wonderful chat. I think ये बताएं कि अब आपने काफी काम कर लिया और फ्यूचर क्या है, आप लोग अब आइंदा क्या करने जा रहे हैं? This was history, what you have done at National Bank and at One Link. और क्या होने जा रहा है? That will be more enterprising. What should we look forward to?
जी सर, मैं पर्सनली अपनी अप्रोच में थोड़ा ट्रेडिशनलिस्ट हूँ. एंड आई थिंक थैंक्स टू बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री, उन्होंने मेरा टेक्नोलॉजी वाला एंगल थोड़ा दबा दिया है. मैंने पर्सनली नेशनल बैंक की काफ़ी ब्रांचेस विजिट किए हैं और मैं नेशनल बैंक के स्टाफ से मिला हूँ. होपफुली ये स्टेटमेंट ज़रा न्यूट्रल तरीके से ही मैं शेयर करूँगा, बट देर आर पीपल इन नेशनल बैंक जो कि थ्रू क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं आए, थ्रू इवेंट्स आए, बट आई टेक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि नाउ दे आर पार्ट ऑफ नेशनल बैंक. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, कोई गोडाउन कीपर था जो कि अब नेशनल बैंक में ब्रांच मैनेजर है आफ्टर 22 years. सो it's very easy for me to say कि जी टेक्नोलॉजी आगे चली गई है, ब्रांचेस को बाईपास करते हैं, लीप फ्रॉग करते हैं, बट इन लोगों का क्या होगा? और जो कासिफ ने बात की, आई थिंक इस कमरे में भी टू अ लार्ज डिग्री लोगों को उतनी समझ नहीं आई होगी जो रियलिटी कासिफ ने एक्सप्लेन की है, बिकॉज रियलिटी इज फार मोर कॉम्प्लेक्स एंड एडवांस देन वेयर वी आर टुडे. सो मेरा फोकस नेशनल बैंक में, and that's how from board and executive level we are driving, is to see how we can bring convenience and ease to our citizens and our branch staff. And that's why I'm actually thinking of increasing more staff at branch and seeing how we can transition with the help of our branch staff by helping our customers to move the basic banking transactions outside branch. The second piece that I'm doing, like I'm making use of cloud technologies, and soon we will start experimenting with some sort of AI to bring convenience transparently in the branch as well as self-service channels. But that's I think that's the journey that I can see in the 3 to 5 year horizon for now.
जी इरफान साहब, आप मैं तो जवाब सबसे पहले तो आप ही ने जिसकी बुनियाद रखी थी फ्यूचर वन लिंक का पेपाक है। तो एक तो क्लियरली पेपाक विल डोमिनेट द डोमेस्टिक लैंडस्केप। जो कमजोरियां हैं वो वन लिंक की हैं मे बी, लेकिन इसका फ्यूचर जो बहुत ब्राइटर, आपको पता है जियो पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन भी यही डिमांड कर रही है, रेगुलेटर भी यही डिमांड कर रहा है हमसे कि पेपाक को नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाना है। उसकी एक शाख आना, ऑल्दो पेपाक डायरेक्टली नहीं है, बट वो है द रीसेंट रेगुलेशन जो शौकत साहब यहाँ हैं एंड द स्टेट बैंक, वो है डोमेस्टिक राउटिंग ऑफ ऑल इंटरनेशनल पेमेंट स्कीम्स। अब ये एक बहुत बड़ा मूव है। पाकिस्तान इज वन ऑफ द अर्लियर कंट्रीज जो दुनिया में कर रहे हैं। अभी यूएई में 1 जून की डेडलाइन है जब ये इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है, एंड पाकिस्तान ने ऑलरेडी सितंबर 30 की डेडलाइन दे दी। सो इमेजिन ऑल वीजा, मास्टर कार्ड, यूपीआई स्पेंट इन पाकिस्तान विल नाउ बी राउटेड डोमेस्टिकली। दैट इज अ बिग वन फॉर एग्जाम्पल। सो वी आर वर्किंग एडroitly ऑन दैट। और तीसरा मेरे ख्याल से सर जो मैं अब फेलियर ही कहूँगा थोड़ा सा, वो ये है कि हम जो है वो बायोमेट्रिक इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी फॉर ट्रांजैक्शंस अभी तक नहीं ला पाए। वो एक वन ऑफ द विजन्स है, उसमें हम कुछ काम कर रहे हैं। मैंने जो एफिलिएट्स और सॉर्ट ऑफ मैंने एक स्टांस लिया है कि शायद अब बैंकों से आगे बढ़ के हमें इकोसिस्टम को डेवलप करना है। उसमें हमारा सबसे बड़ा अलायंस वो है नादरा के साथ, एंड आई सी अ लॉट ऑफ पोटेंशियल। हम इंशाल्लाह उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें ला रहे हैं, इंक्लूडिंग ह्यूमन एटीएम्स, कैश डिस्पेंसेशन, कैश इन, and obviously biometric interoperability for the underserved. If BISP can be collected from 17,000 Nadra centers, I mean, what more do you want, right? So there's lots going on at OneLink. Hopefully, inshallah, we'll keep delivering those products of value.
Thank you, sir. And hopefully there are no more questions. Najib, we'll thank the audience
Shukriya, Humayun,
for listening,
thank you
and
for the
thank to you.
Thank you. Thank you to you too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Najib and Mr. Humayun, for an insightful discussion on this very crucial subject. And it was very nice to see the audience engaging and being interactive. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Javed Yusuf Eidi, Chief Executive Officer at NIFT, to address the gathering. Please join me in welcoming and give him a huge round of applause.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग। जो बातें कासिफ ने कही और जो नजीब और हुमायूं ने बातें की, उसके बाद मेरा कहना तो बनता नहीं है, बट आई विल ट्राई टू बी वेरी ससिंक्ट। एक डिफरेंट टॉपिक के ऊपर मैं थोड़ी सी बात करना चाहूँगा। NIFT is the company which is handling the clearing of checks in Pakistan, and under the State Bank guidance, we are moving towards the check truncation, which is our mission, inshallah. So all the payments, paper-based payment, will be digitized and truncated where you present the check. So this is our mission, और इसमें हम काफी हद तक आगे आ चुके हैं। इसका second phase almost complete होने को है. Then we will see the sunlight towards the check truncation. And thank you for the regulators on leading from the front. खुशी हुई जैसे आपने कही कि डिजिटल बैंक और क्लाउड की लिख रहे थे, तो विद माय एज मैंने इनके साथ उस वक्त शेयर की हैं चीजें जिसमें बैंक एग्नोस्टिक एंड टेलको एग्नोस्टिक मोबाइल बैंकिंग प्लेटफॉर्म पे जो रिजल्ट बनाई थी, ये डॉक्टर इरफान साहब की सारी मेहरबानी है। जो आज हम मोबाइल बैंकिंग में इतनी जिद्दत देख रहे हैं, not only for the banks but also the participation by the others. So इनका ये एक होता था कि नहीं, it should not be only for the bank, it should be agnostic. So that was the idea. So appreciate this. So I want to say this thing. Very simple. Again, we used to share the analogy. So I just fast forward on the basics, which is era of disruptions बहुत सारे आए हैं, जनरल पर्पस टेक्नोलॉजीज जिसको हम कहते हैं, जिसमें अब हम जीपीटी का नाम भी उसी में यूज करने लगे हैं. But definitely everybody knows in 1400 century, knowledge printing was the main game changer. And after that, when it comes to 1800 century, machines and electrical have created the total change of manufacturing industry. In 1900, we have seen online, starting in 70s, 80s, 90s, now in 2000 early. But what in 2000 now? Where we are heading? Because सब online तो हो रहा है. So मेरी नजर में जो मैं समझता हूँ, it's a trust companies era. We need the trust companies because इसकी कुछ reasons हैं जो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. Because we are working in the banking sector for all my ages, local and foreign banks. So with the help of the regulator in a controlled environment, सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि in a controlled environment, the bank and account holder ka level of trust is high today. I can surely say, because I remember the time when I was in MCB moving from Citibank and there was no ATM, and the first ATM when we installed and connected second ATM in Lahore and third in Islamabad, online real-time ATM जिसको मैं कहूँगा उस वक्त थे, तो लोग कार्ड नहीं लेते थे, घबराते थे, कहते थे नहीं, we're not feeling safe. Literally we have seen this. हमें उनको फोर्स करना पड़ता था. शेख सुल्तान ट्रस्ट में हमारी ब्रांच होती थी और हम उस बिल्डिंग के लोगों को पहले कार्ड दिया कि भाई खुदा के वास्ते इस्तेमाल तो करो. They don't have a trust. But नीट ने उस ट्रस्ट को डेवलप भी किया और ट्रस्ट के साथ साथ रेगुलेटेड इंडस्ट्री होने की वजह से और ओपननेस होने की वजह से we end up today कि everybody is now using the ATM and we don't even care to see the balances. हमने जो पैसे निकाल लिए हमें पता ही नहीं होता because we have a full trust in the banking. So that's what we have achieved and that's what we have cracked. Then we have a manufacturer, brick and mortar retailer, seller and a buyer. There is acceptable trust. अच्छी दुकान है, अच्छी कंपनी है, मैं जाऊंगा कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी तो मुझे रिपेयर कर देगा, मेरी सुनवाई कर लेगा, कुछ गड़बड़ होगी तो ट्रस्ट लेवल एक्सेप्टेबल लेवल पे है. उसमें फिर ह्यूमन इन्वॉल्व हो जाता है, जब जहां रेगुलेटेड ना हो तो गैप्स आ जाते हैं. सो उसको भी कोई कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता, इसलिए मैं हाई लेवल नहीं कह सकता क्योंकि रेगुलेटेड नहीं है. बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू द ऑनलाइन रिटेलर एंड द मैन्युफैक्चरर और अ सप्लायर, वी हैव अ मेजर ट्रस्ट गैप. And I think this is the era where the companies who starts working in this era, especially in the trust service, or Shaukat Saab baithe hue is pushing us every time, and we are in process of developing under the guidance of the State Bank escrow service का हम शुरू कर रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह इसको जल्द लाइमलाइट में आएगी चीज ये और पायलट शुरू करेंगे. आइडिया इसके two parties can be trusted by third party and it should be legally. अगर किसी ने गाड़ी बेचनी है, वो पाकिस्तान आता है, कहता है मैंने घर बेचना है, गाड़ी बेचनी है, ये करना है, वो करना है, तो किसी का रेफरेंस लेता है, कहता है यार तुम इसको जानते हो, अच्छा तो मैं इसको दे रहा हूँ, तुम जानते हो. तो ये जो लेवल है वो द कंपनी शुड कम एंड स्टैंड बाय एंड से. सो वी फील निफ्ट हैज द पोटेंशियल टू एक्ट पार्टनर विद द स्टेट बैंक and the other stakeholders for the banks. We can create this journey of the trust, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Javed. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce Syed Irfan Ali Sahab, the President of Industrial Development Bank. He will be shedding a light on the topic of evolving landscape of cybersecurity threats, which I think is a very relevant topic in today's day and age, and especially in the light of recent events that took place. So let's welcome him on stage.
Thank you so much, Total Communications, Faisal Rahim, and it has always been an honor to to listen to Najib. I hadn't met Humayun for a long time, Kasif Shahid, and my old friend Shaukat Bazinjo, and it is always an honor to speak on these occasions, and Tariq Fuad Sahab, so many people that I know, and so thank you so much for this invitation and for the subject that I'll be talking on. But prior to I've been introduced as President Industrial Development Bank, which is a fact. But I have I have a long history of working at a regulatory position at the State Bank of Pakistan. I'm still an employee of State Bank of Pakistan. And the work that I undertook over the past few years, it's good to see that it is not taking shape, especially the way the digital architecture has evolved. But अगर आप इजाजत दें कासिफ तो दो तीन चीजें मैं and everybody else sitting here before I come to what I'm here to talk about, actually मैं भूल गया कि मैंने क्या बात करी. मैंने तो बात करनी थी cyber security पे or and the vision that I have on cyber security and discussions that I would have liked to talk about that, but ये सारा कासिफ का कसूर है. Kasif took me to another world, and so did Humayun and Najib Agrawala, and Eddie Saab, reminded me of some discussions that we held and the direction that we took. For the IT guys and the not so IT guys sitting here, guys, kindly remember one thing, which is, I think, extremely important in my view, and that is to have a vision. Have a good vision. I, for example, as a central banker, would like to give an industry a vision that in 5 years we are going to achieve this. In 10 years we are going to do this. When we came up, for example, Najib would testify to this fact with the idea of payback. We had a vision. We had a plan. We also exactly knew why we wanted payback. There was a very good reason behind that. And then when we had, we used to have that the one link is sort of, is the only company that works in that space. Then there was another company, or literally, I literally begged that bank to continue with the services, and that company ultimately closed. Uska naam bhul gaya main ab kai saal. Mnet, I literally begged, Mnet, those guys who worked in MCB would know that they were the owners. Said, the vision was that we can't, go ahead with Mnet. We don't understand technology. I said, in the future, in 5, 10, 20 years down the road, it will be technology that is going to matter. It will be technology that will transform the way economies shape themselves. For example, if I look at the way things are evolving right now, we have a very high rate of inflation, 28%, and food inflation is even higher than that. So I would like, had I been, an economist, which I'm not, but as somebody who works a lot on technology and has a vision and as a central banker, I would like you guys to think about a way, how can we use technology to counter inflation? How can we do that? Technology की सिर्फ ये फायदे तो नहीं है कि जी हमने जी पेमेंट आज करनी थी वो अभी कर दी, वो कन्वीनियंस हो गई, पैसे बच गए. Real time problems क्या आ रही? I'd like to share a few more things with you. If you go to my village, which is very close to Jhang these days, or in a lot of parts of Sindh and even in Balochistan, लोग वापडा के पास अब जाते ही नहीं. People don't want to go to. People don't want to go to K-Electric here because they are finding alternatives to power. So technology is bringing that change. So in my village, for example, At every nook and corner, you're seeing solar panels installed. In Sindh, you are finding windmills operated. So technology ko jo hum lana hai humne, we have to tell the people ke how is it transforming your lives? How will it reduce your costs? And how will it reduce your dependence on other factors that are affecting your day-to-day life? So technology is something of that sort. So that's so I would recommend or request or advise that let's try to highlight what are the problems of the masses. वो है क्या? For example, is a line में लगना isn't it a mess? Why should somebody stand in a line? क्यों उसने line में खड़े होना? That's the first thing in the mind. दूसरा, why should it cost you horrendously? It should cost. There should be competition. And three, why should it be unnecessarily done? For example, जब आप होटल में दाखिल होते हैं, you get scanned once, you get scanned twice, but if you there are places where you get scanned thrice. Even if you walk into State Bank of Pakistan, you get scanned when you enter the building. I keep asking the security guys, yaar, it's too late now, yaar. I mean, इसका फायदा क्या अगर मैं स्टेट बैंक इधर आ गया हो और तुम मुझे स्कैन कर रहे हो, मशीन के नीचे से गुजार रहे हो, तो what are you achieving really? You're actually achieving nothing. So there are a lot of steps that we do in life that are not contributing. Check truncation is just one such technology that we worked on together for months, if not years, and the objective primarily was to यार ये चेक मैंने बैंक में ले जाना ही क्यों है? Why do I have to take it there? Why can't I truncate it? Why can't I scan it and send it to my bank? And there should be a technology that will. So the target primarily was to create an ease of reference, to make things easy for the people of Pakistan or whoever comes to Pakistan. And one project that I take very close to my heart, which I worked very diligently. There are a number of projects. The other was branchless banking. What did we actually do? What we did was that we, आप branch में जा रहे हो, branch 9 बजे खुल रही है. ये मतलब ये कोई बात हुई यार? Why should branch 9 बजे क्यों खुलेगी? वो 24 घंटे क्यों नहीं खुलेगी? वो इतवार को क्यों नहीं खुलेगी? उसके लिए शबे बारात क्यों हो गई है? तो जब शबे बारात होगी तो क्या मुझे पैसे नहीं चाहिए? या जब मुहर्रम आएगा, 9-10 मुहर्रम होगी, मैं जिना रोड पे जुलूस होगा, तो क्या मुझे बैंकिंग नहीं करनी? या मुझे खाना नहीं खाना उस दिन? What is going to change that day? So so check truncation, ATMs, payments were all and are supposed to address customer demand in a manner that अच्छा, हम बात कर लेते हैं कि जो कासिफ ने प्रेजेंटेशन किया. I think that is adaptive artificial intelligence. And I'm here to talk about adaptive artificial intelligence, but in another way. Sort of not about so kindly guys keep the perspective in mind. Tariq sir, does it make sense? When you're talking about a service, let it be about ease of reference, ease of cost, ease of demonstration, ease of performance, and simultaneously, then you have to think. And how much can I think? I have to sleep, guys. सोना है रात को. What happens, हफ्ते को छुट्टी करनी है, golf खेलने जानी है, मैंने, रोजाना है, that's it. और कभी तारीख WhatsApp बुलाएं तो खाना भी है, कभी किसी dinner पे जाना है, so I'm a human being. So, but I have to think simultaneously. So let's use artificial intelligence to think for us. But that thinking needs a lot of nudging. It needs certain nudging, of a sense of direction. And that sense of direction can only come from learning and machine learning. And that learning then transforms into better decisions. And a lot of my role as a regulator and now as a banker emanates from a course that I did. वो मैंने secret लोगों को बताया नहीं. अभी बता देता हूँ, time गुजर गया. I was at, I've had, I participated and I don't know kitni maine certification scheme, but I'm really proud of that. About 10, 12 years ago, I did a certification at the University of Toronto on behavioral economics. And the objective, मुझे नहीं पता था कि ये क्या कहानी है. I just went through the motions. I thought कि यार ये online course available है, पैसे भी नहीं ले रहे. That time it was totally free. So what is it, What that course primarily pointed out was that if you assume that people or human beings are rational thinkers, that's really not on. That's not true. For you to be a rational thinker, you have to have that education. Jo Mayo ne baat ki. Somebody who was a godown keeper and then become a branch manager, although he rose in life, but probably he did not have the right qualifications to attain that position. He did that by virtue of his general wisdom and by virtue of the fact that there were certain circumstances that arose that led into that position. So, by the way, that is true for all of us. Ye hum sab ke liye ye baat durust. There are circumstances that evolve, for example, I've been a banker. I was in MCB, then I was in NAB also. I don't know. So, but then I was in, central bank, and that is where I felt that my qualifications, experience, and really came to, blossom. But the reality was that I was trained tremendously by the State Bank of Pakistan. I was given that opportunity to polish my ideas and, so that helped me make better decisions. So what artificial intelligence leads you to is it should be leading you to better decisions. However, ये कैसे होगा? ये कैसे हो जाएगा कि better decision खुद ब खुद हो जाएंगे? कोई जादू होगा, कोई छड़ी चलेगी और अच्छे डिसीजन होंगे या गुड डिसीजंस या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आपके काम आ जाएगी क्योंकि कासिम ने कहा है कि जी ये आपके काम आएगी. ऐसा नहीं होगा. Somebody will have to walk the talk. And that walk the talk emanates for larger institutions from the board of directors. If your board of directors do not understand what IT is, or do not know or do not have the capacity to give an IT vision, IT transformation, artificial intelligence, kabhi nahi hogi. It will never happen. So it is so important for the people who have been given that responsibility कि वो अब youth को थोड़ा सा chance दें, so that youth is from जिधर से energy कहाँ से आनी? 80 साल के बाबे ने energy कोई नहीं देनी. This is not going to happen unless he is an exceptional person. वो रतन टाटा हो, सैयद बाबर अली हो, तो I can understand. But कितने सैयद बाबर अली, रतन टाटा इस दुनिया में exist करते हैं? ये जिस टेक्नोलॉजी की हम बात कर रहे थे प्राइमरी, ये यंग बंदे लड़के बना रहे थे बैठे. आज भी you have to give that people the अभी मैं फिनटेक की स्पेस में देख रहा हूँ, मुझे सारे यंग लोग नजर आ रहे हैं. So we have to give the young people that chance to understand that there has to be a mix between wisdom and youth, and then you can use artificial intelligence to the benefit, but you have to keep a vision and a wisdom to that effect. अच्छा, अब I wish I could show वो कासिफ ने एक slide show की थी, उसमें अगर possible हो organizers के लिए कासिफ की अगर presentation show कर दें तो I think that will start to help you in better understanding the subject of artificial intelligence and why is it so important for cyber security. Important है क्यों? Now, remember, you are not the only guys thinking. You are not the only guys who are thinking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, adaptive technologies, embedded artificial. You are not the only one. Cyber criminals are guys who are way ahead of you. Embedded technology, Kasif, cyber criminals se zyada kisko aati hai ye? Embedded technology, who understand what that actually means. they just creep into your system and they sleep over it and then wait for vulnerabilities to expose or फिर वो फटता है बम की literally. So it's so important to understand that cyber security or the use of artificial intelligence will only emerge if you have a good IT governance structure, if you have a board of directors that understands what technology really means, and the board that has a vision, and if you are willing to spend that time and effort over artificial intelligence in taking better decisions, as you assume na kar lein कि you know all. ऐसा नहीं है, it's not that. What data is doing in today's world is, it is actually mind-boggling. The kind of data that is coming to fore, that is coming for analysis, is unbelievably large. It is beyond comprehension. I mean, you saw that the transactions that are taking place on a daily basis, 42 trillion in Pakistan. I mean, imagine we are a country who were told कि यार हमारी आधी GDP जो है वो ग्रे एरिया में, अभी तो ये सही आपकी पूरी इकोनॉमी को रिफ्लेक्ट ही नहीं कर रहा है. ये जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स आपको नजीब आगरा वाला ने दिखाई, दिस इज समथिंग दैट यू गाइस हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट the third objective in my mind is that technology should force कि जो चीज अंडरग्राउंड है वो बाहर निकले, मजबूर हो जाए. कोई काम ऐसा ना हो कि वो सिस्टम में आए बगैर हो जाए. So let's not allow parallel systems ना चलने शुरू हो जाए. No, let's assume. मुझे एक वाकया मैं भूलता नहीं हूँ एक बात. You know, there were certain transaction costs जो के deposits पे लगी नहीं कई साल पुरानी बात है कि जी आप आपके अभी भी मेरे ख्याल में लगता है कि जी आप 10% प्रॉफिट पे इतने पैसे मिले कटेंगे. आप बैंक में पैसे जमा कराएंगे तो ये होगा, निकलवाएंगे तो ये होगा, you'll get charges. सुतर मंडी फैसलाबाद में we found out that they had a parallel clearance system. जावेद साहब निफ्ट में आप क्या कर रहे थे? They had a parallel clearance system. There are a number of markets in Pakistan that run their own parallel clearance system. 10 रुपए का नोट, 5 रुपए का नोट अब तो नहीं आता है, is used as IOUs के तौर पे वो यूज होता है for payments. So then it is the use of technology that is going to force them कि यार टैक्स जमा कराना है, जो नजीब काम कर रहा है, जो हमने काम नहीं कहा. So that is what I'm trying to achieve. कि we get the general public into system. वो खुद नहीं आना चाहता तो सिस्टम में लाओ. इंपोर्ट करना है तो बैंकिंग सिस्टम से इंपोर्ट के पैसे जाएंगे. So that's, if you recall, we said that. Then अगर आपने टैक्स पे करना है तो कैश नहीं पे हो. There is no way cash can be paid. It's not on. I remember going to मैं उरमची गया China. I was invited by Habib Bank for the inauguration branch. तो उरमची में mountains हैं, but there was a resort. मैं उधर चला गया with the Chinese friends, and that is about 10 years ago. जब हम वहाँ गए तो जो टिकट वाला काउंटर था उस पे उसकी मशीन नहीं चल रही. तो जो हमारे चाइनीज होस्ट थे उनके पास वो कार्ड था, या दे वांटेड टू पे थ्रू वीचैट, वो नहीं चला. तो उन्होंने कहा किसी के पास कैश है, तो इमेजिन कैश किसके पास था? मेरे पास. I was the only person among the Chinese who had cash. Tariq sahab, imagine. That is 10 years ago. The rest of the all people or Habib Bank staff, they did not have cash. They either had cards or they wanted to make payment through WeChat. So I was the one. I said, sir, and not being a guest, उन्होंने खैर मेरे पैसे वापस कर दिए subsequently. But the point is that this is the way we evolve. How does a country take a decision? So it's something that a parallel clearance system कैसे exist कर गया? Because they could do it, because they were not forced. They had options. So they started to create that option, and then they built trust. Trust to be built karna. So banks luckily have built that trust. But now my feeling is that there will be quasi banks, jo ke baare, e-money institutions, they are all quasi banks where money will reside. And that is why, जो PayPal का मॉडल था escrow वाला, वो PayPal क्या ना उसका अलीबाबा का जो मॉडल था escrow का, वही हम लोग लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, trying to make sure that people are protected. So guys, it's important that we protect people through artificial intelligence, through enabling systems, and to ensure that they are cyber security का एक बहुत बड़ा issue आएगा और आ रहा है. If you look at the complaints that are lodged with FIA उनको handle नहीं कर पा रही, वो इतने ज्यादा है. If you look at the complaints that are lodged with banking Muhtasib, they're all 99% of the time they are cyber complaints. अच्छा, now जो sorry यार, मुझे अब आजकल एनएक की जरूरत है for the past at least couple of years. Allow me to read out a few things that are. So for cyber security, like I said, अच्छा, cyber breaches are leading to money laundering. वो जो पैसा चोरी कर रहा है उसने कहीं ले जाना भी है. If we block that money launderer or the cyber criminal through better systems, we will be able. और remember, जो बार जो कासिफ ने बात की, जो presentation, वो artificial intelligence में, machine learning में cyber criminal आपके बराबर दौड़ रहा है, if not आपके आगे दौड़. So it's so important that we continue to evolve, or we stop that money to be laundered. And then you guys who run companies, I'm afraid you'll have to come up with a no ransom policy. अगर आपने ransom दे दिया, So guys, sorry Mayo, if you get attacked, which I understand you were attacked, K Electric was attacked, FBR was attacked, you name it. Bank Islami was attacked, Sony Corporation was attacked. Numerous banks, Solar Winds was attacked in the US. You name it, The average cost are a ransomware की ransom जो मांग रहे हैं, that has exceeded $3 million. And then, as you know, there is a dark web. आपका data वो आप नहीं देते तो dark web में चला जाता है. These things, exist simultaneously. So what I would recommend is that for cyber security and the use of artificial intelligence, please, the board of directors, please develop an IT governance framework within your organization. Step 1. Step 2, appoint CISOs. Please do that. You need it, especially for larger institutions. If you can't do that, then outsource. Give it to somebody who can do it better than you can. 3, deploy artificial intelligence methodologies. Try to find out how can you continuously improve the system, because the cyber criminal is there to haunt you. वो खड़ा है. अभी some months ago, or I was in UAE, और मुझे बताया गया कि if I cross the road, जहाँ पे zebra crossing नहीं है, 400 dirham फाइन है. तो मैंने कहा ये बताओ कि पुलिस वाला खड़ा होगा? वो कहते नहीं, वो पुलिस वाला खड़ा है बट वो प्लेन क्लोथ्स में. तो अगर तुमने पार कर ली तो you will get caught. तो ये जो साइबर क्रिमिनल है, he is in plain clothes. He is a civilian. You can't see him, but he is there to catch. वो जानना चाहता है कि आपकी डिटेल्स क्या हैं. और इन these days अगर हम ये समझते हैं कि किसी को हमारा पासवर्ड पता नहीं चलेगा, तो that's not true. उसको आपका पासवर्ड पता चलेगा. With the kind computer computing will lead to that kind of access to information. There is a specific name for that technology, quantum computing. So वो multiple runs lead करेगा, million runs, 2 million runs, और उसको पता चल जाएगा कि जी आपका पासवर्ड क्या है. एंड उसने आपकी वालदा का नाम, आपका शनाख्ती कार्ड, आपका पासपोर्ट, आपका एड्रेस उसको पहले से ही पता है. तो you'll have to start to find ways around the way things are going to evolve around yourself. So don't ever assume that you are safe. पहली बात. दूसरी बात, please keep changing position. तीसरी, adopt technology, and also determine what the risks are primarily. Risk है क्या आपके लिए? और प्लेयर्स क्या हैं, कौन है उस रिस्क में, और सिक्योरिटी ब्रीचेस लाइकलीहुड उसकी क्या है, वो कहाँ तक जा सकती हैं, and then you start to effectively use artificial intelligence and machine learning, and that is the reality of life. आपको ये करना पड़ेगा, but with a IT governance protocol and with a vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irfan. So before we proceed further, let me reintroduce myself. I am Batul Amir, the CEO of Oval, a company at the forefront of helping banks and businesses leverage the metaverse and blockchain. And our pioneering work has earned us recognition, including a Technology Innovation Award in the metaverse space from Shell, and recognition and awards from multiple banks, including UBL, and for our metaverse banking branches. So that was a bit about me. And now let's move on to the next speaker for today's event. Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Shaukat Bisinjo, the Additional Director of the Payment System Department at the State Bank of Pakistan, as he takes the stage. Please give him a warm welcome.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। जब मेरे बॉस मेरे सर सैयद इरफान साहब बोल चुके तो मेरा बनता नहीं बोलना, ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग, विद ऑल ऑनेस्टी एंड फ्रैंकनेस, क्योंकि जो मेरी स्टेट बैंक में लर्निंग्स रही है, सर ने बिल्कुल सही कहा, वी आर ऑलवेज आई मीन ग्रेटफुल फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान, जो थोड़ी बहुत हमें 4 किताबें 4 चीज़ें समझ में आ गई, सेंट्रल बैंक उसकी जो एक्सपोजर हुई। सर विथ योर ड्यू परमिशन मैं थोड़ी सी अपनी चीज़ों को चेंज करता हूँ, कुछ चीज़ें मैंने लिखी थी सेम उसमें थी, लेकिन मैं चेंज करता हूँ लेकिन मौका मुनासिबत है, कुछ कहना पड़ेगा सर। जी रिस्पेक्टेड सैयद इरफान साहब, विथ योर ड्यू परमिशन, and the setting which has already been, I mean, said by Kasif Shah's catchy presentations, Najib and Umayun's chat, as well as, I mean, Edi Saab, Trust, and Sayyid Irfan Saab, I mean, always wisdom words for us. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of this 16th Mobile Commerce Conference organized by Total Communication. Faisal Rahim Saab, who has been always arranging such, I mean, great sessions and conferences since last many years. So I think they always give a chance to all the industry players to sit together and collaborate and share the knowledge. Thank you very much. Before proceeding further, मैं just एक थोड़ी स्टेट में की जर्नी बता दूं कि किस तरह से मैंने चेंज किया अपनी टॉपिक को, उस साइबर पे ही था, मैं इसको चेंज करता हूं। Till 2006 and 7, State Bank was just working on the traditional, जो conventional banking है उनकी promotion में काम कर रहा था। Luckily and thankfully, सैयद इरफान साहब और स्टेट बैंक के हमारे सीनियर्स के पायनियर्स हैं। जब 2006 and 7 में कंसल्टेटिव ग्रुप टू असिस्ट द पुअर सी गैप के साथ स्टेट बैंक ने कोलैबोरेशन शुरू की, वर्ल्ड बैंक के जो सिस्टर कंसर्न है, और नाइजीरिया का, कीनिया का सफारी काम उन दोनों आ चुका था, और फर्स्ट टाइम स्टेट बैंक ने पीटीए के साथ एक जॉइंट मैरिज शुरू किया रेगुलेशंस का, और ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग का प्रपोजिशन लॉन्च किया। ऑब्जेक्टिव ये था कि जो टेलकोज हैं उनकी टेक्नोलॉजी को और बैंक्स की जो एक्सपीरियंस है फाइनेंशियल साइड को, उन दोनों को लेवरेज किया जाए। 2008 में फर्स्ट टाइम हमारे रेगुलेशन लॉन्च हुए, और बाय दिस टाइम बड़ी ब्यूटी स्टेट बैंक की ये है कि उसके रेगुलेशन कभी स्टैटिक नहीं रहते हैं, दे आर ऑलवेज डायनामिक एंड इवॉल्विंग। आपने देखा होगा आज तक 4th या 5th उसके वर्जन आ चुके हैं। इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग 2019 या 28 में उसका लास्ट वर्जन भी आ चुका है रेगुलेशन का। थैंकफुल टू दैट हमने इजी पैसा का जो ब्रांड सुना, ओमनी का नाम सुना, जैज कैश का और न्यूमरस अदर्स। अगर किसी का नाम मुझसे रह रहा है तो मुझे माय अपॉलॉजीज। अराउंड 14+ एंटिटीज जो ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान में, उस इन्होंने अपना ब्रांड बनाया पाकिस्तान में। और आज हमारे गांव देहातों में भी आपको नाम सुनते रहेंगे, जैज कैश, इजी पैसा बड़े पॉपुलर ब्रांड हो गए। इसमें इंडस्ट्री का, स्टेट बैंक का, हमारे जो मल्टीलेटरल बॉडीज का, वर्ल्ड बैंक, इन सब का, सीगेप का एक बड़ा असिस्टेंट था, उनका बड़ा रोल रहा। And I think the country has come a long way because of these branch link proposition. उनके अपने issues and problem वो अपनी जगह पे। Even then the country has come a long way. We took a long time before 2012 या 13 में सैयद इरफान साहब लीड कर रहे थे पेमेंट सिस्टम डिपार्टमेंट को, हम उनके टीम का पार्ट थे। तो पीएसओ पीएसपी का उन दोनों एक प्रपोजिशन वर्ल्ड में आ रहा था, पीएसओ पीएसपी का, पेमेंट सिस्टम ऑपरेटर, पेमेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स का। जो लिमिटेड नॉलेज थी सेंट्रल बैंक की, उस लिमिटेड नॉलेज में सेंट्रल बैंक ने मार्केट के एक्सपर्ट से कोलैबोरेट किया और स्टेट बैंक की इंटरनल जो स्टेक होल्डर से सबसे कोलैबोरेट किया। फर्स्ट टाइम एक ड्राफ्ट बनाया और स्टेट बैंक की मैनेजमेंट की अप्रूवल के बाद उसको वेबसाइट पे लॉन्च किया, पब्लिश किया फर्स्ट टाइम किसी स्टेट बैंक के ड्राफ्ट को फॉर द पब्लिक कंसल्टेशन। और उसके बाद जिस तरह आपने नजीब साहब ने कहा कि दे आर पीएसओ, तो उसके बाद वन लिंक 2000 के बाद एक से ऑपरेट कर रहा था, हमने वन लिंक को रेगुलराइज किया एज ए पेमेंट सिस्टम ऑपरेटर और निफ्ट को हमें रेगुलराइज करना पड़ा। आज अवांजा का नाम सुनते होंगे, आज वीआरजी का नाम सुनते होंगे आप। इस तरह के 5-6 एंटिटीज हैं, सबको हमने डिस्क्लोज कर रखा है फॉर सेक ऑफ ट्रांसपेरेंसी स्टेट बैंक के वेबसाइट पे। एक बड़ी अच्छी सेंट्रल बैंक्स दे ऑलवेज रिमेन रिस्क कवर्ड, यू नो ऑल वर्ल्ड और सेंट्रल बैंक रिस्क कवर रहते हैं क्योंकि उनके दो की ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, मैक्रो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, यू नो, एफिशिएंसी बट नॉट एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ स्टेबिलिटी। तो स्टेबिलिटी या रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, रिस्क को मैनेज करना, वो भी उनका की ऑब्जेक्टिव है। तो उसमें ये किया गया था कि जनाब 3 स्टेज अप्रूवल्स होती हैं, चाहे वो ब्रांचलेस बैंक्स हो, चाहे वो आपके पीएसओ पीएसपीज हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मनी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, या जो डिजिटल बैंक्स हैं, उन सब का स्टेट बैंक या मोस्टली सेंट्रल बैंक के पास 3 या 2 स्टेज हैं। इजिप्ट और बाकी गल्फ के कुछ कंट्रीज में, सामा वगैरह में शायद 2 स्टेज हैं। इन प्रिंसिपल द कंडीशनल अप्रूवल एंड उसके बाद जो है आपका कमर्शियल लॉन्च होती है। और मेजॉरिटी के पास 3 स्टेज है, बीच का पायलट करवाते हैं ताकि 3 to 6 मंथ्स टाइम में एक एक्सपीरियंस बिल्डअप हो जाए। अच्छा, इन सारे जो प्रपोजिशन हैं, मैं ऑडियंस की नॉलेज के लिए बोल रहा हूँ कि नॉर्मली जो फिनटेक्स हैं दे वांट एफिशिएंसीज ऑल द टाइम, कि जो क्विक सूनेस्ट पॉसिबल ये काम हो जाए मेरा। उस सूनेस्ट पॉसिबल में बहुत सी चीजें जो ना वो अंडर द टेबल चली जाती है, वो अकाउंट पर नहीं होती हैं। आप जब भी सेंट्रल बैंक के पास आते हैं, किसी फिनटेक अपने आप को लॉन्च करता है, तो काइंडली जिन लोगों को ऑनबोर्ड कर रहे हैं एज अ मैनेजमेंट, एज अ बोर्ड, एज अ स्पॉन्सर, उन सब की लेजिटिमेसी ऑफ सोर्सेज ऑफ फंड्स, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, उनकी बैकग्राउंड स्क्रीनिंग सिर्फ स्टेट बैंक नहीं करता, वर्ल्ड के सारे सेंट्रल बैंक यही काम करते हैं। लेकिन द ब्लेम ऑलवेज लाइज ऑन द सेंट्रल बैंक, they took long time in the licensing processes. But if the fintech, a startup, if they intend to come to central bank for the proposition of a digital bank or a branchless bank or a EMI or a PSO, they do their own work. They do not need any consultant even. हम कभी recommend नहीं करते कि they go to a legal consultant or whatever consultant. If they just stick to the regulations, apart from that, State Bank has a sandboxing process as well. Prior to applying to the central bank, they can communicate with interact with the central bank as well, और एक guidance का, एक facilitation का role है. State Bank is not purely a regulator, is a facilitator as well. We want to enable the market as well. तो ये वो सारी चीजें हैं कि आपकी जो governance का area मोस्टली गवर्नेंस के एरिया को वो कहीं बीच में रह जाती है, जस्ट बिजनेस मॉडल पे जा रहे होते हैं, यूज केस पे जा रहा होता है कि मुझे इनेबल करना है। यूज केस प्लस गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एनी फिनटेक टू थ्राइव फॉर लॉन्गर टाइम्स टू कम। तो ये वो चीजें थी जो और आज के दिन में जो EMIs की बात करते हैं, तो हमारे पास 2019 में हमने जब रियलाइज किया कि PSOs PSPs की प्रोपोजिशन के बाद हमें वर्ल्ड काफी आगे जा चुका है, इंडिया बाकी काफी आगे जा चुके थे, क्योंकि इंडिया RBI ने 2012 में अपने इस टाइप के रेगुलेशन लॉन्च किए थे और बाकी कंट्रीज ने भी, मलेशिया ने भी। तो हमने 2019 अक्ट में अपना इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स के रेगुलेशन लॉन्च किए, और आई थिंक उसके बाद जब कोविड आया, कोविड के बावजूद भी सेंट्रल बैंक और मार्केट का एक बड़ा इंटरेक्शन रहा। लकीली वी आर फॉर्चुनेट इनफ कि 4 के करीब इस वक्त हमारे पास लाइव कमर्शियल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, अराउंड 12 के करीब इंटिटीज हैं। बहुत से हमारे पायलट स्टेज में हैं, कुछ इन प्रिंसिपल में हैं, और उनकी जो ट्रैक्शन है वो भी ठीक ठाक। मैं आपको कुछ डेटा आकर मैं शो करूंगा, कुछ ग्रोथ भी काफी आती जा रही है। और नया पे फिंजा, CMP CC और फोर्थ वन हमारा जो है सादा पे। तो थैंक यू। कहने का मतलब ये था कि अच्छा उसके बाद ये जो 12 के करीब वो हैं जो हमसे लाइसेंस के किसी प्रोसेस में, उनके अलावा आउट ऑफ हमारे पास 20+ जितने कंपनीज हैं वो दे आर टॉकिंग विद अस ऑल द टाइम एंड वी आर फैसिलिटेटिंग देम। ये वो चीजें थी लेकिन सेंट्रल बैंक पिछले कपल ऑफ ईयर से जो इनोवेटिव आइडियाज हैं उन पे अपना होमवर्क कर रहा है। उनमें हम अक्सर और बेशतर इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स को एंगेज करते रहते हैं। द फॉरमोस्ट एरिया जो है ओपन बैंकिंग का है। वी रियलाइज द इम्पोर्टेंस ओपन बैंकिंग कि जब कन्वेंशनल बैंक्स जो डेटा इनरिच एंटिटीज हैं और फिनटेक बीइंग द लीन एंटिटीज विद न्यूअर आइडियाज, रिसेंटली हमने IFC के साथ जो वर्ल्ड बैंक का सिस्टर कंसर्न है उसके साथ मिलकर टेक्निकल सैंडबॉक्स का 3 से 4 महीने का पायलट करवाया था, जिसमें हमारे 4-5 जो बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री के प्लेयर्स थे उन्होंने डेटा अपना एक्सपोज किया, और जो फिनटेक्स थे इवन रेगुलेटेड एज वेल एज नॉन रेगुलेटेड बोथ, हमने फिनटेक जो एसोसिएशन था, फिनटेक नेटवर्क था, दोनों से हमने एंटिटीज मांगे और इस 3 से 6 महीने का लेसन लर्न भी IFC ने हमसे शेयर किए। उसके बाद स्टेट बैंक ओपन बैंकिंग, उसके जो कस्टमर कंसेंट आर्किटेक्चर, API सिक्योरिटी, API स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, क्योंकि ओपन बैंकिंग इज अ बिग थिंग। PSD1 जो यूरोप में आया था, उसके बाद जब PSD2 आया तो PSD2 ने यूरोप में एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट किया, लेकिन जो PSD3 में हम यूरोप काम कर रहा है, मे बी कमिंग ईयर्स में PSD3 भी उनका आने वाला है जो AI उस टाइप की चीजों में मोस्टली बेस करेगा। तो सेंट्रल बैंक being State Bank of Pakistan being the emerging central bank one in this area as well, तो वो भी इन चीजों को रिव्यू कर रहा है, देख रहा है, कंसल्टेशन कर रहा है मल्टीलेटरल बॉडीज के साथ भी और दुनिया के दूसरे सेंट्रल बैंक के साथ भी हम लोग वो कर रहे हैं। कुछ जिस तरह यदि साहब ने स्क्रो की बात की, वी नो कि ई-कॉमर्स के स्पेस में स्क्रो एक इम्पोर्टेंट एलिमेंट है। उसके बगैर जो दो एंटिटीज के दरमियान थर्ड जो आपका ट्रस्ट बिल्डअप कर लेता है स्क्रो, उसमें भी रिसेंटली हमने अपने एक ड्राफ्ट इंडस्ट्री के कुछ प्लेयर्स के साथ शेयर किया है, जैसे जस्ट अ ड्राफ्ट। वी आर वर्किंग क्लोजली विद द वर्ल्ड बैंक पीपल, वी आर वर्किंग क्लोजली विद द इंडस्ट्री पीपल, और इंशाल्लाह जब हमारी मैनेजमेंट से उसकी अप्रूवल हो जाएगी तो किसी स्टेज में उसको भी लॉन्च करेंगे। क्रिप्टो की एरिया जिसमें CBDC हुआ, स्टेबल कॉइन्स हैं और क्रिप्टो करेंसीज हैं, उन सबको भी क्लोजली स्टेट बैंक वॉच करता रहा है। रिसेंट पास्ट में स्टेट बैंक ने बड़े कोर्ट केसेस भी देखे, लेकिन आप सबके लिए में होगा कि इस वक्त मैं भी रिसेंटली मराकश में वर्ल्ड बैंक की एक ग्लोबल पेमेंट वीक था, उसमें भी था, तो वर्ल्ड एट लार्ज इस वक्त CBDCs को ही देख रहा है। 2-3 दिनों में जो सेशन हुए वहां पे जितने भी मोस्टली जो सेंट्रल बैंक से दे आर लुकिंग इनटू द CBDC एरिया, द रीजन बीइंग दैट जो सोवरेन आपका फिएट करेंसी है उसकी बैकिंग आपके साथ रह जाती है। तो इट सीम कि फ्यूचर इज इन द CBDC एरिया। Central Bank of Pakistan is also in the thought process at the moment and in consultation with the industry players as well. तो ये वो एरिया से मैंने थोड़ी सी आपको जर्नी बता दी. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ काशिफ साहब को जो वहाँ साथ में बैठे हुए हैं कि वो जो हमारी ग्रोथ के कुछ फिगर्स हैं ताकि मैं इंडस्ट्री प्लेयर्स को जो 3 दिन पहले हमने लॉन्च किए थे वो बता दूं. नजीब साहब ने जिस तरह वन लिंक के बता दिए, तो वन लिंक का जो एफिलिएट प्रोग्राम है, वन लिंक का जो एग्रीगेशन बिजनेस है, जो हमारे लिए सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट पेमेंट सिस्टम है, एक बहुत बड़ा मेजर एरिया बता दूं आपको. और बैंक फॉर इंटरनेशनल सेटलमेंट BIS उनका PFMI प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, प्रिंसिपल फॉर द फाइनेंशियल मार्केट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 2024 के करीब है. 24 में से 18 जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं दे रिलेट विद द पेमेंट सिस्टम्स. बाकी जो हैं वो सिक्योरिटी सेटलमेंट कंपनीज बाकियों के साथ हैं. दीज आर द वेरी रिसेंट फिगर जो स्टेट बैंक ने लॉन्च किए. आपको मैं ये बता दूं इंडस्ट्री प्लेयर्स को कि वी नो कि आप एंशियसली वेट कर रहे होते हैं स्टेट बैंक की ग्रोथ फिगर्स का. फिनटेक इंडस्ट्री साहब हमने पिछले 2 से 3 सालों में इस इंफोग्राफिक को बड़ा चेंज किया है. लकीली एंड थैंकफुली टू स्टेट बैंक मैनेजमेंट टीम. हमने इसमें पहले जो जस्ट ATM या कार्ड था उनको इनरिच करते जा रहे हैं. रास की फिगर आने लगी है, EMIs की इसमें फिगर्स आने लगी है. और आप देखते होंगे कि इसमें जेंडर जो जिसपे स्टेट बैंक का बड़ा इंपसिस है, जेंडर की चीजों को भी आस्ता आस्ता कैप्चर करते जा रहे हैं. द रीजन बीइंग दैट ताकि जो डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस है उसमें सबको आसानी हो जाए. इसमें आप जो हमारे लिए सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट एंटिटीज हैं, जिस तरह निफ्ट हुआ, जिस तरह वन लिंक हुआ, या बाकी जो कंपनीज हैं उनको BIS डिजिग्नेशन की बात करता है. There's a thing which is called designation. Designation means when central banks come with the designation to entity, तो उसका सुपरवाइजरी ओवरसाइट जो है उस पर ज्यादा होती है, उनकी ऑन साइट रिव्यूज ज्यादा होते हैं. क्योंकि गॉड फॉरबिड समथिंग गोज बैड विद दैट एंटिटी, तो एक सिस्टेमिकली पैनिक क्रिएट हो जाती है मार्केट में. दैट्स व्हाई स्टेट बैंक इज आल्सो वर्किंग ऑन द डिजिग्नेशन फ्रेमवर्क एज वेल. वो एक बड़ी रिक्वायरमेंट है BIS की. यहाँ आप देखते हैं कि जो हमारा E-बैंकिंग है उसने बड़ी ट्रैक्शन गेन किए. अराउंड 535 मिलियन ट्रांजैक्शन इस क्वार्टर में, जो लास्ट क्वार्टर गुजरा में, और 44.3 ट्रिलियन की फिगर PKR की है. द फिगर्स आर फ्रॉम द बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री एंड द EMIs एज वेल. हमारा जो E-बैंकिंग है उसमें ATM के ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं, उसमें पॉइंट ऑफ सेल के ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं, उसमें इंटरनेट बैंकिंग जो हमारा URL बेस्ड ट्रांजैक्शन है, जो मोबाइल ऐप के ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं, कॉल सेंटर IVR के हैं. अच्छा, एक बहुत बड़ी जो इंपॉर्टेंट फिगर जो पाकिस्तान में है, आपने देखा होगा कि मोबाइल ऐप बेस्ड जो हमारी ट्रांजैक्शन वो बड़ी ग्रोथ कर रहे हैं. 15 मिलियन ट्रांजैक्शन हुए और उसमें से अराउंड जो है मोबाइल में 7 ट्रिलियन इस लास्ट क्वार्टर में हुआ, जस्ट मोबाइल एप्स के जरिए 3 मंथ्स में. तभी तो हमने जो है लास्ट टाइम स्पेसिफिकली विद द मोबाइल बैंक की डाउन टाइम पे उसकी अवेलेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करने के लिए इस वक्त 27 to 28 बैंक से जिनके मोबाइल एप्स हैं, तो उनकी अवेलेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करना बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट. जो बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री यहाँ बैठे हैं, जो EMIs यहाँ बैठे हैं, हमें बड़ी एक चैलेंज आती है स्टेट बैंक को दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम. एवरी टाइम मोबाइल एप्स आर डाउन. और इस वक्त आप ये समझ लें कि आपका कोई एग्जेक्टिव, स्टेट बैंक का एग्जेक्टिव, आप खुद, मैं खुद, किसी बैंक का किसी EMI की जब मोबाइल ऐप में और मुझे आपको इरिटेशन होती है, तो व्हाट विल हैपन विद योर एग्जेक्टिव सिटिंग इन अ कॉसी चैम्बर, जब वो अपना किसी फंड्स को ट्रांसफर करना चाहे, उसको इंश्योर करना उसकी SMS गेटवेज के साथ. पाकिस्तान में जस्ट 1 या 2 कंपनीज हैं. SMS गेटवेज के साथ, इंजन के साथ इंटरफेसिंग इंटीग्रेट करना, उनकी SLAs को, कॉन्टेक्ट को मैनेज करना, टर्न अराउंड टाइम को मैनेज करना, पेनल्टी क्लासेस को मैनेज करना, ये आपका काम है एज अ रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी. लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली बहुत से वक्तों में ये चीजें दरगुजर की जाती है. मोबाइल एप्स IBFT के बाद, फंड ट्रांसफर के बाद बिकम वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट चैनल फॉर अस. उसकी अवेलेबिलिटी इंश्योर करना एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे कि 180 मिलियन ट्रांजैक्शन, 7 ट्रिलियन की जो फिगर है उसमें आई है. इसी तरह से जो इंटरनेट बैंक ट्रांजैक्शन है उनकी भी ट्रैक्शन है. पॉइंट ऑफ सेल हमारा थैंकफुली जो एक जमाने में 50,000 पे स्टकअप थे, 2008 और 10 में 1,12,000 की फिगर में आ गए. और सिमिलरली अगर मैं आपको कार्ड नॉट प्रेजेंट E-कॉमर्स की बता दूं, वो भी 37 बिलियन की ट्रांजैक्शन हमारे आ गए. काशिफ साहब अगर दूसरे स्लाइड पे जाएं. जी थैंक यू. एक जो हमारे लिए बड़ी चैलेंजिंग एरिया वो ATMs का है. ATMs को अभी भी लोग लोगों के जहन में हमने सिंक किया फॉर द कैश विथड्रॉल पर्पसेस के लिए। Until and unless आप अपने कस्टमर्स के साथ उनको माइंडसेट को चेंज नहीं करेंगे, उसका 90+% उसकी यूजेज कैश विथड्रॉल के लिए हो रही है। हालांकि एटीएम तो आज के दिन में 5-6 और फीचर दे रही, एक लाइफस्टाइल बैंकिंग है। व्हाई नॉट फंड ट्रांसफर, व्हाई नॉट बिल पेमेंट? क्यों पाकिस्तान में 17,000+ मशीनें भी है, तो इसको भी इंडस्ट्री को सोचना पड़ेगा कि हमें अपनी कस्टमर्स की नॉलेज बेस को कैसे बिल्डअप करना है कि एटीएम के जो अदर यूजेज है वो बढ़ाने की जरूरत है। ईएमआईज की बात कर ली, मैंने कहा यहाँ पे ईएमआईज जो है इन्होंने कुछ ट्रैक्शन गेन किए और साल 1.5 साल पहले जो 4 के करीब एंटिटीज को ऑनबोर्ड किए। दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम 2.4 मिलियन कार्ड्स अभी तक इश्यू हैं, जिसमें कुछ वर्चुअल कार्ड्स भी हैं और 1.6 मिलियन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉलेट्स भी हैं। ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग की बात हो रही है। अच्छा, एक स्टेट बैंक का अपना आरटीजीएस भी है जो हमारे लिए सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट पेमेंट सिस्टम है। उसमें अराउंड 172 ट्रिलियन ट्रांजैक्शंस क्वार्टर में उसने प्रोसेस किए। द थिंग जिसके साथ फाइट कर रहे हैं कैश के साथ, यदि सब ये आपको देखना पड़ेगा। जो कैश इस वक्त हमारे आई थिंक ये एरिया जो है 94 मिलियन पेपर बेस्ड ट्रांजैक्शन इस क्वार्टर में हुए और अराउंड 57 ट्रिलियन ट्रांजैक्शन। एक अच्छी बात यह है कि तकरीबन जो है ना 4 से 5 सालों में देख रहे हैं कैश वाली जो प्रपोजिशन है वो तकरीबन स्टैग्नेंट जा रही है, उसका कोई स्टीप राइज नहीं जा रहा है 4-5 सालों का। उसकी हल्की राइज भी है, उसकी वजह यह कि नंबर ऑफ अकाउंट ज्यादा ओपन हो रहे हैं, उसी की वजह से और चेकबुक इशू हो रहे हैं उस बंदे को जिसका अकाउंट ओपन होता है, उस वजह से मैं अपेरेंटली लग रहा है कि इन अ वे आप समझ लें कि हमें लगता है कि वो पेपर बेस बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो थोड़ी स्टैग्नेंसी है, इस चीज को देखने की जरूरत है। आई थिंक बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का, थैंक यू फॉर लिसनिंग टू मी, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much for your presence and insights. So this has been an incredible morning with wonderful insights from the veterans of financial industry. So now, as we proceed further, for the distribution of mementos, I would like to invite Mr. Irfan Ali and Mr. Faisal Rahim, the Chief Executive of Total Communications, to join me on stage. Sir. Now we would take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors and distribute the mementos. So for the title sponsor, okay. Right, yeah. I don't think so. Okay. So for the title sponsor, I would request Miss Alia from UBL Digital to please come forward and collect the memento. For our platinum sponsor, Mr. Kashiv Gaya from Euronet. For our gold sponsors, from the Access Group, Ataul Haq. Next, we have BPC, Mr. Farooq Ali Beg. Next, from National Bank of Pakistan, I would request Mr. Humayun Sajjad to please come forward and collect the memento. Since EasyPesa is participating virtually, so there is no one to accept the memento on their behalf. So we would move forward to the lunch sponsor TPS, Mr. Uwais Khan. In the silver sponsors, I would request Mr. Asif Jafri from Kist Pay to please come forward and accept the memento. Next is Mr. Kasif Shahid from Finja. Mr. Ashraf Sahab from Renco. Is he? Mr. Ashraf. Ms. Farnaz from Telotalk. Next, I would request Mr. Amir Jafri from eOcean to please come forward. Now, I would request Mr. Faisal Rahim to please present a memento to Sayyid Irfan Ali. Thank you very much. Now we will take a quick tea break. Today's tea break is sponsored by eOcean, and we will continue for the next session after the tea break. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Stress go avoid. Open your UBL digital account now. Invest करना है अच्छे returns के लिए. अब होगा सुकून, secure banking और smart saving options के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की details के लिए time waste मत करो, bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ ओपन योर UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL digital app से करो stress को avoid. Open your UBL digital account now. Invest करना है अच्छे returns के लिए? अब होगा सुकून, secure banking और smart saving options के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की details के लिए time waste मत करो, bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ ओपन योर UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए. अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking. The evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. We digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL digital app से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए. अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking. The evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए. अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL digital app से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए. अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए? अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now. UBL.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to please get seated. We are starting with a very exciting panel discussion in 2 minutes. Thank you.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए? अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. यार क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL digital app से करो स्ट्रेस को अवॉइड. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए? अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. Download UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, banking के सबसे आला options के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work, we're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है? UBL digital app से करो stress को avoid. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए? अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app, banking के सबसे आला options के साथ. Open your UBL digital account now.
शॉपिंग या फूड डिस्काउंट्स ढूंढ रहे हो? अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप के आसपास पीछे से ढूंढो डिस्काउंट्स और ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी के मजे उठाओ. डाउनलोड UBL डिजिटल ऐप नाउ. अर्जेंट पेमेंट करनी है? नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. अब UBL डिजिटल ऐप से करो पेमेंट पूरे पाकिस्तान में. Download UBL digital app now. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. जैसा अपना मूड वैसी अपनी ऐप. Download UBL digital app now. All monthly payments scheduled. I'm sorted. Are you? UBL digital app से करो payments scheduled अभी. Download UBL digital app now. क्या पासवर्ड था? UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है. डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
Enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the innovation that made it to the modern world, the legacy that stayed alive throughout, the spirit that served our vision and core values. For thousands of people, we are more than a skyscraper in banking. We see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic place to growth and innovation, helping
Absolute stress go avoid. Open your UBL digital account now. Invest करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ डाउनलोड UBL digital app now. गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ ओपन योर UBL डिजिटल अकाउंट नाउ
Digital app now. क्या पासवर्ड था UBL digital app ऐसे और ऐसे भी लॉगिन हो जाती है डाउनलोड UBL digital app now.
enter the world of disruptive banking, the evolution that took place over the years, the we see ourselves through the eyes of the people we serve, the individuals, the businesses, and the communities we work with. For them, it's not just about what we do, who we are. Digitize at scale, energize for growth. Being a dynamic, inclusive place to work. We're bringing together the people, ideas, capital, and technology that nurture progress, growth, and innovation, helping to create a better and progressive world. We are UBL.
अकाउंट खुलवाने के लिए बैंक जाने की क्या जरूरत है UBL digital app से करो stress को avoid. Open your UBL digital account now. इन्वेस्ट करना है अच्छे रिटर्न्स के लिए अब होगा सुकून सिक्योर बैंकिंग और स्मार्ट सेविंग ऑप्शंस के साथ डाउनलोड UBL digital app now. अब गाड़ियों की डिटेल्स के लिए टाइम वेस्ट मत करो bro. Scan your favorite car on the go with UBL digital app and apply for an auto loan right away. Download UBL digital app now.
UBL digital app बैंकिंग के सबसे आला ऑप्शंस के साथ ओपन योर UBL डिजिटल अकाउंट नाउ
Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with the session. Please be seated. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to kick off the post-tea session with an exciting panel discussion on the topic, the rise of embedded finance, new revenue streams and partnerships. To moderate this discussion, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ehsan Saeed, who is a fintech and payments consultant, to the stage. Mr. Ehsan Saeed, please come on stage. And now I would like to invite the panelists of this panel discussion. Mr. Naeem Zamindar, founder of Neem. Mr. Usman Anwar, the CEO of Kunda, Pakistan. Mr. Mohsin Tarmizi, the founder and CEO of FinClude. Mr. Waqas Anis, Chief Digital Officer of JS Bank. Mr. Muhammad Khurram Waraij, Group Head Digital Lending and Data Science of Telenor Microfinance Bank. Mr. Asif Jafri, the CEO of KistPay, and Mr. Farooq Ali Beg, Managing Director, BPC Banking Technologies. Thank you very much for joining us on this panel. Now I would give this over to Essen. Thank you.
Once again.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So I would request people who are standing to, if you can come forward so that we could have a very focused and meaningful conversation today. So first of all, thank you very much, for giving us a very good audience and allowing us to be part of a panel which is very interesting in terms of what we will be discussing today. And so I'll basically start with a bit of a preamble on what embedded finance is, so that we have clarity on the definition, because it varies from from person to person and organizations to organizations. But one of the most simplest definition that I could tell is that embedded finance is about integrating a financial service into a non-financial user journey and a user experience. So this is how majority of the companies define it. It is not something new. It has been there for quite some time, but it has gained a lot of traction in the recent years, especially when you see open banking regulations coming up in various parts of the world. And even in the emerging economies now, like Bahrain, like Saudi, and then we are expecting, as Shaukat Saab mentioned earlier in his speech, that State Bank is also working on a framework. So we are expecting some regulatory frameworks coming out in Pakistan as well. So based on that, you see a lot of models around open banking, a lot of different models around BNPL, robo-advisory, investments, lending. So all of these are being, pushed out by fintechs, and it basically focuses on bridging the gap in services that traditional financial institutions are not really, offering, and this is where the fintech companies come, where they can leverage on the banking services and different traditional financial services and create use cases on top of it. So with that, I'll start off with my questions. I'll start with Naeem. So Naeem, as a fintech, which is primarily working in this embedded finance space in Pakistan and other parts of the world, so how do you see Pakistan evolving in this context? Especially when you see the tailwinds and the demand from both consumers and businesses towards embedded finance, and where are we going in this particular space in Pakistan? So it's a very generic question, but I want to start off with that.
Yeah. I've been involved in the fintech space for 30 years. I was one of the founding team members of NIFT, and since then in the telecom and the financial service space. I see embedded finance as one of the biggest waves that will dramatically reshape the financial landscape, right? According to estimates, the TAM for embedded finance is about $167 billion by the year 2030. That's massive. What it is basically that financial services will now be embedded, or embedded basically means seamlessly integrated into all digital platforms. There's a very famous VC called Andreessen Horowitz. He said some years back that in the future, right? Every digital platform will become a financial services delivery platform. And embedded finance is enabling that revolution to happen. So what happens then is that where financial services were normally executed at the point of transaction, whether through an app or branch, to at the point of experience. That's what embedded finance does. When you are buying something, when you are, when you are getting into college and your grades, etc., matter to in terms of your finance, your credibility. What we do is we leverage the data of the digital platform. What embedded finance does, the data and insight of the customer from the digital platform where they're already using it, right? And their brand and the relationship with the customer to enable the customer to access financial services to fulfill their use cases, right? So these are the keywords, use cases which are native to that digital platform. And this is a revolution in making. Because in spaces like agriculture, we're working with a company called Bakhabar Kisan for as an example, which is an advisory firm for farmers, digitally enabled with 21 million customers. They're moving towards fulfillment. Now we have so much data about the customer, who owns the land, the soil conditions, the weather patterns, who's buying using all the data, you can easily finance, insure the customer. This is revolutionary, right? Because if Habib Bank wants to do, a bank wants to do it from outside, right? It has to gather so many data, so many paperwork, which can easily be forged, right? Versus actual data of who this person is, what his cash flows will look like, and predictively be able to enable that. And this is where the revolution is. So we anticipate this in a country where documentation of the economy is so little, right? But the digital platforms are starting to gather a lot of, where the healthcare, agriculture, the micro SME space, the B2B commerce space, e-commerce space, massive amounts of data there, which can not only be monetized, but also help the digital platforms further deepen the relationship with the customer. And that is a revolution in the making.
Yeah. Thanks, Naeem. So we'll move on to the next question. And this is.
Sir, can I add something?
Yes, please, please.
So basically, जब आप embedded finance की बात कर रहे हैं, तो finance को embedded finance को I'll divide into two categories. One is embedded payments, right, which is the already use case we are seeing in Pakistan, because you go on a BookMe website, you go on a Daraz, and you go, these platforms. So you did not go on these platforms to make a payment, but you went there to buy something. And then in the process, the payment is always the last leg. So payments have been integrated. So we have experienced those embedded payments. But I think the thing that needs to be discussed on these forums is how do we do the embedded finance, which is more towards lending, right? And if we look at the numbers in Pakistan, just about 1.5 million credit cards are there, right? And from the microfinance institutions is just, under 7 million. So I think what industry needs to do is come together and discuss more use cases where what Naeem just said, the way they're working with Bakhabar Kisan and the agri segment, which bank does not go and operate with them, right? So their platforms, they are working to solve particular problems, and they have the data. They have some models which can predict if this is a good, mode and good channel to finance these customers. And these customers have a data over maybe 6 months or a year, which they can bank and leverage and do the lending. So basically, this is a big gap in Pakistan. And I think unless and until we do this, the embedded lending, the market on the lending side would remain same, because banks, they've been regulated by State Bank, right? And they can only do lending to the customers who have the documented income, right? People who have 6 months bank statement, they have salary slip. Majority of them are being financed by, given in terms of credit card or any other instrument, be it a personal loan or the car financing. The documented segment is very small in Pakistan, right? And if you look at the history since last 15 years, the credit card market has stick to 1.5 million number. And I think that would include 3 to 4 times, people sitting in this room, right? So the unique number you would take, that would go approximately 800 to 900,000 unique users. So that's so low, right? In a country of 250 million, 250 million, that's the latest statistics. So when we talk about embedded finance, we need to be very special focus on the lending side of how we do things. Yeah, so basically just wanted to add on.
Yeah, so as a follow-up question,
Yeah.
I think this is very pertinent because you talked about alternate credit scoring models and leveraging the data that is available in terms of the user activity on different platforms. So I want to route this to Usman because Kunda is one of those companies that is working in the alternate credit scoring space and have successful business in other parts of the world, especially in Africa. So Usman, how do you see Pakistan as a market having its own intrinsic challenges around lending? Because we have not done enough, as Asif pointed out. How do you see these challenges can be overcome, not on just the credit worthiness side, but also on actual dissemination of lending to the consumers and businesses?
So I can just maybe take a few seconds to explain what Kunda does. So Kunda is a Swahili word which means to build or to create together. And we are a completely white label embedded financial platform which unlocks liquidity for agents, SMEs, and consumers. And we work through channel partners. So it's what Asif was referring to and Naeem were referring to. The activity on a particular platform becomes of a lot of interest to us. So we do all of the scoring. We provide a loan management system which has the ability to manage millions of transactions a day. And we also support with balance sheet. So in Pakistan, for instance, Kunda, the subsidiary, has a JV with Neem, and Neem are our balance sheet partners. Now, there are so many use cases from Africa which just have a strong case for replication in Pakistan. So the learnings are all out there. What we've seen in terms of the eventual uptick, because remember, we are a completely white label platform, which means if you're working with, let's say, a one load and working with their agents will see a one load financial product. The challenge becomes around uptake. And we've seen that through education, through personalization and localization, we're able to see a high quality uptake. Education over here is extremely important. The data that we collect as part of any partnership allows us to create products and pricing which resonate their business models, which also affect the overall recoveries. In typical circumstances, we've been able to lend short-term liquidity products, experience very highly optimized spends. For example, in Tanzania, we do $2 million of transactions a day, right? And the initial capital deployed was less than $300,000. So we've been able to spin it over 75 times through understanding the business model as well as the end consumer behavior. So education is extremely important. We typically, as part of supporting any of our channel partners in scaling the financial product, spend a lot of time in educating the end user, the benefits, the way the product functions, but absolutely making sure that the product understands and appreciates the end user's commercial activity, his commissions, so that the pricing is right, and that we're able to afford that without really burdening the eventual borrower. It's a tough market. It's still a very predominantly cash market. So
Yes.
the aspects around trust become extremely important.
Absolutely, with the interest rate of going, north of 22% already, in some areas. I mean, this is the real challenge to crack when you talk about lending in Pakistan, right? So, Waqas, I'll point it out to you. So as a traditional, financial institution, regulated, under State Bank, as a commercial bank, you see that there is a demand, when you see a lot of fintechs trying to capitalize on financial services being offered by traditional banks to develop such use cases. So what is your view on how ready our traditional financial institutions are to open up, especially with regards to Pakistan, and how they see it as a collaborative play, especially in the context of being more competitive and being more diverse in the market in terms of your offerings?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So there are two sides to it, two parts to your question. One is how ready banks are, and the other is how incentivized banks feel towards doing this thing. So in terms of being ready, let me tell you, all banks are ready. Absolutely, 100%. It's just a matter of exposing your APIs of your existing conventional, not digital, conventional business lines to fintechs, to organizations, startups, which are just coming up in the country. And there's so many doing wonderful job that we have in Pakistan in those lines. I don't have to name names. So go from HBL down to the smallest bank, they're all ready. Everybody has consumer loans. Yes, they do. Everybody has bank assurance. Almost everybody. Investment banking. They have agri divisions. They have SME being, so there are hordes of segments which are just unbanked. So the demand is there. The supply is there. So they are ready, technically speaking. Now, getting to the other part of the question, that is where it gets interesting. What are banks thinking? I think the sort of, as Jafri Sahab was saying, the sort of shrinkage that we've seen in consumer loans, and he gave a very pertinent example of credit card in Pakistan over the last decade or so. एक बहुत एक situation है of disappointment that consumer loans are not being pushed. उसमें rate का भी है, but honestly, it's because of the greener pasture that the banks see in terms of T-bills and treasury and all of that. They have a much greater yield. अगर वो अपने consumer को lend नहीं कर रहे, तो वो embedded finance में क्या आएंगे? Right? So where is it that they're going to take that break? So having said that, there are a few organizations on the banking side, GS Bank being one, who have formulated partnerships, and there's so many others. कर रहे हैं काम, they are integrating open banking के ऊपर before the regulatory framework kicks in. They are already working on it. They're trying to establish those partnerships, especially focusing on granting access to cheaper finance and lending to the mass market. I know about retail financing, merchant financing happening, B2B, SMEs, and especially agri, as Neem is one of the flag bearers on that. I think those are some cases which are very, very welcoming in the market. Or more banks. The problem is that there's so much of a lack of financial access in this country, you know, in terms of awareness as well as the access to finance and lending and all of that, that every bank put in 100% would take about a decade to just reach the mass market over and above what we have right now. But having said that, I think it's a good start. What we've seen in the last 2 years or so, and it can only go up. Yeah.
Thanks,
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
So basically, problem मैं समझता हूँ दो हैं. एक तो ये कि banks are making money, right? You look at all the banks, they're making billions of money every year, billions of rupees every year, right? So मुझे किसी ने कहा था, if you want to change someone, you need to change the way they make money. The person makes money. You want to change the institution, you want to change the way they make money. You want to change the country, you need to change the way the country makes money. So banks are very comfortable in terms of the way they've been. I mean, they are not NGOs to begin with, right? They are a private organization, they're a public listed organization, and their primary objective is to make money and be safe, because it's not their own money, it's public money, right? And that being regulated by the central bank, that they have to do some due diligence before. I'm talking in terms of the context of embedded finance. So one is the banks are making money and they're not required to innovate and go in that segment, right? And then secondly, the regulations, right? The word banks are before initiating a loan, because embedded lending is a loan, right? So unless the bank goes through the process and completes the compliance of State Bank, which means that you have to visit the place, you have to visit, verify all the documents. So that process is so cumbersome that, from a regulation perspective as well, it's not very easy to do, when easier way to make money is available. So I think these two problems exist. And unless we solve these problems, we change these regulations, because how is it possible that 250 million population, and we don't have 20 examples right now, Maybe we have 2, 3, maybe we have seen some examples of from Finja. You know, they did it with Mizan Bank, they did it with HBL, and we are seeing Kunda. But why is it just 2, 3? And why, you know, we have not seen hundreds, maybe few billions of rupees investment in this segment? And somebody was telling me that total SME lending in this country is just less than just about 1 billion rupees. And in today's dollar term, that's about $3 million. So, you know, we need to understand that the opportunity is very big. Every country of this size needs finance, but we have deprived, you know, but there are other ways, other processes are happening. And you see the likes of, I don't like to name them, you know, there are platforms that are giving daily loans, 3-day loans at a 0.8% daily. So, you know, when the regulated segment is not coming and serving the segment, the outsiders will come and take the opportunity and, you know, also misuse it.
Yeah, so rightly pointed out, you know, we see a lot of NBFIs and quasi NBFIs coming up, offering, lending rates like crazy, and people are still, adopting to it. People are going for those predatory loans, if you call that. And so the demand is there. It's just about how to capture that demand and open up in terms of taking some risk and going downstream in those segments where there's a real need for such interventions through loans and lending. So Khurram Wadaich is with us. Khurram from Telenor Microfinance Bank. So Khurram, please confirm if you can hear us. So that,
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me too.
I think you're on mute, maybe.
No, I'm not on mute. I'm actually. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Thank you, Khurram. So I'll just put a question towards you. So as a microfinance bank, transitioning into now a digital bank, how do you, as Telenor Microfinance Bank, think that what are the different regulatory interventions that, or maybe some policy interventions from the government that are required to, to encourage and to promote these embedded finance use cases, especially around lending that we are talking about? And by lending, we can talk about various forms of lending. It's not just, so let's not confuse it with a very generic word. I mean, there are so many segments to it. So what are the different types of specific regulatory interventions that you've seen in the region, and what you expect from our government and the central bank that can actually encourage this market to grow?
Yeah, thanks. I hope you can hear me. So first of all,
yes, we can.
Yeah. So first of all, I think regulatory frameworks and regulations always help in terms of clarifying your thought process. But if you look at the Pakistani market and specifically the experience of EasyPaisa, there is nothing regulatory as such which is stopping us to capture the space of embedded finance. I'll give you a couple of examples, right? For example, EasyPaisa was basically a payment app which was launched around 10 years ago. Until 2019, 2020, EasyPaisa was primarily a payment app with multiple use cases. Just as explained by Naeem and other participants, we actually realized the importance of embedded finance. And the first use case that we launched in the embedded finance was one of the use cases, which is airtime top-up and bundles, which was launched 6 months ago. And now, in order to capture this embedded finance space within us, the objective here is that ideally all the use cases or the payments options that customers have on the app, they should have the option to buy that one credit or buy now pay later kind of things. So number one, I think people like us are actually doing a lot of things within the same regulatory space. So if you ask me, there is no regulation or policy which is actually stopping us in doing that, number one. Number two, I think the important thing is that when you capture the space of embedded finance, you partner up. So basically a non-financial entity actually partners up with the banking or so-called an embedded finance entity. And when you partner up, the objective here is to capitalize the strength of both organizations. And that's the beauty of the partnership. So even if there are some missing elements on the expertise side, I think both partners can actually bridge that gap. And that's what we have seen in Pakistan also with the startup like Naeem and other participants that we have talked about. And the third important thing that I would like to highlight in the importance of embedded finance and the regulatory intervention is, I think the core and the crux of embedded finance is the data information that you have and how effectively you can score that in terms of making decision that whom to lend and whom doesn't to lend. So for us, we had a 13 million plus monthly active users, a lot of payment data. It was easier for us in terms of deciding what to give and what should be the pricing and the underlying loan size. Similarly, moving on to the SME side, I think supply chain financing, invoice financing are the two big low-hanging fruits. The only thing that we need to do is we need to be robust enough to have a technology capability and a skill set where we can actually capture this opportunity. And there is, I would not like to wait for any regulatory framework in order to capture that space. I think all of us sitting here, especially on the fintech side, can actually capture it. It's only a matter of developing the skill set and the technical capability.
Thank you, Khurram. Rightly pointed out. So supply chain financing and invoice factoring, invoice financing in different SME segments is obviously very ripe, and it's more secure. Obviously, it's a secure loan that you're talking about, which is linked to a complete actual payment flow. So Usman, I'll ask you this next question. So you talked about alternate, credit scoring models that you have been developing in different parts of the world. So do you see Pakistan is ready to have all those data points opened up, which actually require your algorithms to actually mature and have a scorecard that actually helps you in doing alternate scoring for consumers or businesses in Pakistan? And what are the challenges around it?
I think the willingness to share data, obviously, in any partnership, is the first obstacle. That can be overcome by requesting for anonymized data. That could be asking for be overcome by asking for specific kinds of data. So far, in any of the markets that we've been operating, I can't say that there's been a paucity of data. Obviously, different partners would have different opinions. For example, the telecom operators, we work with them as well. Extensively with the Airtels and the Vodacoms of the world. Over there, we get a lot more information, which allows us to score better. In Pakistan, with the channel partners that we've been working with, we've not faced that challenge. We've actually seen that our channel partners really want to service their end users. And once the partnership is at play, they become equally invested. So the conversation has now become, if we share more data with you about our users, what more insights can you glean for us? I think that's an amazing place for us to be. And then you have certain channel partners or potential partners who would not be willing to share information. As like I said, a white label embedded platform, we make sure that we do not ask for any personally identifiable information. We also have strict data privacy protocols to ensure data protection as well. And then the situation becomes more complex when you have a balance sheet partner, such as a bank involved, who are interested in not just knowing how you scored, but making sure that the scoring is aligned with their risk acceptance criteria. How do we sort of bridge that gap, right? So we give the balance sheet partner the complete visibility as well. So to your specific question around, do we face any challenges in Pakistan as of yet? The answer is no. Our algorithm basically asks for only those data points or platform activity, which allows us to ensure that our NPLs stay below than 1%.
But how about the interoperability of data? Like, when you look at it from this perspective, that the customer can be a customer of various businesses and utilizing services from various platforms, has a multiple banking relationships, pays bill to various billers, so there is an overlap. So how do you, when you focus on a single entity, whether it is a business or a consumer, and you want to have their data captured, so there could be like various interoperable data points that you need to converge and create a scorecard out of it. So in that context, I mean, you rightly said that when you go to an institution, you go to a partner, one-to-one collaboration and having that data bank to serve your use case makes sense. But it has to transform into a market which allows data flows to happen across businesses, where that's where you create scorecards which are very much closer to the risk appetite that the banks have traditionally. Any comment on that?
I mean, so far, the limited number of channel partners that we have do not have a sectoral overlap per se, and they're servicing unique segments as well.
Right.
But I do agree with you that the proclivity towards, being more open about sharing data across different platforms is an interesting proposition. What we typically do is that by mapping or by studying their loan utilization activities, we rescore them again and again on a weekly basis to ensure and to see what kind of trading activity they're performing on a specific platform. So at this stage, the use cases that we have are kind of, one by one platform at a time.
Okay. Thanks for your comments, Usman. So Farooq, being a tech provider, providing payment solutions to enabling banks, fintechs in their use cases, what do you see? How do you see the partnership between technology companies, fintechs, and banks and traditional financial institutions to play a role in the expansion of embedded finance overall, and especially with the context of Pakistan? And what are your specific, if you can cite out any examples where PPC as a technology company has played a role in some kind of a play locally or elsewhere in the world?
Thank you, Hassan. So I think there are two parts to of your questions. The first part would be more primarily about the partnerships. I think embedded finance is all about partnerships. It's about for any typical company that is coming up, or opting up for embedded finance. There could be three options to them. Either they build the embedded finance themselves, or they acquire it, or they go into a partnership. And I think this is where the third part is where it gives the more power to all the parties that are involved into that ecosystem. As Irfan Sahab said, in his presentation as well, it's more about the vision that when you are building up that partnership, what is the vision of all the stakeholders that are coming on board. So that is very important. And I think with the pace, the embedded finance is going up, and the number of volumes that we are facing, I think it's more about partnerships, and it's more about extending the banking rails to the non-financial entities, in a country and globally. Going towards your second part of the question, when you talk about partnerships, when we were partnering with Neem, specifically in JS Bank, for enabling their embedded finance, it was the only thing that we envisioned, that this partnership will help us to have a more collaborative work and a vision that we all share together. And that's what we see even after a couple of years time. We are still over here and sharing the same vision with the industry, that embedded finance is the future, and that is how we are going to grow ourselves. So not only about Neem, but BPC as a company, we have enabled embedded finance globally, and we have the right product set along with the right resources locally available and globally available, that can empower different fintechs and different institutes to have a kind of ecosystem that can leverage the embedded finance globally and locally in Pakistan. So I think pretty much.
Thank you.
From my
Thank
side.
you, Farooq. So Vikas, just one last question, and this is a bit beyond lending. We have been talking about lending a lot, but banking as a service, or how you call it, open finance or open banking.
Open banking.
Is an area which is far broader in nature and talks about all different kinds of banking services. So as a bank which has been into this play since quite some time, what has been your experience? Because we are talking about a market which does not have standardization of APIs. We don't have open banking frameworks available as of yet right now. So how do you solve that challenge where you have to offer banking services to fintechs and other partners in the market, to serve their end consumers and businesses and develop their use cases? Just share your experience, please.
There are many angles to it: regulatory, technology, economics, consumer behavior. So briefly on each of them. Regulatory, I think I'm a pro-interventionist person by thought. Mere हिसाब से I've been around for 20 years in this ADC or digital, whatever we call it in banking. Yeah, every turn of milestone that we've seen in banking payment systems, I'm talking about banking only, payment systems, has come through the regulator. One link cabinet ka handshake, 2004, it was done by the state bank. कितने banks थे जो आज EMV compliant होते अगर state bank ने regulate ना किया होता? ठीक है, कितने बैंक थे जो QR standardization itself, huge task done by state bank. Local scheme हमारी होती, PayPal अगर state bank intervene ना करता. POS last 2 years में double हो गए numbers of POS that we see in the market, again because of the regulatory intervention. Open banking पे regulatory intervention की जरूरत है. I would say, looking at the economy and the plight of situation, they need to take drastic measures. और ये मेरा अपना thought process है. How about tell every bank there is, in the next 6 months expose X, Y, Z APIs to all telcos that meet X, Y, Z criteria. Sorry, not telcos, all fintechs that meet this criteria. Same goes for telcos, same goes for the health industry. Kholo market ko. I'm not opening up, I'm banker, I'm KG, make me do it. It will happen. फायदा किसका है? End consumer का है. Economics, मेरे पास partners आते हैं, there are two types. या वो पाकिस्तानी companies होती हैं जो startup कर रही होती हैं या बाहर से आती हैं. जो बाहर से आती हैं, they have a lot of dollars and cents initially, and as per my experience, they're always looking for local market expertise. Survive करने की कोशिश करती हैं, कर भी जाती हैं. They're not very cost sensitive, but we have to remember that Pakistan is a labor intensive market, not a capital intensive. यहाँ $25,000 की invoice वो है जो शायद दुबई में $5 लाख की होती है, I don't know, 5 million की होती है. It's what the real situation is. So उसमें हमें इस बात का बहुत ख्याल रखना है as enablers, as Farooq was also putting down, कि यार हमें cost नीचे लानी है. I want to make money, but I want to just skim a cent of the dollar made by the partner. I should have that thought that inside me that I should grow with the fintech in question. So it's not there to grow my business, it's to enable them. So ये experience मेरा local market में इस side से रहा है. A third and most I think important one from my perspective again is data protection की आप बात कर रहे थे. Link that to a bigger picture, consumer protection. पाकिस्तान में लॉज कम हैं, जहां लॉज हैं वहां उनकी कोई इनैक्टमेंट नहीं है, उनकी कोई रियलाइजेशन नहीं है. डाटा का ओनर कौन है? वी हैव टू डिसाइड दैट. सिविलाइज्ड सोसाइटीज में डाटा का ओनर कस्टमर खुद होता है. व्हाई इज इट दैट अ कस्टमर हु हैज हिज डेटा विद अ टेलको हैज एब्सोल्युटली नो कंट्रोल ऑन हु द टेलको कैन शेयर द डेटा विद? ठीक है, सो इट हैज टू बी सेंट्रलाइज्ड. एवरीबडी कनेक्ट्स टू दैट. कस्टमर गिव्स कंसेंट. शेयर्ड केवाईसी ऑलरेडी इस पे बहुत ज़्यादा बात हो रही है. सो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन आएगी, रीइन्वेंटिंग द व्हील नहीं होगा, कॉस्ट नीचे जाएगी. कॉस्ट इज अनदर एंगल में आज काफी भरा हूँ. सो देयर स्टेट ओन्ड एंटरप्राइजेस व्हिच आई डोंट थिंक इनहेरेंटली दे शुड बी देयर टू मेक मनी. अपनी एपीआईज एक्सपोज कर रहे हैं अगर, बहुत अच्छी बात है. फ्रॉम मोबाइल डाटा वैलिडेशन या कस्टमर की आइडेंटिटी वैलिडेशन, जो ऐसे इदारे हैं, they need to realize on federal level that they're not there to make money. Yes, cover their cost, right? But उससे हो क्या रहा है? आपने digital account, again state bank intervention, certainly we launched it in the last 18 months. Every bank did RDA and local digital accounts. What is the cost of onboarding one customer for a bank? Yes, it is lower than a branch, but I assure you not much lower. कि मुझे 150 रुपया पर अकाउंट देना पड़ रहा है उन एंटिटीज को जो सिर्फ मुझे कस्टमर का नाम वेरीफाई करके दे रही हैं. दैट नीड्स टू कम डाउन. एंड आई थिंक इसका जो पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क है वो सिर्फ स्टेट बैंक की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, फेडरल गवर्नमेंट की जिम्मेदारी है. इट हैज टू बी थ्रू कॉमर्स, PTA, STZAs, and even finance ministry to get involved. Thanks.
Thanks, Vikas. So just last comment I need from Naeem before we just say goodbyes. Naeem, financial wellness saves lives. You know, this is something that we keep hearing at various forums. And when you link it with embedded finance, we have been talking about, and Vikas rightly pointed out, of the high cost of delivering such or enabling such use cases. So is it really, I understand that it saves lives, but is it in doing so, is it really something that can bring revenue? Is it viable?
Oh, it's very viable, right? Embedded finance is the perfect platform for enabling that. What we do is basically capture the insights of the customer. And this is how financial wellness, like Neem is a financial wellness enabler, right? We capture, and we got a whole payment platform, right? Where a customer can easily integrate, or customer meaning a digital platform, can very simply integrate our platform into financial services into their use case, share data with us, the understanding of the customer, and enable the wellness, right? Meaning payments is the foundation. Beyond payments is the ability to lend, then to be able to insure, to save. That's the whole life cycle of a customer. That life cycle can be very easily enabled through embedded finance because you now know the customer and you have a much deeper relationship with them. What we are seeing is that we are right now under UAT, right? Moving really well. We have a massive pipeline. We have about 50 companies in our pipeline right now, ready to go. There's so much demand because the time for financial wellness has come, right? Consumers want more. Financial inclusion was very limited, right? It was just bringing them on board. But how do you enable their lives? How do you make them progress and succeed in life, right? That's what financial wellness is. And we want, at least for companies like Neem, our vision is to enable that. And I think there'll be many, many companies, and all of us on this panel also, it's kind of embedded in embedded finance, right? Because you're capturing insights of the customer and enabling that person towards a lifelong journey. In embedded finance, the customer acquisition cost is very low, and you make money because you're sharing money with all the partners, the channel partner, the digital partner, everybody, right? So you have a much thinner slice. But what you do is you are looking at a lifetime value of the customer to enable them through their life cycle. And that's where the other revolutionary shift is.
Great. So according to a recent report by Deloitte, the market of embedded finance globally is going to change from a $22 billion market in 2020 to $230 billion market in 2025. So we see a lot of potential, a lot of growth in this area. And we hope to accelerate it in Pakistan also with the backdrop of anticipating some regulatory intervention such as open banking frameworks coming in the market, and a lot of such collaborations happening in the future also. So with this, I'll conclude this conversation, and I thank my panelists for their views, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisen, and all the panelists. It was a wonderful session. And please give a huge round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you very much. It was incredible to hear such valuable insights from the veterans of the financial industry. So now, moving forward, we are honored to have Mr. Dimitrios Nakis, the Director of Product Management at Verifone, join us live to deliver the presentation.
Okay. So hello, everyone. Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. All right. Please allow me a second to share my presentation and I'll be right with you. If you don't mind, I will be disabling my camera because this laptop is on a docking station. So you will hear me just fine. You will. And I will be happy to, if there are any questions, to take them at the end. So bear with me for a moment. Give me 1 second, please, because it looks like there's a problem with sharing my presentation. All right, you should be able to see it now. So let me start. Let me start the presentation. So first of all, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Verifone, as you know, is one of the global players in the payments industry. So Verifone has been in the payments business more than 40 years right now. Verifone has also expanded its portfolio. We're very, very well known, if I'm not mistaken, for our hardware business, and we have expanded our portfolio through a lot of the other payment system operations that we have throughout the world, offering services such as e-commerce, offering services like gateways, switching, in a few geographies, acquiring, and so on. Okay, so what has been done is that Verifone also has, throughout the past few years, we have actually purchased a few companies which are into the e-commerce space. And also into the e-commerce space, we have a global portfolio right now, which consists of the solutions that you're going to see. A few key insights on the global e-commerce market. Okay, so retail e-commerce, first of all, the retail e-commerce is expected to reach 3.76 trillion this year. It is one of the verticals which is going to have a growth rate of a double-digit growth rate of 11.5%. By 2027, more than 20% of all retail purchases are expected to be performed online, as we're reading on the slide. We should also not neglect the fact that with COVID and everything which happened, this also accelerated this growth. About 60% of all e-commerce purchases are done on mobile. This ratio is also expected to slowly grow in the upcoming years. So we anticipate that mobile already is playing a major role. So practically you need the same experience on a mobile device as you do on a website. So this is already very important. It will slowly grow a bit more, but not on at the same pace that everybody is expecting. In 2022, more than half of the shoppers globally reported shopping internationally. So practically what we're saying is that 50% of the people who were actually doing e-commerce and they were shopping online, they have also shopped somewhere internationally. Okay. And the other very important detail here is that, the pandemic and the current global context have been driving cross-border shopping. So practically shoppers are more and more shopping cross-border from other countries and so on. Only 1/3 of the businesses, they either strictly focus in either B2C or B2B sales. Okay, so we're seeing a very big change there because usually it's a blend of both. Okay, the rest, it's a blend of both customer segments. The subscription model have been with us for a long time, but when you go with the big giants like Netflix, Amazon, Spotify, blah blah have accelerated this, right? So what we're seeing, a lot of new models that came out also out of this need is that we can see subscription models right now in many verticals. So for example, we're seeing subscription model even in pharmacies, where we say that each and every month I need to buy this medicine. We're seeing subscription models in flower shops. So we're seeing subscription models in verticals that we were never actually anticipating to do so. Some details here which are important for us and for you. So we have more than 600,000 merchants who trust the Verifone brand for global commerce. I think you also see some of the brands locally here. So right now we are serving, actually this number is even a bit bigger. So we have more than 620,000 merchants who trust the Verifone global e-commerce brand. Really proud of it. We are integrated. We have a lot of technology partners. As you can imagine, we're integrated with with all the big baskets. So Shopify, the shopping carts, Shopify, WooCommerce, Magento, BigCommerce, Presta, Zoho, and we have more than 120 connectors from the most popular shopping cart solutions. So please be aware that we're fully integrated with them. We're working with them we have a very good relationship with all the shopping cart solutions that you see here, and we work with them in a regular manner. So what do the clients need? Okay, so what do we consider that is required from an e-commerce solution? So number one, obviously, is always to increase the revenue, which is achieved on what we say we are better than industry tooling. I will explain what it is. Okay. The other very important need here is the local optimization and expansion. Okay, there is a lot of regions, there are a lot of countries, there are verticals for in each and every country that would require specialized support. So, you cannot anticipate, for example, that a small merchant is going to have the same needs as a bigger merchant, where, for example, the bigger merchant would like to have everything integrated on their own solutions and better support and so on. To empower the business users, that's the third thing. Okay, so as I said, if you remember before in the previous slide, we see a mix of B2C, B2B customers. So an e-commerce solution should empower the business users, and it should be self-service enabled, zero development, so it should be seamless the way that you use it. Improve time to market and revenue, so new purchase experience, new products, transitioning to software as a service. So practically what we're saying here is that if you're a merchant, if you're a retailer, you don't really need to be an IT expert in order to do e-commerce, okay? Mobile devices, multi-platform monetization. You remember before we also said that, mobile is already 60% of what is happening in e-commerce today. So this plays more and more of a critical role on what we're doing. Micropayments, carriers, non-card payments, wearable devices, Internet of Things. So all of these play a significant role in the choice of an e-commerce platform. Customer engagement, better experience. I think it's obvious. This is one of the key items as well. We do not want to have frustrated end customers who are going to actually stop the purchase of a transaction and say, oh, I will do it later, or I don't want to do it, and so on. So we're focusing more and more on the conversion rate. Achieve and maintain regulatory compliance. This is more and more a pain for everybody. So because there are new laws, there is new legislation and so on. So this is something that we're also focusing on. And the last thing is cost savings from decommissioning redundant systems or adoption of ancillary services. Practically what we're saying here is that have the ability to save cost by, going out of all the legacy systems that usually exist. Why Verifone? Okay, so a few things about Verifone. We have global coverage. We have global coverage for merchants acceptance, international localized support. We maximize the revenue. We have one of the highest authorization rates, and we have one of the best checkout experiences. All-in-one turnkey solution, so advanced subscription billing, smarter payments and distribution. I would also say here compliance, which is also very, very important. We have a few slides on this, and we'll discuss about it. And of course, driving growth. The solution works out of the box with subscription management tools. Very, very also easy to integrate. For us, the checkout experience is very important. Okay, so we have the ability to customize the shopping carts, improving the customer experience. Our interface, the one that you see here, is our dashboard that you see here, is very, very easy to use, very, very simple. Okay, there are a lot of marketing tools that we have embedded in the portal. So for example, you can do offers, you can do promotions and so on. Would be very happy to show it to you. It's an administrative tool and well-defined for integration on your businesses. Very, I would opt to say, easy to actually do it. So practically everything is controlled from a single dashboard. You can sell also any type of products, both digital and physical. So it does not make a difference if we're talking about, for example, a subscription. It does not make a difference for us if we're talking about a dress where you need color and size. So we support all types of products. The ordering engines are also very important. Okay, as always, our target here is to deliver high conversion rates. Okay, so we have an out-of-box template gallery for shopping cart best practices that we share with you. The template can be used as it is, or you can customize it. Okay, it is these templates are not something which is static. We are actually changing them all the time, based on the CRO, so the Chief Revenue Officer's recommendations, and we're talking about a full stack. So as we call it, full stack means that look, feel to returning customers and payment optimizations and so on. As said, we would be really happy to navigate you through that. Shopping carts, very important for us. So we practically support everything, as you saw before. So our newest ordering engine, which is with the redirect, it's called Convert Plus. It's API driven and built on shopping cart best practices, can be used off the shelf, you can customize it. So practically this is our newest and best technology that we have. And the iframe, which is, I think, well known to everybody, it integrates ideally with the shopping cart applications, collect customer billing, allowing merchants to pass information over to the cart. They minimize the customer's input through the payment process. So we have also specific flows which are multi and one step, as we call it. So and of course, let's not forget that we're integrated with the biggest shopping carts, as we said before. Fraud management, also a very important topic. Okay, so we are, first of all, we have a 24/7 automated anti-fraud management solution. So the system works automatically 24/7. It is multi-tier. It has a multi-tier defense strategy in order to identify the fraudulent activity. The algorithms are proprietary to our business and are customized to different industries and geographies. So practically what this means is that we do not have a one solution fits all here, but we customize it according to what we know works for each and every industry. We use a combination of AI and manual review processes. So not everything is automatic. Okay, so fraud detection is optimized. They're keeping fraud to the minimum, and practically we ensure that your businesses are safe. A very nice metric that you see in this slide is that 3 out of 4, 75% of organizations were target of fraud last year. And the cost of fraud has significantly 60% increased over the last decade. Compliance, very important, very important topic. So first of all, Verifone is fully compliant with all local data privacy regulations around the world. Okay, so we are, we're really proud because this is one of the areas of key focus for the company. We offload the complexity here, as we say, to staying up to date. So practically we do everything that is required on your behalf. So we are making sure that we're compliant in all the geographies and all the regions that we work with, and we're on par with the requirements from all the regulatory bodies. Needless to say, all our data centers, the solutions that we offer are PCI level 1 certified. They follow all the card scheme, national regulations, and compliance mandates for recurring charges for subscriptions. Global tax and financial services, another point that is part of the platform. So one of the main key items that we are targeting with the ability to be compliant with global tax and financial services in each and every country is to reduce chargebacks, protect your good standing with credit card companies. Fully compliant international buying and selling experience, and we comply with regulations in Europe, US, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa, and we automatically calculate your taxes. So this is also one very important part of the solution. So whoever chooses to have the Verifone platform, you will also, your accountant or your accounting firms will have a very easy task to do so, because this is automatically calculated from the platform. Reporting, also one of the very strong items of the Verifone offering. So practically we use the payments data as a growth lever, here. So we have a data-centric platform. So practically you can see what is happening in your business in each and every day, month, and so on. See what are the growth rates, compare it, let's say, with what happened last year and so on. So the target here is to maximize the business efficiency. Okay. We have instant insights, trends, out of the box, customizable reports, and so on. And practically what we're saying here is that all these type of reports, like so this is the overview that you see here: financial reports that we have, executive reports, marketing reports, dashboard for authorizations, and analytics are going to help you to define your strategy in the next iterations. So, for example, if there is a specific product category that is not doing so well or is falling behind, so you will be able to understand what is happening in your business using all these different tools. And of course, we also have the tools in order to if you use the marketing tools as well, in order to promote your solutions further. Merchant and shopper services. We have premium merchant support with emergency phone numbers, dedicated account management. So depends on the type of merchant. So we also have a 24/7 friendly shopper support with local language and issues related to orders and payments. We have marketing services for increased conversion rate and shopping carts, best practices, tests, and integration, and professional services for custom development. There's consultancy, development, QA, solution, architecting it, and so on. So these are all services that we can offer for both merchants and shoppers. And closing, and I know we're out of time. Okay, so closing, few things on why customers choose Verifone. We're a global scale. We're in global scale with local capabilities. We are acquirer and processor agnostic. We don't care who is behind. We're innovative, flexible, and we're talking about end-to-end solutions, certified, secure, a trusted brand, and very, very easy to integrate. And closing, I would like to say a few words about the company. Right now, we are approximately, actually the number is a bit higher, so we're approximately 5,000 people all over the world. We're heavily investing in engineering. More than 40% of our staff is in engineering. We speak more than 50 languages within the company. A lot of patents each and every year, more than 60. The devices have surpassed the 40 million mark as of last month. Okay. Please be aware that practically 46% of the world's non-cash transactions are processed through a Verifone e-commerce solution, a Verifone payment terminal, or one of the Verifone gateways, and so on. Okay. And we process more than 10 billion transactions, and in value more than $225 billion each and every year. I would also like to say that in Pakistan, you will find Verifone represented from our partner, Access Solutions, and we would be delighted to have a further discussion with you in those type of solutions. I would like to thank you for your time once more. Looking forward to see you physically next time. I hope in the next iteration it's going to be face-to-face and not digital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitrios. That was a very informative presentation. Thank you for that. And I would request everyone who is standing, please have a seat. So next, we have a fireside chat between Mr. Shehzad Shahid, the Group CEO of TPS, and Mr. Ahmed Salimi, the CEO of Digit Plus. The topic of the discussion will be agri-tech as a tool for financial inclusion. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. This is never a good idea to have any conversation right after the coffee break. Majority have, I think, left, and the few are now doing networking. But let's try to have this conversation as insightful as possible so people take interest. So this time I really thought hard about which topic to pick up. We've been talking about financial inclusion, digital financial inclusion, lending. And pretty much we are targeting the similar customer base over a period of, many years. Then a name popped up in my mind, and that was Digit Plus. So Digit Plus is unique in the sense that it's the only agri fintech in Pakistan. And they are really focused on the agri sector. So we have a lot of agri tech companies, but agri fintech is something that I have not really seen, or at least in my knowledge, there is no licensed entity which is in this sector. तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि हम अहमद भाई को जो है बुलाते हैं, थोड़ी सी गपशप मारते हैं, and let's see why they have decided to pick this specific niche. So Ahmed Salim Saab, I hope मेरी introduction लोगों के पास है, but my name is Shehzad Shahid and I am the group CEO of TPS Worldwide. We are a payments technology company operating since 1996. We have been enabling banks, digital banks, and a lot of processes across the world. So in this regard, I would like to first say Assalamu alaikum to Ahmed Salimi Saab.
Assalamu alaikum.
A bit of an introduction before we get the...
Thank you for the invitation, Shazad. So I'm CEO for Digit Plus. Digit Plus is an EMI, and rightly said, we're the only EMI in Pakistan whose focus is on agri. So agri के ऊपर है, we're currently we've concluded our pilot phase, और अब हम बड़ी तेजी से अपने commercial launch की तरफ जो है वो जा रहे हैं.
Zabardast. अच्छा वैसे अभी, so I have been meeting a lot of digital banks, Atiya bhai, and one question that keeps coming up in all conversations is which customer segment these digital banks are going to tap, which customer segment these EMIs are going to tap, right? What is the next customer base that's going to really give you business and money and the sustainable sort of business? Or I can say with surety after meeting him up that agri is surely one of those sectors which is underserved, if not unserved, and that really deserves a focus from the financial sector. पहला सवाल तो ये है अहमद भाई कि अभी तक ज़्यादातर बैंक्स हमें नजर आते हैं, agri lending में, agri financing में. I have not seen EMIs or digital banks focus on that. Yeah, for that matter, other than that. So what happened that you guys decided to go towards agri sector?
So Shazad very rightly said, अब जितने digital banks हैं, EMIs आ रहे हैं, so they'll have to explore new target markets or new segments. Agri जो है वो 9 million आपके पास पाकिस्तान में farmers हैं, 40-50% आपकी workforce को वो employ करते हैं, 24% आपका GDP का है. Unfortunately, agri को भी अब हम import कर रहे हैं बहुत सारे को, तो इसको self sustainable बनाना. हमारे पास ये by virtue of the parent group हमारे पास more than 30 years of experience भी है, plus अब हमारे पास अपना direct experience है. हमने already 10,000 farmers on board कर लिए हैं, उनमें से 200 million की throughput generate का हम कर चुके हैं, 40,000 transactions already clock कर चुके हैं with a minimum viable product. और अभी हम इसको मजीद scale up कर रहे हैं. There's a lot of product suite जो इस वक्त under development है और जो future में अभी आ रहा है. So that's why we selected agri, and all these 200 million transactions is सिर्फ digital transactions हैं. So अभी तक कोई offline transaction नहीं है इसके अंदर.
So guys, hear this out. 9 million farmers, largely financially excluded. और got interesting बात, they're not at the bottom of the pyramid. They make reasonable good amount of money. So they're not making 30,000 rupees a month. They are in the tune of 50,000, 80,000, 100,000 rupees a month. And वो जब season आता है crushing का, तो बाद वो लोग पराठो और दालें खरीद रहे होते हैं. So this is the kind of money they make. और ये वो sector है जिसको शायद largely
फॉर्मल सेक्टर अभी तक उसको टैप नहीं कर पा रहा। तो ये बताएं कि बैंक्स क्यों नहीं टैप कर पा रहे उसको इतना, मतलब व्हाई यू थिंक यू गाइस कैन डू समथिंग? क्या क्या व्हाट इज मिसिंग इन देयर पिच?
सो आप देखें, वन साइज फिट ऑल जो है ना, वो इस मार्केट में नहीं चलता। हर सेगमेंट विच आई मीन इज कि हर क्रॉप जो है उसकी एक डिफरेंट नीड है। व्हीट की अलग है, शुगर की अलग है, कॉटन की अलग है, और आपको उस यूज केस को क्रैक करके, टेक्नोलॉजी से क्रैक करके, प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करके उसमें जाना पड़ता है। एक तो सबसे बड़ी वजह ये है। दूसरी, इसमें रिटेल अप्रोच व्हाट आई सीन हैज ऑलवेज फेल्ड। रिटेल अप्रोच ये है कि यू गो आउट इन द मार्केट, इंसेंटिवाइज द कस्टमर, और फिर आप उसको कैप्चर करें। हम जो मॉडल लेते हैं दैट्स ए B2B2C मॉडल। सो हम डायरेक्ट बायर के पास जाते हैं, वो बायर जब पेमेंट करता है either to a middleman or to a farmer directly, उस प्रोसेस को हम डिसबर्समेंट की पूरी डिजिटाइज करते हैं। एंड इट्स अ टू प्रोंग्ड प्रोसेस। एक डिजिटाइजेशन आपके फार्मर की है डेफिनेटली, दूसरी डिजिटाइजेशन आपके बायर की है, जिसको कन्वेंशनली हम मिल्स कहते हैं, जैसे एक शुगर मिल होती है, उनका भी पूरी एक वैल्यू चेन है जिसको आप डिजिटाइज करते हैं, एंड देन दैट्स हाउ इट वर्क्स। और यही हमने अपने पायलट लॉन्च से पहले किया था, एंड इट हैज वर्कड ट्रेमेंडसली वेल फॉर अस।
तो आपका ये कहना है कि जो एक टिपिकल बैंक है, वो इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम को शायद मेरे ख्याल में उस तरीके से सर्व नहीं कर पा रहा, वो पॉकेट्स में जा रहा है।
एक और वजह भी है, वो ये है कि फार्मर्स बहुत जोग्राफिकली स्प्रेड होते हैं। यू नो, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अ बैंक जिसका एक फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होता है, उनको कैप्चर करने के लिए। अब हमने ये जो अभी क्रैक किया, जिसमें हमने वर्क किया है, हर क्रॉप का पाकिस्तान में एक सीजन होता है, 2 महीने 3 महीने, सबसे लंबा शुगर का 4 महीने का होता है। उस स्पेसिफिक सीजन के अंदर आपको फार्मर जो है वो एक जगह पे मिलता है, आइदर इन अ मिल, या अगर वो पेप्सी को पोटैटो बेच रहा है तो वहां पे मिलता है। एंड दैट्स वेयर वी फोकस ऑन। वहां पे जाके हम उनको कन्वर्ट करते हैं उस सीजन के अंदर। एंड अभी हमने बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली ये किया है, नवंबर से लेके मार्च तक का पिछले साल जो है वो आपका शुगर का सीजन होता है, तो हमने शुगर मिल्स के अंदर अपनी डिप्लॉयमेंट्स करके और वहां पे सारा फार्मर हमने कैप्चर किया। बैंक्स ने जो है वो जोग्राफिकली स्प्रेड होते हैं, दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लम। सो ये हमारा B2B2C मॉडल जो है, जिसमें हम मजीद वर्किंग कर रहे हैं, दैट इज हैज वर्कड रियली वेल फॉर अस।
अच्छा, जैसे आपने बात की, ये जो हमारा फार्मर्स हैं या फॉर दैट मैटर मिल्स हैं, इनकी जो डिजिटाइजेशन है या एडॉप्शन ऑफ डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज हैं, इसमें आपके ख्याल में सबसे बड़े इम्पेडिमेंट्स क्या हैं? मतलब वो अवेयरनेस का प्रॉब्लम है, वो कोई द वे दे आर ऑल इंटरवोवन उसका इशू है, यू नो, वो बड़े सारे इसमें चीजें।
सो अवेयरनेस है। अब हमने उसको किस तरह टैकल किया है, हमारी जो ऐप है वो मल्टीलिंगुअल है। हम सराइकी में, पंजाबी में, उर्दू में, और हर महीने न्यू लैंग्वेजेस ऐड करेंगे। ये ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है। और हमारी सबसे ज्यादा जो जिसके ऊपर जो हमारी ऐप चलती है वो सराइकी के ऊपर अभी चल रही है। अभी हम आगे पश्तो भी हमारी आने वाली है इसके अंदर। तो हम रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस, फिर हमारे पास ऑडियो असिस्टेंस है इन दी ऐप। सो हर ट्रांजैक्शन पे, चाहे वो IBFT है, बिल पेमेंट्स है, या कुछ भी और है, उसके ऊपर एक ऑडियो होती है जो कि मल्टी लिंगुअल, वो भी अब हम उसको करने लगे हैं, जो कि कस्टमर को गाइड करती है कि आपने ऐसे ऐसे ट्रांजैक्शन करनी है। दैट्स द वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट सक्सेस जो हमने उसको नोट किया। सेकंड, अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ डिजिटल प्ले एज वेल। सो जो आपके पास जितनी मिल्स हैं, अगर शुगर की है या व्हीट की है या क्रॉप की है, जो कि फार्म प्रोड्यूस खरीदती हैं, इनके पास फिजिकल स्पेसेस होती हैं जो सीजन के अंदर तो बहुत हाईली यूटिलाइज्ड होती हैं, अदरवाइज पूरे सीजन के अंदर उनकी यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं होती। हमने उनके साथ पार्टनर किया है और उन फिजिकल स्पेसेस को कैप्चर करके हमने फार्मर की अवेयरनेस भी किया। एंड यूल बी सरप्राइज्ड कि हमारे पास हमने 2 तरीके चलाने की कोशिश की। एक तो ये कि हम फिजिकली ट्रेन करें, सेकंड डिजिटल ट्यूटोरियल्स भी थे हमारे पास। सबसे ज्यादा रिस्पांस हमें डिजिटल ट्यूटोरियल्स पे मिला है, यूट्यूब के ऊपर मिला। एंड दिस अगर मैं आपको बताऊं तो जो शुगर केन का जब सीजन आता है तो एक क्यू होती है, ट्रैक्टर्स, ट्रॉलीज, बहुत लंबी क्यू जो है वो लगी होती है अपना फार्म प्रोड्यूस बेचने के लिए, और वो आधा पौना घंटा उसमें लग जाता है। और सारे जो फार्मर्स हैं, मैंने उनको देखा है कि वो यूट्यूब पे या टिकटॉक के ऊपर वहाँ पे जो है वो अपना टाइम उसके ऊपर पास कर रहे थे। दैट्स द लेवल ऑफ डिजिटल अवेयरनेस वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी है भी बहुत सारी।
बेसिकली आपका की पॉइंट ये है कि हम जब तक कि उनकी लोकल लैंग्वेजेस में कंटेंट डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, एडॉप्शन और अवेयरनेस विल बी लिमिटेड। और सेकेंडली समझने की जरूरत है कि वो जैसे आपने कहा कि देयर आर लाइक किलोमीटर्स लॉन्ग लाइन ऑफ द ट्रैक्टर्स। वो टाइम होता है जिसमें आप जो है उनको बहुत टाइम होता है उनके पास यूट्यूब पे वो कंटेंट को कंज्यूम करने का और समझने का।
अच्छा, आपके ख्याल में एक तो एरिया है फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का, सवाल ये है कि वो अपना वॉलेट्स क्यों खुलवाएं? मतलब आप ऐसी उनको कौन सी फैसिलिटी दे रहे हैं
Okay.
that they will open the wallet, keep the money in and use that as well? क्योंकि जो बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम है ना, वो वॉलेट तो खुल जाता है बाय सम इंसेंटिव, वॉलेट में पैसे टॉप अप नहीं होते और वो यूज नहीं होता।
अच्छा, so दो प्रॉब्लम फार्मर्स की जो है ना, दो मेजर प्रॉब्लम्स है पाकिस्तान में। एंड मैं खुद गया हूँ, मैं थाउजेंड्स ऑफ फार्मर से आई थिंक मिला हूँ बिफोर वी लॉन्च दिस प्रोडक्ट। एक प्रॉब्लम ये है कि फार्मर को इंस्टेंट पेमेंट चाहिए, बिकॉज सीजन का जो टाइम होता है वो बहुत थोड़ा होता है, और फिर जैसे ही उसको पेमेंट मिलती है उसने अपनी नेक्स्ट फार्म प्रोड्यूस के ऊपर उसको इन्वेस्ट करना होता है। तो हमने अपने पार्टनर्स के साथ मिलके वहां पे उसको कैश इंस्टेंटली अवेलेबल कराया। सेकंड जो फार्मर का प्रॉब्लम है कि उसको इनपुट्स इन अ टाइमली मैनर चाहिए होती हैं, अगेन क्योंकि सीजन का एक टाइम होता है। उस इनपुट्स में फर्टिलाइजर भी है, डैप भी है, वेरियस और किस्म की प्रोडक्ट्स भी हैं। अभी हमने उसका पायलट किया है और अब हम एक पूरा ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे हैं जहां से वो उसको खरीद सकेगा। थर्ड जो हुक हमने क्रिएट किया है, वो हुक ये है, वी रियलाइज कि देखें इट्स ऑलवेज अ टू वे बेनिफिशियल रिलेशनशिप। सो जो मिल है उसने जब फार्मर से प्रोड्यूस खरीदना है, उसकी ख्वाहिश ये है कि वो स्टिकी रहे फार्मर हमेशा उसके साथ, और उसको राइट टाइम के ऊपर जो है वो फार्म प्रोड्यूस मिल जाए, बिकॉज क्रशिंग सीजन का एक टाइम होता है। अगर मैं एक क्रॉप की एग्जांपल लूँ, मैं दूसरी पोटैटो की भी आपको अभी बताता हूँ। सो हाँ, वो उस मिल के लिए भी अब हम डिजिटल एक बायर सेलर जो को मिलाएगा वो पोर्टल बना रहे हैं। अदरवाइज वो कन्वेंशनल तरीका ये होता था कि थाउजेंड्स की वर्कफोर्स है, वो थाउजेंड्स की वर्कफोर्स जाके बहुत दूर दराज के इलाकों में जाके फार्मर्स को ढूंढती थी और लेके आती थी, और ये एक्टिविटी हर साल वो रिपीट करते थे। सो अब हम उसके लिए एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे हैं जो बायर सेलर को आपस में मिलाएगा। एंड जो इनपुट्स है, जो एग्री मॉल है, वहां पे हमने देखा है कि कस्टमर अपना वो डिपॉजिट रिटेन भी करता है, वॉलेट को टॉप अप भी करता है, एंड दैट्स हाउ वी हैव पेनिट्रेटेड इनटू द फार्मर्स लाइफस्टाइल। सो अगर आपने डिपॉजिट होल्ड कराना है और टॉप कराना है तो आपको अपने कस्टमर की लाइफस्टाइल में पेनिट्रेट करना पड़ता है, एंड दैट्स वेयर एग्री टेक कम्स इनटू प्ले एज वेल। अनप्रेसिडेंटेड फ्लड्स देखे हैं पाकिस्तान ने पिछले कुछ अर्से पहले, क्लाइमेट चेंज जो है वो इट्स वेरी अनप्रिडिक्टेबल, उस पर बहुत काम हो रहा है। सो अब वेदर चेक, सोइल चेक, पैरामीट्रिक इंश्योरेंस, दिस ऑल हैव बिकम वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। जैसे ही आप फार्मर की लाइफस्टाइल में पेनिट्रेट करते हैं, वॉलेट भी टॉप अप होता है और डिपॉजिट रिटेन भी हो रहा होता है।
इंटरेस्टिंग। तो ये बताएं कि मैं भी थोड़ी सी रिसर्च कर रहा था, तो उसमें ये था कि एक्सेस टू कैपिटल वो हर एक के लिए मसला है। इट्स मोर सो फॉर द पीपल इन एग्री, राइट? बिकॉज ऑफ एक तो पहले से एक इश्यूज थे, यू नो इन द पास्ट फ्यू इयर्स क्लाइमेट चेंज बहुत ज्यादा हिट कर रहा है, फ्लड्स, यू नो अनसीजन रेन और सब कुछ। तो ये बताएं कि एक्सेस टू कैपिटल इज अ नीड, राइट? और इसकी एब्सेंस में जो अनरेगुलेटेड आरतीज हैं और जो बाकी जो इंटरमीडियरीज हैं, if I can use the word, they are exploiting. क्योंकि आपने कुछ बड़ा बताया, जिक्र कीजिएगा जो आपने बताया कितना मैसिव वो बेसिकली इनवॉइस डिस्काउंटिंग करते हैं। तो किस तरह से अभी वो इकोसिस्टम चल रहा है पेमेंट्स का और वो लेंडिंग का, और आपके ख्याल में कैसे ये टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड इंटरवेंशन से उसको आप जो है वो इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं?
सो लेट मी पिक जस्ट मैं एक क्रॉप की एग्जांपल लेता हूँ, दैट्स शुगर। उस पे भी हमने बड़ा ज्यादा काम किया है। पाकिस्तान की सारी क्रॉप्स के ऊपर जब जब फार्मर अपना प्रोड्यूस सेल करता है तो उसको एक प्रोमिसरी नोट मिलता है, एंड मैं इसको कहता हूँ ये एक अनऑफिशियल करेंसी है जो सर्कुलेट कर रही है। वो प्रोमिसरी नोट जो है वो उसको बायर देता है और वो ये प्रॉमिस करता है कि मैं आपको 15 डेज, कुछ क्रॉप में 20 डेज, कुछ क्रॉप में 25 डेज के अंदर पेमेंट गारंटी करता हूँ, और वो एक प्रोमिसरी नोट कंसिडर होता है। अब फार्मर का मसला ये है कि क्योंकि उसने साल में एक बार कमाना होता है, तो उसको इंस्टेंट पेमेंट चाहिए होती है पर्सनल नीड के लिए भी, और उसका जो फार्म लैंड होता है उसने उसमें भी जाके फॉरन से पहले सीजन का एक टाइम होता है, उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी होती है, उसमें इनपुट्स लेनी होती हैं। वो जो प्रोमिसरी नोट है वो एक मिडिल मैन जिसको हम कॉमनली आरती कहते हैं, वो आगे वो उसको दे देता है। वो क्या करता है कि उस पर 60-70-50% डिस्काउंटिंग करके उसको देता है, एंड इंस्टेंट कैश के चक्कर में और अवेयरनेस लेवल इतना नहीं है उसके चक्कर में फार्मर कॉम्प्रोमाइज होता है। एंड दैट्स प्रैक्टिकली, जैसे आपने कहा, इट्स एक्सप्लॉयटेटिव, आई कॉल इट, इट्स क्रिमिनल, इतना ज्यादा एक्सप्लॉयटेशन करना। सो हम अब ये कर रहे हैं कि हम वो जो प्रोमिसरी नोट्स हैं उनसे हम वी वर्किंग विद डिफरेंट बैंक्स एज वेल, वी वर्किंग विद द रेगुलेटर एज वेल, हम उसको फॉर्मलाइज कराने लगे एज ताकि वो रियलाइज हो जाए एज अ कोलैटरल फॉर लेंडिंग। हमने सक्सेसफुली ये पायलट किया है विद माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक, And the results have been amazing. There has been 0% default क्योंकि इसकी गारंटी फिर जो बायर होता है वो आपको डायरेक्टली अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन जो बैंक है उसको दे रहा होता है. 0% डिफॉल्ट हुआ है और 100 मिलियन तक की अभी तक हम लेंडिंग करवा चुके हैं ऑलरेडी इसके ऊपर. एंड एज सून एज वी गो इनटू कमर्शियल तो हम इसको स्केल अप करेंगे. एंड वी बिलीव कि दिस विल बी अ ब्रेक थ्रू. हमने तो उसका ऑलरेडी पेटेंट रजिस्टर करा लिया.
Quite interesting.
Yeah.
अपनी आपने बड़ी एक इंटरेस्टिंग किस्म की आपने एक पोस्ट की थी आई थिंक फ्यू वीक्स अगो, और आपने कहा था कि ये जो मोबाइल ऐप डेवलपमेंट है इसमें इंस्टेड ऑफ यूजिंग दोस सुपर एक्सपेंसिव प्लेटफॉर्म्स you want to sort of use good developers and get far better results. So, matlab, you know, I see a lot of banks going after sort of, you know, those platforms which promise to be quick and more responsive in terms of app development. Why you had come up with a different approach? I'm not saying different approach, but unpopular approach, let me say this.
Yeah, I'm a little politically incorrect बचपन से वैसे, but देखें बहुत सारे डिजिटल बैंक्स आ रहे हैं, बहुत सारी EMIs आ रही हैं, कन्वेंशनल बैंक्स एक्टिव हो रही है, टेलकोज ऑलरेडी इस प्ले के अंदर हैं. सो अब गो टू मार्केट जो है क्रिटिकल हो जाएगा, स्पीड टू मार्केट आपका क्रिटिकल हो जाएगा. जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स की आप बात कर रहे हैं, OBDX, कोनी, दे आर क्लोज लूप प्लेटफॉर्म्स. उनके ऊपर आप इतनी जल्दी एजिलिटी नहीं ला सकते जितनी आप एक नेटिव ऐप के ऊपर लेकर आ सकते हैं. जैसे हमने इनिशियली प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च की तो हमें रिस्पॉन्स जो है उसमें प्रॉब्लम हुई. हमें नजर आया कि वो इंग्लिश की जो ऐप हम सारों को देते हैं वन साइज फिट्स ऑल, वो वाला काम नहीं चल रहा. तो विद इन 2 days हम मल्टीलिंगुअल ऐप भी हमने कर दी और हमने ऑडियो की जो है AI बॉट्स यूज करके ऑडियो असिस्टेंस भी ऐप के अंदर डाल दी. सो दैट्स हाउ आवर नेटिव ऐप वर्क्स. सो इससे पहले कि आप $3-4-5 मिलियन किसी प्लेटफॉर्म में इन्वेस्ट करें, आई थिंक इट्स बेटर कि आप 15-20 डेवलपर्स को हायर करके, क्योंकि आपने यूज केसेस ब्रेक करने हैं, अपने यूज केसेस को इनोवेट करना है, उसके अंदर देयर इज गोइंग टू बी अ लॉट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन्वॉल्वमेंट. सो ये क्लोज्ड लूप प्लेटफॉर्म्स किसे हो नहीं पाएगी अब.
अच्छा, your business is technology driven, technology led, technology based. You are opening digital wallets, issuing cards, having mobile apps. So दो मेरे सवाल हैं. एक सवाल तो मेरा ये है कि do we have good enough domestic technologies available in Pakistan that is helping you achieve your goals? And secondly, are the farmers or the people in agri sector, you know, adopting it quick enough?
Yeah. So जो पहला सवाल है, yes, domestic support है. I am glad कि you know the industry now realizes कि you know जो fintechs हैं या जो EMIs हैं, they're relatively small as compared to banks with less funds. So अब SaaS based solutions जो हैं वो introduce market में हो रहे हैं. हमें बहुत quickly enable Covalent ने किया था because उन्होंने initially SaaS based अपने pricing models निकाले थे जिससे हमें बहुत help मिली थी. So that has been really advantage. So domestic support अब create हो रही है. Second, farmers, yes. So जैसे मैंने आपको पहले बताया 200 million की हम transactions कर चुके हैं, all digital. सारी हमारी app के through हुई हैं and they're all farmers. So that level is available. अगर आप प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग करें कस्टमर की, अगर आप उनकी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करें इफेक्टिवली थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी, सो आई हैव नो डाउट कि फिर उसकी अडॉप्शन बहुत तेजी से बढ़ना शुरू हो जाती है. एज कम्पेयर टू यू नो यू क्रिएट एन ऐप और वो ऐप आप सबको देना शुरू कर दें, उसमें और आप हमेशा लिमिटेड ही रहेंगे अपनी अप्रोच के अंदर.
चलिए, जबरदस्त. So basically, if we sort of try to wrap it up, because I'm conscious of the time, we have just 20 minutes over. So all in all, the conversation is about you know, tapping a sector which is largely underserved, which is the agri sector. You know, the people, for example, those involved in sugarcane, for example, out of 9 million farmers, their annual income is between 3 lakh rupees से 2 crore रुपए a year. Potato की जो लोग हैं उनकी इससे ज़्यादा income है, and you know, so on and so forth. So it's a sizable segment of society जिसका पूरा का पूरा ecosystem mill से लेके intermediary से लेके farmers producers तक largely paper based है, and this needs massive intervention, and I think they have been trying to do that. जो मुझे बात समझ आई है इनकी, the trick is about being local to them through language, through culture, understanding their specific elements, giving them the sort of climate advisory, soil advisory, you know, helping them get at the right rate the genuine stuff जो उनको खाद चाहिए, fertilizer, जो उनको medicines, जो भी चीजें उनको चाहिए, by having the marketplace there. So they're trying to set up the whole ecosystem that is relevant to make it really successful. और मेरा ये ख्याल है कि 1 digit plus is not enough. This is a big enough market, and I would expect बहुत मुस्कुरा रहे हैं हमारे नीम फाइनेंशियल वाले. I think you guys are also trying to tap the same market, and I think this is big enough market, and I think we need more to come into this sector and really unleash the real potential. Thank you so very much for attending this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Nimsa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahzad and Mr. Ahmed, for this insightful discussion on this very important subject. So now it's time for a live presentation by Mr. Sanjeev Purushottam, the founding partner of Bridge DFS. He will be joining us virtually from his location to talk about open banking and API economy, driving innovation in fintech and payments. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Hi, how are you? Can everybody hear me? Hello? Hello, just
Yes,
checking.
we can hear you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you.
Over
All
to
right.
you.
Thank you so much. And I was just trying to see if I can actually share out the presentation. Give me a second. Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay. It looks like I'll have to just join and rejoin, leave and rejoin again. Just give me a second. Everyone, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, and welcome to this presentation. I really appreciate the fact that we are being able to. I'm honored to speak to the audience in Karachi. a city that I've visited quite a few times in my life. Unfortunately, couldn't make it across this time. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm just going to quickly go through the topic of open banking. So let's just quickly talk about what open banking is really and what it means to all of us, right? So typically, let's start with, this is the contents. I'm going to skip the contents right now and then go straight to it. I'll tell you about my company a little later, but let's start with good intentions, right? And this is a very interesting, it's a lighthearted presentation. So I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible on a very complex subject. That's a cane toad. And those are, like insects which are supposed to be pests. In Australia, this particular animal was imported by the government because they wanted this to actually kill those pests that were destroying the sugarcane crop in Australia, right? And that was the intention. It was a good intention. Somewhere in the 1930s, somebody decided to intervene and bring in the cane toad to kill these pests. What actually happened was that the cane toad has no enemy, no biological enemy in Australia. And therefore, the cane toad became an invasion. And all of a sudden today in Australia, the biggest problem they have from a biological point of view is managing this cane toad population. And some of the cane toads can become as large as a rabbit. So the idea really is to talk about the fact that, a lot of people come up with good intentions, but without thinking it through, those intentions may not necessarily translate into the results that are being looked for. And that's a background to what I was just talking about. The entire process or the entire thinking around open banking, really, or open finance, is based on the ownership of the customer owning his or her data, right? And in open banking, based on the customer's request or the customer's consent, the bank is to provide the data to a service provider. Now, the question is that who owns the data? Now, if you actually go and you start digging into it, you'll realize that the customer actually doesn't own the data. The customer may have some view on how that data can be used. And so this whole confusion about who actually owns the data becomes very, very real for open banking. And so let's just go back one step further, right? What happens if in the wisdom of whoever the authorities are, there is a decision to say, okay, we need to have open banking, and to make it very safe, let's open an autonomous repository which has all the data from the customers in it. And then that data is supposed to be used by the various players in the market, banks, third-party providers, and everybody else, to provide a set of services to the customer. Again, now we've got a third entity which has come into play. So it's not only just the bank, it's not the third-party provider or the service provider, but it's also this other repository which purports to play in this whole data space. And so the customer really, or the end consumer, is really kind of now torn between who owns my data. Is it the bank? Is it the service provider? Is it me? Or is it this repository, right? So somehow the other, this great initiative that was taken by the European Union, and pardon me for saying it, but I don't think the European Union fully understood what they were going in for in the late 90s, early 2000s when they were talking about this. And they were not technologically advanced. In fact, I think, countries in our region are far more technologically advanced than they are. But anyway, so that's something which has become almost now a repeatable, scalable model across the world, okay? And I'm not here to either defend open banking or to say that it's, or to propose it. I'm just saying, let's think about it. Now, let's think about it in another context. Data flows from financial institutions to third parties. This is the basic construct of open banking. And the third parties are supposed to provide these services to end customers. Are we all in agreement on that? Anybody has any views on that? I mean, this is the basis of the definition, right? So if that's the basis of the definition, let's just go on one step further. Now, all of a sudden, this data, which was sitting behind a firewall inside a financial institution via a set of open APIs, is now in other databases which could be with the service providers or could be with some autonomous repository, right? So now all of a sudden this data is now in different places. And that's an interesting fact for you to just think about, consider, and then let's move on to the next slide. So let's think about this, right? This is a conversation. It's for us to sit down and think. It's a very short time that I have with you, and therefore I'm going to try and empower you to think about this, right? It's not for me to tell you, but for you to think. Now let's think about it from the point of view of who's motivated to make this happen, right? For one, the cost of compliance for banks will increase because not only do the banks have to actually take care of their own regulatory and compliance requirements for their day-to-day business, but in an open banking or in an open finance situation, they're also now responsible for the protection of the data that they give out to third parties in a secure manner, right? So the cost of compliance increases. Now, why are they giving out that data? They're giving out that data and information for the third parties to be able to provide services to customers, which theoretically the banks are unable to provide. Theoretically, right? Now that means that the bank, in effect, is actually increasing its cost of compliance or increasing its overall costs and decreasing its opportunities to earn revenue, right? I'm not saying that that's necessarily true, but from a business point of view, it kind of makes sense, right? And then the question is that, will the third parties gain the most? Yes, if the third parties take on the cost of compliance, for them, it's almost an infinite return because they have not actually had to curate or get those customers in, but what they're getting is very curated data, which they need to be, take care of in a secure manner. But then the return is going to be enormous for them. So here is an interesting situation as to who's motivated to actually make this happen. But hold that thought. It's not like as if third parties or service providers are actually going to gain the most, right? Let's just keep that conversation going. Now let's talk about security. What was at one point of time data sitting inside a financial institution database is now with third-party databases, is with a repository. And I've studied data science and been in the business of banking for the last 35 odd years. All of a sudden, your points of exposure exponentially increase the possibility of being hacked, right? Whether it is digitally or even just through a process of normal phishing. The security aspect becomes extremely concerning as you increase the points at which the data can be actually touched. Another thing which is to do with, this is a touchy subject, but I'm just going to talk for it for a while. One of the biggest challenges is that all those people who were using their Apple iPhones in Russia to make payments at stores, very nicely, and it looked very fashionable. All of a sudden, they can't do it anymore, right? And you will imagine that basically Apple Pay is essentially a service provider to the banks that issue the cards, right? Now, so that's the second concern which I talked about, security. The third concern which we need to think about is a level playing field, right? Banks typically are the most regulated entities in any market. When I say most regulated, it means that even if you compare banks to other regulated services in a country, in any country, whether it is telco or insurance or whatever else it is, banks always are the most regulated because they're the backbone of the economy, right? They have to keep the economy robust and strong by measures that ensure that people's wealth is protected, right? They don't always achieve it, but that's what they strive to do. Okay. Now, it is tough for regulators from smaller markets to impose regulations on entities other than banks. It's just a question of cost, right? Now, if there are local fintechs that come into the market, typically local fintechs are not as scrutinized or as regulated deeply for all their activities as banks are. Right? It's supposed to allow the fintechs to operate in a more agile manner. Now, as you start looking at local fintechs usually try to go global. But let's look at global fintechs. Global fintechs are actually global, right? They work around the world. They look in different, different markets. And so their own desire is not determined by local regulation, or they're not really determined to follow local regulations. They want to basically have a business model that works across regulations, across markets. And then you come to the telcos. And for the telcos, most telcos today are multinationals, or they have operations in multiple countries. And they typically, telcos, would operate outside the financial regulation space. They would work typically in the telecom regulatory space. So their responsibility, their business model, their focus is more towards the telecom regulatory compliance rather than the financial services compliance. And then you look at the global tech companies, Meta, Google, Facebook, Apple. Those guys completely work outside any kind of a regulatory focus, right? They're only interested in ensuring that customers use them and consume services through them. What does that mean? That means that let's take what's actually happening in Europe. The GDPR fines are increasing, but the big tech companies are avoiding those maximum fines, which means that the banks may get impacted by the local regulator if they do something wrong, but the big tech companies can manage to get away with it. And that's the story that's emerging. That's the reality of what's happening. And this is a recent article, as recent as September 26, 2022. Right? So the idea is there a viable alternative? And obviously, I'm not going to just state the problems and the issues. I'm also going to talk about what could be done. Well, yes, there is a viable alternative. The viable alternative is for banks to sort of level up on the technology side. I think banks also need to sort of start inwardly looking at their own tech platforms and saying, like, listen, just because something has been robust and strong for the last 40 years, it doesn't mean we cannot move towards more robust core banking platforms or more advanced core banking platforms that are based on newer programming languages or new codes. They should also be looking at things like consuming the open APIs from third parties. So for third-party service providers able to provide some service or capability that the bank doesn't have, the bank should be prepared to take that API in and then present it to its customers as a service provided by the bank. All right. Now, I know many banks struggle with this. And that's pretty much the reason why you have a company like apexplatform.com, which is a Singapore government or monetary authority of Singapore platform built alongside with the World Bank, which is basically an almost free service that enables banks to find fintechs that have the necessary open APIs to be able to connect to them and see if those platforms work or not. But this is just one solution, right? This is one viable alternate, and the data remains secure within the banking environment. The capabilities of fintechs actually increase because they're able to serve customers through the banks. So this is just one alternative. And that's pretty much the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you from my company, Bridge DFS. And what we do is essentially provide these insights and innovations to our customers and help them design new product propositions with all the technology that's available out there. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Hello, Sanjeev. This is Asif Jafri. I'm founder and CEO of Kispe, and I am also the director at eOcean Private Limited. So at Kispe, we do a lot of integrations, WhatsApp integrations, and in Pakistan, we did a payment integration over WhatsApp for HBL, and in process of doing for a number of other financial institutions. So what you just mentioned in your presentation that every player that needs to have an access to consumer information that needs to take permission from a central bank, which basically you gave an example of Singapore, right? So in Pakistan, WhatsApp itself is not here. They don't have an office. Google does not have an office in Pakistan. Facebook does not have office in Pakistan. And it's not the Facebook that is driving this conversation. It's the banks that just enabling WhatsApp to engage, to have a better engagement with the customers, and now enabling payments on top of it. So do you think that, in this case, it's a banks who are taking this initiative. So in this case,
Correct.
Facebook or Google is not coming in. So your model suggests that they need to be a part of that sandbox, or maybe the layer that first of all they need to integrate, and they need to take permission from the central bank to get access to customer information. So isn't it a problem to when you want to scale something digital in these markets?
Absolutely. What is happening in Pakistan is right, and that's what's happening around the world. Using a technology player for the purpose for which it was built, which is communication, is absolutely the right thing to do, right? So it's absolutely right for a bank to go out and tell WhatsApp that, listen, I want to communicate something to my customer through your channel. But at the end of the day, that customer's information is still with the bank, and that's all I'm saying. It becomes a different issue when theoretically, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, theoretically, if Facebook wants to become a bank, right? And Facebook then just basically decides to offer a bunch of services and says that, bank, you need to provide me all that customer information, customer's credit score, customer's past performance, customers' deposits, everything else. You need to give me that information because I want to take that information from you under open banking and start providing banking services to customers in Pakistan. That is what open banking is all about, where a tech company comes in and says that I want to take all your information and provide those services to the customers because I think I can do it better. And as we've seen, it's very, very difficult to regulate such large tech companies.
Thank you, Sanjeev.
Okay, any other questions?
So Sanjeev, do you have some recommendations that, because the open banking model that we have seen in European market, which is highly regulated, and the banks are forced to be part of that open banking platform. Do you suggest some improvisation, or do you suggest that developing market like Pakistan should adopt it, like it is?
Good question. I wish I could answer that question the way I feel it, right? I'll take a diplomatic answer. Okay. Reality is that I would say that there is a strong need for all emerging markets, right, to strengthen their banking system, right? It's an imperative. Without a strong banking infrastructure, without a strong banking core, and without pushing a lot of development of that strong banking core, it would probably maybe a little premature to start expecting the banks to give out a lot of their core asset, which is in terms of data, to third-party providers who want to just consume that data and provide similar service to what the banks provide, but with a lower focus on compliance, because we've seen fintechs don't usually have the same level of compliance as banks, and also with less at stake, because typically fintechs are not the well-capitalized and well-managed institutions that banks typically are in emerging markets. So that's it's not just a view, that's a reality in most markets. But I would say that it's a very careful, considered path that needs to be taken towards this concept of open banking and open finance.
Yeah, a last question. The banks in Pakistan are making money and they're happy with it, and they see this to continue in the foreseeable future. So what could motivate banks to come in the open banking space in a country like Pakistan?
Okay, so I think that's a much broader question, in terms of financial inclusion, right? How can we increase financial inclusion? I think the way financial inclusion has always happened is when the cost of acquiring and servicing a customer comes down dramatically, right? So the more the channels that are available, the same channels that you described, the WhatsApp channel, right, as a communication method, as a way of getting to the end customer, as that starts becoming increasingly prevalent, increasingly common, banks will realize that the cost of servicing that last mile customer is actually quite low. And the cost of acquiring that last mile customer is actually quite low. Pakistan has a fantastic identity management system, Nadra, right? Which will enable can enable almost instantaneous opening of an account and being able to manage that account with very little technology. But that technology needs to be obviously bank grade and sitting behind the bank compliance stack. So I don't think that there's a challenge really. I think the more and more the communication channels are available, SMS, WhatsApp, all of those, and the cost of acquiring goes down, it will certainly be profitable for many banks to start going to the long tail of customers.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Thank you for answering those questions. We really appreciate your valuable insights. So thank you for your time. So the next speaker section that I'm going to be announcing is the one that I'm really excited and looking forward to. So I'm delighted to invite a dynamic and highly respected industry thought leader, Mr. Atyab Tahir, the co-founder and CEO of Hugo Bank. He will be participating the role of digital banks in advancing inclusive financial services in Pakistan. Please give him a warm welcome, everyone.
Can I? I'm not going to go on stage. This is not a jalsa, guys. Even though I'm dressed up like a politician, I'm not going to speak to you like I'm a politician, right? And we're going to spend the next 15 minutes making it a bit more interactive. So I'm going to come down and where you are, and we're going to have conversations. Pehle main aapko thoda sa bata dun. You're seeing a logo, although the branding color is wrong, so my marketing guy is going to kill me. Hugo Bank is one of the 5 digital aspirants in Pakistan. There is a digital banking license regime, जिसके ऊपर central ने 5 NOCs provide किए हैं. And we are one of them. And this is the last time I'm going to mention my employer in the next 15 minutes, because this is not about me. This is not about my employer. It's about what digital banks can do for Pakistan. आप सुबह से बहुत ही jargon सुन रहे हैं. Financial inclusion, embedded finance, open banking, AI, chatbot, this BS, that BS. That's a lot of jargon for one day, especially if you've not had any food. So we're not going to keep it jargon focused. We're actually going to talk about things. I'm going to come to you. I'm going to ask you what your expectation is of financial services and what your expectation is especially of digital banks. If the limitations of this microphone do not allow me to go beyond this point, I would request a couple of volunteers to pick up microphones and they can go around the room. So let's get started. Who wants to go first? Who has a burning expectation from a digital bank that's upcoming in Pakistan? Come on, don't be shy. Raise your hands. Madam, can somebody get her a microphone, please? Let's see if I can venture out of the border and get to you.
My fear of using digital banking or e-banking is the, risk of losing money. And, whenever, I don't know, I keep reading posts on Facebook and all that. I know there are cybersecurity measures and all that, but nothing seems working like 100%. So what do you suggest that my fear should be overcome?
That is a pertinent question. The lady has a fear that digital banking is going to eat up her money. Is that right? Is that a fair summarization? So, newsflash. Banks जो आपके पैसे अभी भी रखते हैं, चाहे वो देते आपको कैश में है और आपसे लेते शायद कैश में है. But the moment they take that money, that sits in a vault somewhere, and it's converted to a virtual form जो कि आप अपनी ऐप पे देखती हैं. उनके भी systems पे वो virtually नजर आता है. There's nobody कि अगर आपने किसी को पैसे दिए तो physically कोई count नहीं करता unless you're giving them cash. It's a system that's doing the accounting for you. So when you talk about digital systems, it's just enabling that friction of cash to go away, go out of the system. और आप उस friction को हटा के सारी चीजें digitally करेंगे. तो जैसे कि आज आपका बैंक आपकी transactions करता है और आपके पैसे संभाल के रखता है, उसी तरह digital banks भी दुनिया जहान में वो insured हैं. Right? उन्होंने आपके पैसे इंश्योर किए हैं और पाकिस्तान में डिपॉजिट प्रोटेक्शन है. उसकी वजह से पाकिस्तान में भी आपके पैसे प्रोटेक्टेड हैं. So there is no difference in how money is stored for you in your account by a conventional bank or a digital player. Yeah. So I appreciate that you have so much faith in your bankers that they can keep your money safe. But डाके तो branches में भी पड़ते हैं, right? The money is safer on the digital space because it is also protected through the right? I hope that. All right. Who else? Who has more burning questions about digital banks and what their expectations are, what their fears are, their apprehensions are, their hopes are from digital banking and the financial service space? Ji, madam.
That there is a lot already going on in this front. So what are the new digital banks on their plate to offer, apart from what is offering nowadays?
That is a great question. It's not planted. I can assure you. I was hoping somebody would ask this question. They came. Digital banking is not a silver. We're a country of 220 million, 246, according to some estimates. We have 130 million adults, and the adult population is growing at 4%. And while a lot of people have opened bank accounts with Jazz Cash, Easy Pesa, and the conventional banks, they do not use those bank accounts. And the reason they don't use those bank accounts, so my good friend Ahmed Salimi also said, use cases. उन्होंने agri की बात की. उनकी company ने agri में use cases बनाए हैं और farmers उसको इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर रहे हैं. So what digital banks can actually offer is the ability to understand customers in a more contextual way. क्योंकि आपका और मेरा ताल्लुक digital bank का जो है वो आपकी ऐप के जरिए है या आपके मोबाइल इंटरफेस के जरिए है. I have data on you, right? And because I know what your preferences are, I can contextualize my banking to you. I want to build a bank that Pakistan deserves. A bank that is relevant to people's needs, contextual to their lives, and embedded in everything they do, right? और उसका मतलब ये है, मैं आपकी जिंदगी को किसी तरह से facilitate करूं अपनी financial services के जरिए, right? वो अब तक unfortunately हमारे banks कर नहीं. उसकी वजह यह है कि उनका वो सबसे बड़े lender हैं हमारी government को. हमारी government अपने banks से borrow करती है और इस वजह से वो treasury का rate देते हैं. पैसे उनके बनते जाते हैं. My good friend Asif said this earlier कि अगर आपके पैसे बन रहे हैं तो आप नई चीजों के बारे में नहीं सोचते. Digital banks चूंकि वो scratch से शुरू कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान में, उनके पास एक मौका है अपने customers को बेहतर understand करने का और यही कोशिश है और यही काबिश है हम सब digital banks की कि हम आपकी जिंदगी अपनी services के through आसान करें जो कि शायद अब तक banks नहीं कर सके. Let me repeat that this is not a silver bullet. It's not going to change people's lives overnight, but it's going to help them live their lives in a more effective way. Yeah. Sir.
आप लोग जो है वो गवर्नमेंट की ट्रेजरीज में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेंगे क्या?
सर हम करेंगे लेकिन इस तरह से नहीं करेंगे जिस तरह बैंक्स करते हैं. Hopes, questions, desires. Sir.
आपके ख्याल में आप क्या क्या सर्विसेज या क्या कस्टमाइजेशन को ऑफर करेंगे जो अभी जो बैंक्स हैं ट्रेडिशनल बैंक वो ऑफर नहीं कर सक रहे इस वक्त?
सर देखिए बैंकिंग इज बैंकिंग. मैं एक बंदे से पैसे लूंगा और मैं दूसरे बंदे को पैसे lend कर दूंगा जिसको जरूरत है, right? That is the essence of banking, right? अब उसको contextualize करने के लिए जैसे कि मैंने पहले भी अर्ज किया, मैं आपके डेटा को इस्तेमाल करूंगा, right? So imagine that you are a 26-year-old male who has a 3-year-old daughter and she feels ill. You take your daughter to the hospital. You don't have money in your pocket to pay for that bill. So you assume कि यार एक बैंक है मैं उससे लोन ले लूंगा फटाफट मुझे लोन दे देगा और मैं अपनी बेटी का इलाज करा दूंगा. आजकल की दुनिया में अगर आप इलाज के लिए किसी बैंक से पैसे लेने जाएंगे अव्वल तो आपको वो एंटरटेन नहीं करेंगे. दूसरा ये कि वो आपको 6 हफ्ते लगाएंगे आपकी एप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस करने में और फिर तब तक आपकी नीड शायद ना रहे, right? The ability for me to service you in real time as a digital bank is what I would offer that is different from the current banking system.
स्टेट बैंक हैज रेगुलेशंस फॉर बैंक्स, राइट? सो अगर वो आप किसी को लोन ऑफर करते हैं तो फिर वो उसका जो भी पूरा ड्यू डिलिजेंस होता है, ये होता है, वो होता है, तो अगर आप इंस्टेंट लोन ऑफर करेंगे तो फिर आप स्टेट बैंक के रूल्स को नहीं फॉलो कर सकते।
सो ये जो आपने जादू की छड़ी अपने हाथ में पकड़ी है, इसको उठाइए जरा। ये एग्जैक्टली इस जादू की छड़ी को जरा वेव कीजिए। कितने लोगों के पास ये जादू की छड़ी है? कितने लोगों के पास नहीं है? Yeah, not a single hand goes up, right? ये जादू की छड़ी, ये ब्लैक बॉक्स मुझे आपके बारे में इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन देता है कि मैं रियल टाइम आपका रिस्क असेस कर सकूं। I'll give you an example. How many times do you charge your phone in a day? How many times do you plug it to be charged? Once a day? For how long? For 2 hours, once a day, right? Now, if you were to plug and unplug your phone multiple times during the day, use it and plug it back in, what does that tell me about you? That tells me that you have access to constant power, right? That means that wherever you are, you're sure. That also tells me something. Now, because we've been doing this in the digital space for about a decade, we have created correlation between how you interact with your phone and how you interact with your financial services when you borrow. So I can do a real-time assessment based on the data that your phone gives me. And that's what differentiates digital banks from conventional banks, is the use of data. दूसरों को chance देते हैं, I'll come back to you separately, बाद में बात करते हैं.
State Bank will give you permission to do all that, like, because you have to follow the State Bank regulation.
बिल्कुल, आपने बिल्कुल बजा फरमाया। तो देखें, स्टेट बैंक, आज सुबह भी बात हो रही थी, स्टेट बैंक is willing to work with people who want to bring innovative ideas to them. Regulation दुनिया जहान में innovation को follow करती है, innovation regulation को नहीं follow करती। यहाँ पे क्या होता है? I think Vikas said it, Vikas Anis from JS. He said it कि हम स्टेट बैंक के पीछे छुपते हैं। हम कहते हैं ये रेगुलेशन हमें इजाजत नहीं देती तो हम नहीं करेंगे। Whereas in my interactions with the state bank, अगर आप उनके पास एक आइडिया लेके जाते हैं, जैसा कि बजिंजो साहब ने भी बात की और इरफान साहब ने भी बात की, अगर हम उनके पास आइडिया लेके जाते हैं, उस आइडिया को इवैल्यूएट करते हैं और उसको अपना ओपिनियन देते हैं, वो आपको करने से फिर भी नहीं रोकते, वो कहते हैं जाके पायलट तो करो ना पहले। So we have to work with the regulator and we have to take innovative ideas to the regulator. The regulator will oblige. That is what my experience has been. Thank you, Jay. Shazad, have you already gotten enough talking time, man?
So I think that the term digital bank is pretty, I would say, confusing, right? So to me, my expectation of digital banks here or anywhere else is customer centricity.
Yeah.
So I expect, and I would like you to confirm, that the customers will not run from pillar to post if the transaction or service request is not going in the happy flow. So generally the chatbots or whatever, if you have got a happy flow, everything is very fluid, very frictionless, very quick. But the moment is a problem, then you don't know because you don't have a phone number to call somebody in many cases. And then I have actually this experience in one of the fintechs in Pakistan. And then I have to call some of the guy up there that my query is pending for the past 5 days. And then that guy have somebody call me back. Now, that's not supposed to be a digital bank which is mobile centric. I expect that any query that I raise gets responded by very intelligently, very timely.
Yeah.
All right, and should be much faster than a human agent responds to me back. So one is, do you expect the digital banks, in your view, are going to be that integrated behind the app as we expect the digital bank to be, or this is more of a fantasy, but we'll still find disintegrated silos where there's some papers moving here, there's some system which is still not integrated, and we will have some responses that will not come back timely.
तो सर ये आपने बात बिल्कुल अच्छी की कि आगे डिजिटल की दुकान खोल लो और पीछे मैनुअली चीजें चलाते रहो, तो क्या वो डिजिटल है? Right? Is that the right summary for your comment? Yeah. So देखें, डिजिटल का मकसद ये है to provide an experience जहां पे आपको पता ना चले कि कब आप सिस्टम से बात कर रहे हैं और कब आप ह्यूमन से बात कर रहे हैं. And most cases because the system works so flawlessly, there is no human intervention required. And that is where we can use technology. बहुत से लोग हैं, कितने लोग हैं जो समझते हैं digital का मतलब है technology से banking करना? Come on, guys. At least half of you think that, right? So come on, put your hands up, have some guts, own it, right? Technology has nothing to do with digital. Technology, जो मेरे भाई ने बात की, शहजाद ने, कि वो अपने customer को समझने की बात है. अपने customer को समझोगे, उनकी पेन समझोगे, तो आप उनके लिए बैंकिंग अच्छी कर सकोगे. और अगर आप उनकी customer की पेन को अपनी policies और SOPs के पीछे छुपाओगे, तो उस customer को आप lose कर दोगे. In the age of digital, customers will go away faster than any other time because they have choices, because they have options, and our bank friends don't really realize it. Most of them don't, but some have started to. Does that answer your question, Shahzad? Haji, I think there was a hand here. And then we'll do two more, and then we'll आपको ये lunch से पहले की कैद से आजाद कर देंगे.
थैंक यू सर, बहुत शुक्रिया. मैं एक्सटेंड करना चाहूँगा जो क्वेश्चन टीपीएस के शहजाद ने किया. इनफैक्ट जब कोई भी प्रोसेस हो रहा होता है, टेक्नोलॉजिकल या इंटीग्रेशन है आपकी, वो प्रॉपरली अगर तो वो प्रॉपर एग्जीक्यूट हो जाती है, इट्स फाइन. लेट मी से यूटिलिटी बिल पे हो रहा है और लास्ट डेट है, जो कि कल्चरल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन भी साथ चाहिए होगी इसके, तो हम तो लास्ट डेट में पे करते हैं और ऑल ऑफ सडन पता चलता है कि वो तो पेमेंट एग्जीक्यूट प्रॉपर नहीं हुई. क्या आप कोई ऐसा इनिशिएटिव लेने के लिए जा रहे हैं कि जो बिल के चार्जेस या लेट पेमेंट चार्जेस होंगे जो कि किसी भी वजह से हुए, प्लेटफॉर्म तो आपका यूज किया, क्या वो आप पे करेंगे? थैंक यू.
So, देखिए, जैसा कि मैंने कहा ये जलसा नहीं है, तो ये सियासी सवाल मैं नहीं आंसर करूंगा. मैं आपको ये कहूंगा कि in the digital banking space, your system should not go down, right? And that is the guarantee your bank should have. I pay my bills in Pakistan for the last 12 years through digital. Yeah. सर सारों को मिलके करनी होगी. अगला सवाल जी. Hopes, aspirations, dreams, desires from digital banks.
सर डिजिटल के बारे में आपने बहुत पॉजिटिव चीजें बताई, लेकिन इन पॉजिटिव चीजों के साथ साथ आपने नेगेटिव चीज भी बता दी, जिससे थोड़ा सा डर पैदा हो जाता. और किसी भी नई चीज पे जाने के लिए फियर को सबसे पहले खत्म करना होता है. इफ देयर इज एनी लेवल ऑफ फियर, यू विल नॉट गो देयर. तो जब आपने कहा कि डिजिटल के अंदर आप कितनी टाइम्स चार्जिंग करते हैं और वो पता चलता है, सो दिस इज अ प्राइवेट इंफॉर्मेशन, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहते हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, डेटा प्राइवेसी इज पैरामाउंट. कोई भी चीज मैं आपके बारे में आपके फोन से मालूम करूं आपकी इजाजत के बगैर, वो ना सिर्फ इलीगल है बल्कि गुनाह है, राइट? तो मुझे आपसे परमिशन लेनी है, और इसके लिए जो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, iOS है या गूगल है, एंड्रॉयड है, उन्होंने अब बहुत स्ट्रिंजेंट पॉलिसीज बनाई हैं. एंड GDPR आपको मालूम है, दुनिया जहान में, यूरोप में वो इम्प्लीमेंटेड है. पाकिस्तान में देयर इज अ डेटा प्रोटेक्शन बिल which prevents me from using your information without your permission to sell anything to you, right? And those permissions we'll take either at the beginning of the relationship or as and when the need arises. The idea is not to have permanent permissions. So I should not be snooping on you, right? I should be looking at your phone when you allow me to, for the purpose you allow me to use that information for. उसके बाद उस रिलेशनशिप को मैंने वहां पे मुंतका की, उसको खत्म किया, और मैंने फिर वो इन्फॉर्मेशन लेना बंद कर दी till the next time you allow me to take that information. That is the right way of building cybersecurity and data protection for the customers, and that is now happening around the world in the digital space. और मेरी उम्मीद है कि जो बैंक्स पाकिस्तान में आएंगे वो भी इन डेटा प्रोटेक्शन की गुड प्रैक्टिसेस को अडॉप्ट करेंगे. हमें लॉ का इंतजार नहीं करना चाहिए, हमें वो चीज करनी चाहिए जो मॉरली हमारे लिए सही है, और ये मौका है, नए डिजिटल बैंक्स बन रहे हैं, मौका है कि मॉरली सही चीज करनी चाहिए. Any other questions? You have one question and there's one more question, and then I am going to release for lunch. Yeah, one question.
Hi, Akhil.
So I have one basic question. Basically, we have seen a lot of licensing coming out, EMI, branches banking, different licenses. Now, what will this do different? Because I think if you're saying that this will only do things digitally काम करेगा, customer centric होगा, उनके base पे होगा. So that means that commercial banking has failed. Is that true? If the statement is correct?
Horses for courses, mate. You'll still have people going into banks to do their transactions. ये एब्सोल्यूट में हम सोच नहीं सकते कि डिजिटल बैंक्स कन्वेंशनल बैंक्स फेल हो गए तो डिजिटल बैंक्स आ रहे हैं. कन्वेंशनल बैंक्स फाइनेंशियल सर्विस को एक हद तक लेके जाना था, वो उस हद तक पाकिस्तान में ले गए. उसकी नेचुरल एवोल्यूशन अब ये है कि आपके इर्द गिर्द जो भी हो रहा है दुनिया जहान में उसको आप अडॉप्ट करें और उससे अपनी फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज को ज्यादा बेहतर बनाएं. सो डिजिटल बैंकिंग इज द नेक्स्ट एवोल्यूशन ऑफ बैंकिंग. एवरी बैंक टुडे by its very nature is a digital bank. It is how they use the digital philosophy to go to their customers is what matters. So to answer your questions, banks have not failed. They have gone to the limits of what they could achieve. And for them to go to the next limits, they would have to change the mindset with which they approach their business.
So they can evolve, right?
Absolutely. Sir, to the most well-dressed man in the room, sir, please stand up and be recognized for getting dressed for this occasion.
Thank you, Atiyab, for appreciating always. अच्छा, एक दो चीज़ों के मैं जो आप क्लैरिटी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, मैं मे बी किसी और एंगल से मोर सिंपल करता हूँ कि अभी जैसे लास्ट क्वेश्चन था कि कमर्शियल बैंक्स या कन्वेंशनल बैंक्स क्यों नहीं डिजिटल हो पा रहे या वो मेच्योर हो गए हैं या वो अब सर्व नहीं कर पा रहे. तो बाय द वे स्टेट बैंक में मोस्ट ऑफ द कमर्शियल बैंक्स ने भी डिजिटल लाइसेंस के लिए अप्लाई किया था. तो स्टेट बैंक का रिप्लाई ये था कि यू ऑलरेडी हैव दैट स्पेस या लेवरेज अंडर योर एग्जिस्टिंग लाइसेंस कि आप उसको यूज करें और सर्व करें. सेकेंडली, द मार्केट, द पोटेंशियल इज सो मच देयर अनबैंक्ड का कि आई थिंक ये सारे कमर्शियल बैंक्स भी मिलके उसको स्टिल ऑन बोर्ड नहीं कर पाएंगे. सो द स्पेस फॉर डिजिटल बैंक्स इज देयर. और अब जो अनबैंक्ड इकोनॉमी है वो हमें अंडरस्टैंड करना है कि उसकी नीड क्या है. सबसे पहले तो सीमलेस कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस जो कि डिजिटल बैंक ऑफर करने जाएंगे फ्रॉम ऑन बोर्डिंग टिल द यूज केस और द डेली यूज लाइफ सिनेरियोज. और सेकेंडली, हमारे पास उनकी education या knowledge या approach of the banks towards them and the transactional cost. So these are some important factors जिसके basis पे customer को onboard करना है. तो my expectations from coming back to Atiyab's initial inquiry is a seamless customer journey, keeping in a view the security and cyber security measures.
बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू. देखें, बात बिल्कुल सही है और पब्लिक स्पीकिंग दुनिया में कहा जाता है कि जब सवालात कमेंट्स में होना शुरू हो जाए, दैट मींस द ऑडियंस हैज स्टार्टेड टू एग्री विद यू. तो नाउ दैट आई एग्री विद यू, आई वुड ब्रिंग दिस टू अ क्लोज बिकॉज आई एम कॉग्निसेंट कि आपको इसके बाद लंच भी करना है. बट whoever has comments or questions, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm the only Atiyab Tahir in the world, I think, as far as I know, or I am delusional. So reach out to me on LinkedIn with your comments, with your expectations, questions, and let's continue the conversation online. In the meantime, I would thank you for your patience. I know that it has been a while and we are severely behind schedule. So I'm gonna thank you once again for your wonderful participation, patience, and me for the last 15-20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atiyab, for such an engaging and enlightening session. Everyone is so energized right now. And I think it was so engaging that everyone got to understand what you were saying and what you wanted us to understand. So thank you so much for that. And especially one thing that he said really stuck to me, that in the age of digital, customers are more likely to go fast, like go faster. They are not going to stick because there are more options now. So like financial institutions need to realize that sooner now. So moving on to our next panel, we have another very exciting panel discussion on the use of AI and machine learning in improving financial literacy. Mr. Ehsan Mashkoor, co-founder and director of C Square and ISSM AI, will be moderating this discussion. And I would like him to please come on stage. And the panelists of the discussion are Mr. Ahmed Sumer, the Joint Director, Payment System Policy and Oversight, SBP. Mr. Ashar Naeem, Founder, Chief Product Officer and Director of ISSM AI. Dr. Jawad Shamsi, Professor of FAST. And Mr. Adnan Zedi, Chief AI Officer at Proxima. Mr. Furqan Karim Kidwai, the co-founder and CEO of YPay. Mr. Fahad Javed, Research Team Lead of Motive AI. And Mr. Mohammed Zaid, the data scientist of Folio 3. Please welcome him on them on stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ehsan.
Welcome, everyone. So interesting panelists we have, and we're talking about how machine learning and AI is going to improve financial literacy and enable financial inclusion. So we've got some lovely guests on our panel. Ahmed Sumer Saab, State Bank. We've got Furqan from YPay. And we've got Adnan Zedi and from Proxima, and we've got Mohammed Zaid from Folio 3 and Fahad Javed, Research Team Lead, Move AI. So, Ahmed Sumer Saab, first we'll start with you, being the regulator, State Bank representative. So just to give everyone a perspective on things, what challenges central banks in different jurisdictions are facing related to adoption of machine learning in the decision-making processes, and what regulatory interventions have they taken to face these challenges?
Okay, thank you, Ehsan. Thank you for this question. The wider adoption of machine learning in the financial landscape across the globe, it's got its own efficiencies, own effectiveness, and the value proposition that it's bringing. But it also is increasing the challenges and the inherent risks associated with that. If you allow a machine to take decisions which humans used to take before, that should raise concerns from the regulators. And it's very, very genuine for the regulators to be thinking about that and to be cognizant of the facts. So what the regulators are thinking and what steps they have taken across the globe. So when we specifically focus on the banking and financial landscape across the globe, then the central banks in which the AI and data analytics decisions have already, it's a mature market. The regulators have already issued some guidelines or frameworks for that. For example, the Monetary Authority of Singapore issued the FIAT principles in 2018, the FEAT principles, right? It's the fairness, ethics, accountability, and transparency of the machine learning decisions that the machine takes for the clients, for the banking clients, or the customers, or the businesses. So these are the four themes. I've studied all the other central banks' directives, and all the intellect of the central banks just rooms around these four themes. So what are these four themes? The fairness, let's take the fairness thing first. So if a machine is taking a decision, for example, let's take the example of a credit decision. If vis-a-vis the decision that was being taken up by a human before. So what is the difference? The supposedly the machine-based decision should have been more effective, more accurate. Maybe it should be real time. That's the value proposition of a digital system. But would it have the human centricity aspect to it? That's the question mark. Would it have the human consideration to it? That's the question mark. So how to, when we talk about the definition of artificial intelligence, it's about mimicking the human behavior, right? So how practically enable the machine to mimic human behavior that used to be before? So fairness. So the decisions by the machine should be fair, and by fairness, they mean that the people or the segments of the society should not be organizedly at a disadvantage based on the decision of a machine. For example, there's a case study that a bank made a machine learning model and for credit disbursements. It was a real-time model. But the thing is that when it used to give the decisions, they realized that the Black people, the Black Americans, were deprived of the loans. And when they analyzed, it was due to the fact that when the model was trained on the data itself had those cases in which the Blacks had defaulted. So the machine, what we say in these terms is that went to become a racist robot. That's a challenge for the regulators. That if the sample bias is there or the artificial intelligence bias is there, then how to go about that? So the decisions of the machine should be fair and should not be disadvantageous to any segment of the society. Then goes the ethics part. The rules of ethics, they are inherent. We know that what are the ethical things and what are not, but how to teach that machine the ethics levels. So for example, if there is a bank, it has got a code of conduct that we are an equal opportunity employer. But the machine learning model that is, for example, taking the CVs of the people, the HR department, and automatically shortlisting the candidates, and it's making decisions on the basis of gender. Males are more inclined and facilitated, and the females are not. Then you are going against your own code of conduct and the ethics principles. So how to make the machine having those ethics? Then comes the accountability part. So if a person gives the loan to the credit officer gives the loan, takes a loan decision, he's accountable for his own decisions. But you cannot, how to make the machine accountable for something? You cannot give an explanation call to a machine. You cannot put machine behind bars. So there should be a human element over the top of the machine-led decisions, so that the team is accountable for that. And then there's accountability. And then there's the transparency part. So there are different jurisdictions in the world that warrant that the decisions of whatever decision that the bank makes, it needs to be explained to the customer. If you are given a loan or you are denied a loan, this needs to be explained, the reason to be explained. So how would a machine, it's easier for the machine to take a decision, but how would you explain that? That results in the requirement of explainable AI. So the machine takes a decision, that's one thing, and it has to explain its own decision to the customers. So this is the landscape. So Monetary Authority of Singapore has made its regulations. Hong Kong Monetary Authority is there, Bank of England, Bank of Netherlands, and there are G20 principles. I was looking in the NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. They have issued their own standard for AI framework. So this is what, and there are lots and lots of work going on in different jurisdictions in terms of the responsible use of AI in banking.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I think two issues that you talked about are data privacy and algorithm biases. So I'll just go over to our academia and would like to just get a sort of your perspective on, so basically, We have Jawad Shamsi Saab, he's a PhD professor from FAST. So, just first question for you, while we are on the note of data and ML bias, Jawad Saab, are there any particular ML techniques or algorithms? Because we were mentioned earlier that, obviously there can be some decisions that turn out to be against and biased. So are there any techniques or algorithms that you believe are significant influence on empowering individuals to make better financial decisions?
Right. I think there are, so many, the solutions are in the market which are providing AI-based decision-making capabilities to individuals. There are solutions which are providing financial modeling, stock market investment decisions, even risk management, insurance, credit score ratings. All these solutions are in the market, and they are based on these algorithms where a sequence of events are aligned and they are interpreted with the contextual data to actually provide decision. But the biggest challenge is this, that these solutions are still evolving. So these are kind of recommendation systems which are basically available. Concerns related to privacy are still there. Even AI can be used to safeguard that. AI can also be used to detect any something like fraudulent activities as well. So there I see a lot of protection is there which can be provided by AI. So things have to be regulated in this context.
I think Sumer Saab, as you also mentioned, so initially you can't obviously give all the decisions to the machine to make. The machine, you can emulate human behavior, but initially you can start off with supervised learning where the human aspect comes into the play. At least you can put him behind bars if in case anything happens. Jawad Saab, one more question in the context of NLP. How ML techniques such as transformer models or other language embeddings be leveraged to enhance financial literacy?
Yeah, I think, I guess last few months, we saw ChatGPT has changed the world, and there are so many solutions which are being developed on top of ChatGPT, solutions so that they can provide an interactive customer-based output to the individuals. So the biggest challenge is local market adaptation. Within the Pakistani context, we know that 7% inflation would be very much acceptable to us, but in the foreign context, that may still be considered high. Things about Sharia compliance, interest. So I think we as a local community need to train those models within the context of our space. And for that, we need to collect data. We need a strong alliance between academia and industry so that the industrial challenges, industrial license is there, academic related research integration is there. But that could be one of the very good, solution for the market.
Absolutely well said. I think the collaboration between the academia and the industry is a much need. They shouldn't be operating in silos. Academia can actually solve a problem and create a prototype, but a commercially viable product at the end of the day would be created by the help of the industry. So great, Jawad Saab. Furqan Saab, over to you now. How do you envision AI playing a role in improving financial literacy with a digital bank as compared to a traditional bank? Can you provide specific examples how AI-driven technologies have been utilized in this area?
To answer your question, I think we need to understand the purpose and the vision behind the digital bank. If the purpose is to serve the underserved communities that were not served by the bank before, that means कि उनको वो service वहां तक नहीं पहुंची है जो कि standard service already available है बैंक की, but उनकी needs के हिसाब से वो cater नहीं कर रहे. So you need to come up with customized solutions. And I think with the advent of ChatGPT and many other technologies, no other technology than AI can give you that edge to come up with customized and tailor-made solutions for your users. इसकी एक basic example आप लोग को समझने की है कि बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पे बैंक का उनको experience हुआ होगा कि कभी भी branch गए होंगे. So एक चीज आपने notice की होगी when you go to a branch, कभी ऐसा होता है कि जो ब्रांच में जो ऑफिसर्स बैठे हैं उनका मूड अच्छा है, तो आपको जो सर्विस मिलती है वो बहुत अच्छी मिलती है। एंड कभी ऐसा होता है कि व्हेन यू गो टू अ ब्रांच और कभी कभार उनका जो उस वक्त मूड होता है या जो जिस प्रोसेसिंग के थ्रू वो गुजर रहे होते हैं, आपका एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा नहीं होता। विद डिजिटल बैंक्स compared to a conventional banks, they give you an opportunity to come up with solutions like AI support, where they can not just give you a standardized experience, but also a tailor-made experience. जैसे इन्होंने contextualization की बात की, you have the data, you know how ChatGPT works. आपको उसको customize अपने context में उसको train करना है models को, so that they can give service which are customized, tailor-made, and standardized as per the requirement of the digital banks. So I think these are the perfect
So I
examples.
think if I sum that up, really you need to understand the consumer behavior and sort of create a response to that. And, you know, I mean, the unbanked market, which we've seen, people have not bothered to actually look at what their requirements are. And specifically, as you mentioned about the inconsistent experience across all touch points, that's a very evident point, because it depends on that individual as to, you know, so the customer behavior is primarily something that you need to understand, and then based on that, create a strategy. Moving forward to Adnan, because we pressed on time, and then we also have lunch post that. Adnan Zaidi from Proxima PK, he's a Kaggle master. Adnan Saab, like Jawad Saab said, that the transformer models are dependent on data and its sources. How much do you think, how are you guys utilizing AI and ML techniques to extract meaningful insights from diverse financial data sources?
Okay, that's really an interesting question. The data we already have, and we have to find out the results, and we need to predict some outcomes, and definitely totally based on the models. As I said, Dr. Saab highlighted like transformers. Like transformers are the very important, and the current transformer technology, which is being used in GPT or the other large language models, is very important. It says like the attention you need is actually the concept. For example, if I talk about like the table in front, we have some objects, and we have to focus on the object which is required. Like if I want to drink the water, then I just pick up the bottle. And if I don't need the different element, I move my attention on different area. So as you said, like customer has lots of dimension, like customer data, but we need to focus what is attentive. So the model has to be drive with the specific requirement. And secondly, the another important thing, we have lots of different models, but the evaluation of the model, the result which we are getting, like F1 score or precision, the model which produces is always the best. We are using conventional models like ARIMA, moving average, and lots of other things, as well as we are moving towards the generative models, transformer and this, right?
And Adnan, what do you, how do you sort of see the challenges of integrating and analyzing unstructured financial text data?
Yeah, that's another good question, because the financial data is very dependent upon the indicators which are covered being in the news channels, the tweets, or the social media. So we have lots of different ETL feeds. We are getting the data from different sources, and definitely that is creating the impact on financials, right? The price of dollar, the price of export and import, the duties, whatever is available on the media. We need to create the pipeline. We need to create a structure so the data comes in and identify the right impact of the data through the model to predict the right thing, right? Because these values are playing the major role in the predictions. We cannot predict the data only on the basis of conventional stock history or the historical data. Definitely that is a statistical, probabilistic, but we need to get the unstructured data from different media sources, right? I also have like some experience in media monitoring industry. Like we have TV channels which are producing the content in Urdu language, right? So there is the need to drive the Urdu language data from the GO, ARY and different channels. And then we have to identify the price is going up and down, right? That is really a very difficult task.
Obviously, we see chat bots and speech bots as a very good tool actually to improve financial literacy by, you know, making those bots emulating human behavior, And just like humans
Yeah,
talk
agreed.
and they digress between questions.
The chatbots, definitely. The Chat GPT is also creating the bot for trading as well, right?
Yeah.
So the bots are also important to assist the people, even in the way of conversational AI, to make the better decision. Chatbots is also, no doubt,
Perfect.
it's an important
Perfect.
application.
Thank you. Thank you. Because we pressed on time, Fahad, Javed Saab, Research Team Lead, Move AI. Pleasure having you, sir. So I think moving away from the vector embeddings and NLP, NLU, let's move towards the computer vision domain. How do you, Fahad, see the computer vision being implemented in the financial literacy domain? I can give an example on one of the projects that we were recently doing. It's called a DFD. It's basically in branches where customers are coming in, just as you mentioned about the bad moods. It's basically a device that's actually put there, which is analyzing the customer behavior. As soon as someone sits there, it starts recording the conversation. It's connected to the backend CRM. So how do you see it in your space affecting financial literacy?
Definitely. First, I would like to take a stab at the earlier question you asked and see it from the perspective of developing software products which are AI driven. So whenever we have a product that is developed using AI models, there is a very long and human intensive process where we actually tune our models and build filters where we identify where the model is not working properly, improve our model, or develop certain type of filters to remove that issue. So it is absolutely true that if we train a model and say, hey, try to give loans, then we would have a model which would have a bias against a certain caste, certain gender, and so on and so forth. But in Motive, when we release an AI product, we spend almost a year going through all the processes and have humans in the middle who come out and say that, hey, this is not working in this case or that case. So I think there is we need to understand that. And as a regulator in a financial market, which is much more critical, we need to have those sandboxes where AI models, AI systems should be developed and should be run for a decent amount of time before we can really say that this model works for our economy.
With supervised learning.
Exactly.
For a decent amount of time.
Supervised learning is the model which says that, hey, I'll give you an input and tell me what is the output. But even after we train the model, we get the F score, we get the precision, we still have a 95% precision. Those 5% of failures, are they against a specific gender? That is something that we need to go in and then retrain the model, get new data, or perhaps look at the data differently. So that is an activity that we need to do. Coming to the vision-based model, I think there are two ways to look at it. There are those activities that are in our conventional banks. So and vision models, essentially, whatever you can see, you can argue about it whether it is right or wrong. So validating signatures or the checks, that is something that is already there and it has been dealt with in other talks as well. But the example that you came up with, and specifically when we are talking about embedded finance, that is where vision can really play a role. Having data feeds from the customers or from the consumers, knowing when they sell something or when they buy something, how good a quality of produce was there, and having arbitration data, that is something that is where vision data can really play a role of identifying of what is happening on the ground without a human intervention. So we have a camera feed which is going on, and we understand when something was sold or when something was bought and how was the quality. So those are the places where we can't have a human having an eye on those events, and an AI system can provide us with that data segments where a human can intervene and say that, hey, this thing happened or not. So that is where I see a very big market for AI products, vision products going in the future. And again, from the literacy perspective, understanding the emotions of a human and picking up the facial features of how a person responds to a certain information can give us a lot of cue that is used in learning. We can definitely use in financial literacy as well.
Absolutely correct. And I think as we have CCTV everywhere and it's a sunk cost, right? There's a lot of insights that you can generate out of that.
Exactly.
And as we mentioned about the mood being bad, here in the branch, you can see the sentiments, for example, if someone is visiting or what purpose he came into the branch for, just to understand why these guys are coming to the physical space, because that's how you will be able to migrate them to a digital space, right? So thank you for Fatsa for your insight, very valuable. And Mohammed Zaid Saab, data scientist at Folio 3. In the third world countries with limited data availability, that's a big, because obviously whatever we were trying to do, data is key, right? And here in Pakistan right now, we feel that data is very protected and it's in silos. And people are very sort of conscious about it, and they're not willing to share the data. But the results really come up when you're sharing data and you're being open. So just how do you overcome the challenges of sparse or incomplete data sets to effectively implement AI and ML solutions in the banking and fintech sectors?
I guess it's as simple as a tautology that you need data to have these data-driven decisions. And I've seen in my experience that lack of data is not an issue. Lack of good data is an issue. Banks and these applications are collecting a lot of data, and they are allowing us to use the data in their premises with their protected rights. But what I've seen is that data is not structured in a way which can be very useful for, let's say, build out some good models, right? So I think what we need is to maybe have those educational sessions, maybe have those training programs, maybe those collaborations with these financial institutions where we can, let's say, have these conversations that what's the good data and what is the data that you will collect that will help you, let's say, further in your different applications, such as credit model, or let's say fraud detection, or let's say, as simple as a recommendation system on your application. So what I strongly feel in my, let's say, 3-4 year humble experience is there is data, but there is not good data, which is useful for a good model. And I've seen in the, let's say, there's a retail bank in Brazil called New Bank. I was reading their trajectory, and they're facing the same issue that we are currently facing in Pakistan. So I think educating these institutions on how to collect solid amount of data, and let's say spend some time, maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. I think that 2-3 years will help us, in boosting our maybe capabilities, intelligent capabilities, and down the line, let's say 5-10 years.
So much. Do we have any questions from the audience for our lovely panelists? Any question before, I think, lunch? I'm not wearing my glasses, so I can't see. But I think we're good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time. I hope this panel was interesting and good sort of insights we gained from it. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Essen, and all the panelists for sharing your expertise and insights on this very crucial topic. So now it's my pleasure to present our next speakers, Mr. Carl John Graham, the head of engineering, and Mr. Callum McDonald, the principal software engineer from Staycator, the Kubernetes enabling company. They will be delivering a joint presentation on enabling digital transformation in banking. So let's connect with them virtually from Sweden.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Carl and Callum.
Hi.
Hi. So over to you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to be invited to this conference and speak to you all. Let us share the screen. So we will talk about enabling digital transformation in banking with Kubernetes. And we have 20 minutes for this. And with us, we have myself, head of engineering at Staycator, and Callum. You want to present yourself? Are you able to get the microphone working, Callum? There we go. Now we can see you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get the notification.
Oh, great. Yes. So did you see that we start the presentation? And would you like to give a quick introduction to yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Callum, Principal Software Engineer and Kubernetes Platform Engineer at Stackita. Pleased to be here.
Right. So Stackita, geographically speaking, we are the headquarters is based in Sweden, but we do have a presence in Pakistan. We have a company being registered there right now. The company is actually registered in Canada, Czech, Australia, but we do have presence in Pakistan. And actually today we have a colleague, Miss Aisha Siddiqa. She's joining the conference in person from our team in Pakistan. We have about 15 people in Islamabad. So I hope you get to meet her. So why are we Kubernetes evangelists? So talking a little bit about the history, the company was born 2016 in Stockholm, Sweden, and has been focused on Kubernetes ever since then. We're about 40 employees in total. The majority of us have software development background, including myself. We're quite active in the open source community. I have an active GitHub profile. We do customer engagements in Kubernetes through consulting. We do webinars and sessions like today when we go to conferences. Yesterday, we had a webinar about Tekton and Argo CD, for example, and provide DevSecOps as a service. So looking quickly at something called State of DevOps. So Google are doing on an annual basis asking professional workers about how they do deployments. And looking at the result of this survey, which they do on a yearly basis, we can see that containers, in particular then Docker and Kubernetes, are quite popular, similarly with SaaS. It's by far from the only target, but it's gaining quite a lot of popularity. And if you look at GitHub, the top 10 most popular projects, then you have Kubernetes on number 8 with more than 6,000 active contributors. So it's a very active community, a lot of people involved in the project as such. Do you want to take over, Callum?
Yeah, so when we talk about Kubernetes in the banking context, there's some key features that Kubernetes provides as a platform that are important when building a digital platform for banking. Some of the key benefits like scalability and flexibility is one of the primary features of Kubernetes. It's able to scale, I would like to say infinitely, but to a very large degree. It has very good high availability and fault tolerance functionality, the resource optimization and cost efficiency, allowing you to pack more onto less hardware, basically. Big part of working with Kubernetes and doing application development and deployment is the continuous deployment and DevOps concepts that have been built somewhat around the functionality that Kubernetes provides, and Kubernetes enabling these concepts to work very smoothly. It has, when done properly, complements very well your security and compliance. initiatives. It enables the multi-cloud and hybrid deployment strategy quite well, which can be quite important in digital banking, that you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket, basically, and to be able to distribute your workloads across multiple cloud providers or on-premise and cloud. It's very good disaster and recovery and business continuity enablement, being able to run multi-cloud, for example, or hybrid deployments. These things are very key. And then the application isolation and microservices, being able to break your banking platform or your applications into smaller pieces and isolate them from each other and control what can talk to who and have the full control there. Maybe we can move to the next slide. So some of the common use cases that we see Kubernetes filling a gap or enabling this functionality in the banking industry, particularly around things like artificial intelligence and machine learning workloads. They tend to be very resource intensive and need to, they're not often running continuously, but rather running at particular times or whatnot. So scalability and being able to burst your infrastructure to be able to support these workloads when needed and to be able to scale back down when not needed. Using Kubernetes as a platform to modernize the core banking systems, the digital transformation that Kubernetes drives when you're going from legacy type systems to modern, like the microservice architecture on the right of that, then the Kubernetes platform really helps to drive that transformation. Can host your online and mobile banking applications, of course. The data processing and analytics, similar story to the AI and machine learning workloads, where these things often need to scale up to a large amount of resources and then scale back down to nothing while they're not being used. Cybersecurity and DevSecOps, being able to build all of your security into your deployment process and into your infrastructure to have automated scanning and automated alerting on cybersecurity events. And the high performance computing. Maybe we can switch to the next slides and we have some real examples of these use cases. So some examples out there of real banking players that have implemented Kubernetes to achieve these goals. For example, Goldman Sachs, they use Kubernetes to run the Aladdin platform, which supports the risk management and trading operations of the firm. Kubernetes allows them to quickly deploy and scale the machine learning models for risk analysis and prediction. Then we've got JP Morgan and Chase. They're using Kubernetes to manage their big data and machine learning infrastructure. They've built a platform called LOXM, which allows them to analyze large volumes of data and run complex machine learning algorithms to support their trading and investment strategies.
Yeah.
We've got also American Express, who's using Kubernetes to run their cybersecurity infrastructure. So they use the functionality that Kubernetes provides to perform all of their network segmentation and their microservices-based architecture. For the digital transformation, HSBC has adopted Kubernetes to support their digital transformation efforts. They use Kubernetes to manage their hybrid cloud infrastructure, allowing them to migrate their legacy applications to the cloud and to deploy new applications and services more quickly, which is the concept of being able to have a consistent platform, both on-prem as well as in the cloud, as well as in multiple clouds. With the Bank of America, they're using Kubernetes to support their mobile banking platform. They're leveraging Kubernetes to be able to quickly develop and deploy the new features via their DevSecOps and services to their mobile applications. And with ING, they're running their high-performance computing workloads on Kubernetes. They're using Kubernetes to manage their big data processing and analytics infrastructure. Let's switch to
best practices.
Yeah, when it comes to some best practices for using Kubernetes in the banking industry, it's some highlights that we've pointed out here. Kubernetes is not a quick and easy fix by any means. There's typically a long journey, especially going from legacy type systems to modern cloud native technologies that the Kubernetes enables. And so building a solid foundation and building your Kubernetes on top of already scalable and reliable infrastructure, whether that's a cloud, a managed cloud, or that's on premise. Having a solid base will make life much easier in the future as your Kubernetes use scales up to support the real high performance and high availability requirements. The second point there is to plan for security. Don't leave security as an afterthought. Of course, so from the day one of the designing the Kubernetes platform, then the security should be in the forefront of the thought. So to plan for the security from the outset, to implement the best practices around the role-based access control, to use the functionality that Kubernetes provides for network policy and network segregation, to use the technologies that are built around the concepts of Kubernetes and containers to scan your container images and to do vulnerability assessments, and to keep up with all of the latest security patches and regularly audit your Kubernetes environments for vulnerabilities. Patching is a very good way to keep up to date with all the security releases. Move to the next slide. And then another few points there is to start small. Don't try and go all in on Kubernetes from the start. Start small, pick some good use cases, start building out your platform, and gradually scale up over time, because you'll learn a lot as you go along. There's a lot of learning to be done when it comes to Kubernetes. It has a very steep learning curve, and there's a huge ecosystem of tools and products built around the Kubernetes environment and ecosystem. So starting small and identifying workloads that help you really like fine tune your processes before going all in and running the big mission critical workloads is a point there. And then to embrace the automation, even the other way around. The reason Kubernetes is becoming very popular is that it enables the automation really well. And by embracing the features of Kubernetes that enables you to drive the automation topics in the organization, to basically use the features such as its auto scaling and self-healing capabilities. And it's basically to like reduce your infrastructure costs and to speed up the process of development and recovery. Next slide. And the last couple of points are to consider the human factor. Someone needs to run the platform. It's not a set and forget type platform when you're dealing with Kubernetes. So it's important to consider the human factor when adopting it. There needs to be focused training for your support staff or targeted hiring for people that actually know how to work with the Kubernetes platform. Training the developers that may not be familiar with the processes, for example, and involve them in the decision-making processes early on, and have clear communication channels to foster a culture of collaboration and continuous learning. In the open source world around Kubernetes, things are moving very fast, and if there's not this culture of collaboration and continuous learning, then you'll find you get stuck in you fall behind, and it's hard to catch back up again to the constant change that is happening in the industry. And then engaging in a consulting partner may be the best thing to do. They will help you avoid a lot of the common mistakes that can be made when building a new modern cloud native platform. So engaging in consulting partners who specialize in Kubernetes enablement, for example, can help you to accelerate your adoption journey and reduce the risk of errors and optimize your Kubernetes environment for your specific use cases. Be our 6 major takeaways, I would say.
Great. Right, so I can take over. So looking at how to implement this, when you think about Kubernetes, what you normally think of is that, okay, let's get Kubernetes and we're done. But if you look at AWS or Google, for example, most of the Google providers have a managed Kubernetes offering, but what you actually get is only the engine of the car. You very quickly realize that you need monitoring, service mesh, logging, metrics, and that's not part of Kubernetes. And this is not something that's bad about Kubernetes. It's simply the way Kubernetes was built. It's not was built for orchestration. It was not built for monitoring, for example. So by purpose, by design, it doesn't have all the parts of the car. So you can put them together, and most of the cloud offerings usually have offerings for logging and metrics and pipelines, for example. So if you really want it, you can put the car together, but then it's your responsibility that it works as expected. And that's kind of the unique selling point of OpenShift, which we use in our own managed Kubernetes offering, that you get a fully assembled turnkey solution for your Kubernetes platform. You get the Kubernetes engine, but you also get the different parts that we know work well together. And then using OpenShift as the fundamental, as the basis for our own platform, we have added even more functionality on top of that, which is missing in OpenShift, such as multi-tenancy. So we have our own operator called multi-tenancy operator. That's just one example. Other things that are missing are like artifact management and secret management. So we add a lot of extra features that you very often need in your development workflow, but that are typically not shipped with OpenShift. So you get like the full service ring. Because if you look at it, Kubernetes is just the tip of the iceberg. If you start with the Kubernetes on day one, it's very likely that you will spend at least 1 year. And as you go along on the path, you will discover that Kubernetes doesn't have logging, alerting, metering, backup and recovery, artifact management, access control. The list goes on. So that's why it's important to take help from someone who has had this experience for many years before you start the journey. And where to start? From Stackator, we can help with our Kubernetes readiness assessment. If you've already been using Kubernetes for a while, we can help with a Kubernetes assessment. We can help discuss your specific use cases. We can help with training, suggest the training resources, assist you with a demo, or even help you build a banking platform for you. That's that. And let's see if we have any questions.
If not, thank you all for listening. And you can find us online, obviously. So if there are questions later down the line, then feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much, Carl and Callum, for your insightful presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today. And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's event. I hope you have enjoyed the informative discussions that we had throughout the day. So we look forward to seeing you all next year, the 17th edition of this event. And now please enjoy your lunch by TPS. And thank you and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.